Chapter 1 The Fall of Kirayan Night. My breathing is quickening, my heart is beating rapidly. What is happening? By Kirayan Night. A serious but harmonious voice called out. Boom. Was that an explosion? Is my city under attack? Stop running and fight me, you git. A guttural voice called out. But what the hell was that? That voice was not human. What are you doing on the floor? Get up or I will tear off your arms and legs and use you as a shield. The guttural voice screamed. Ouch. I screamed when I felt myself being kicked. What the hell was that? I yelled as I stood up, but my voice trailed off at the sight of the thing in front of me. It was a large and green creature, with huge and irregular teeth. The creature wore armor made of scrap iron. In its right hand was a large metallic claw and in its right hand an extremely modified weapon. On the back of the armor was a pole with a flag of war, a yellow moon surrounded by black flames. The symbol of the bad moons. If that's the symbol of an orc clan, then that means the thing in front of me is an orc. By the size of it must be a veteran war boss. Are you gonna stand there and watch me or are you gonna grab your shita and start shooting? The war boss demanded. I got up quickly and grabbed the gun that was at my feet. Apparently you're not deaf. So what are you doing standin' there? We've got a lot UV pointy ears to squash. Uvarg. The war boss screamed as he shoots his weapon in the air. His scream was followed by a chorus of similar screams. Uvarg. I heard footsteps and the ground shook. Looking back I saw a horde of orcs coming after me and firing their weapons. I screamed as I ran away from the horde. Ha ha ha. I like your spirit, but you need to practice your scream. It's not but Uvarg. The war boss yelled as he fired his weapon and ran past me, disappearing around a corner further on. The horde was still behind me, countless orcs armed with junkyard suits and carrying improvised weapons. I ran through the streets, but the horde was still following me. I reached a particularly small street, made a sharp right and entered an alley. I went to the end of the alley and leaned against the wall in the shadows. Uvarg. The horde passed through the alley entrance only to be killed. Circular projectiles came down the street and sliced the orcs. Come on, Farsa Avandra is calling all troops. A person wearing armor shouted. That person passed in front of the alley, accompanied by other people in armor. One of them stopped in front of the alley and stared inside. I shrank even deeper into the shadows. The armored person took a step inside. What are you doing? Farsa Avandra needs reinforcements. One of the armored people screamed. The armored person in front of the alley ran towards the voice. A few seconds passed and the palaces disappeared. What the hell was that? Those were guardian Eldars. How is this possible? I left the alley and looking around I didn't see anyone. Looking down I saw the dead orcs on the street. With shurikens stuck in their bodies, in disgust I tried to walk past the dead orcs without stepping on their bodies, but as I did, something caught my eye. In a building beside me I saw something moving. In a material similar to glass there was the reflection of someone, but it wasn't my reflection, it was the reflection of an orc. No. 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 This cannot be happening. But the reflection mimicked my movements. I was an orc. I wore metal shoulder pads, a metal and leather breastplate, goggles on my forehead, wore a yellow shirt, fingerless gloves, brown pants and grey boots with metal plates. In my hands I carried a big shuta and in a holster on my waist was a slugga. Do not panic. Do not panic. Try to orient yourself. I walked down the street and as I walked, I heard screams and explosions. At the end of the street I had a high view of where I was. My heart almost stopped with what I saw. I was in a craft world, where earthbone streets and buildings were all over the place. Looking up I saw space, and several orc and Eldar ships fighting. I'm in one of the worst possible places to be. What should I do now? Boom. I saw an explosion happening in the distance. Looking at the streets below, I saw a sea of green rushing towards the biggest building in the center of craft world. This place won't last long, I need to get out of here. Uvarg. But I didn't have that chance, as another horde of orcs came towards me and forced me to run so as not to be trampled. Let's go. The boss is calling us. End to point ears. The orcs screamed. We ran until something forced us to stop. 3 rows of dire avengers with their weapons pointed at us, 1 row lying down, 1 kneeling and the last one standing. I looked around in search of something that would get me out of this situation. Looking to the side I saw what appeared to be a house. Fire. The leader of the dire avengers screamed. I immediately ran towards the house and threw myself against the door. My body ripped the door out of place. I could hear the screams of fight outside, but I also heard another scream from the inside. Looking to where the scream came from, I saw a family of Eldars hiding under a table. Get out of here, you savage. The male Eldar screamed as he tried to hit me with a knife. With the scare and having my life threatened my survival instinct ended up awakening. I used my weapon as a bat and hit the Eldar in front of me. The blow was strong enough to make him fly unconscious towards the wall. Samaj. The female Eldar screamed as she watched her husband get thrown. I'm very sorry, I said to the Eldar as I approached, trying to calm her down, but that only served to make Eldar use her body to protect her son. I had to leave right away, as the dire Avengers entered the house. I'm sorry, I screamed one last time as I ran deeper into the house, past a kitchen and hurled myself against a sliding door, the material shattering on impact. I ran across the backyard with the dire Avengers' gunfire passing inches from me, jumped over the backyard fence, but my eyes widened when I saw a hill below. Ah! I screamed as I rolled down the hill. My fall was interrupted when I hit something. When I opened my eyes I was facing the helmet of a dire Avenger. Get off me, disgusting creature! The dire Avenger screamed as it drew a combat knife-like weapon. I got up quickly, moving away from the Eldar. I was horrified when the Eldar was covered in flames. Ah! The Eldar screamed as it was burned alive. Ha ha ha! You like dat, pointy ear? An orc holding a banana and smoking a cigar shouted. Looking around I saw that I had collided with a group of dire Avengers. My fall must have broken their formation. Good job you git. Dose knife ears were giving us trouble. The orc with the banana said as he placed a hand on my shoulder. With their formation broken, the dire Avengers were being killed by the orcs. Let's go now. We gon' to let the boss have all the fun. The orc screamed as he pushed me. Once again I was forced to run away from a horde of orcs to avoid being trampled. As we ran I noticed we were getting closer to the big building in the center of Craft World. On the way the ground shook. I felt the orc with the banana grabbing my shoulder. Careful not to be crushed. The orc yelled as he pointed at the thing that passed in the street in front of us. It was a Gorkanaut and a Morkanaut. The two were approaching the large building. The Eldars were firing their heavy weapons, and their Cobra and Falcon tanks were firing their weapons, but the armored bellies of the Gorkanaut and Morkanaut were protecting them. Eventually Gorkanaut was destroyed, but Morkanaut continued to advance. As it approached the defenses, the belly of the orc machine opened, releasing a horde of orcs onto the defenses. With the distraction caused by the orcs, Morkanaut fired his mega cannon, tearing apart a Cobra and using his claw, grabbed a Falcon and threw it towards the large building in front of us. An Eldar managed to kill the orc that attacked him and took control of a bright lance. The Eldar fired the cannon towards the Morkanaut, and the ray of light pierced the head of the war machine, exploding it. For a moment it looked like the Eldars had won, but the street shook again. A Mega Dread came running towards the Eldar defenses. The mighty war machine fired its cannon as it ran. From behind the large building came a Wraith Lord. The two machines met, exchanging blows in the middle of the courtyard in front of the large building. Now! The orc with the banana screamed as he pushed me. We crossed the courtyard, the orcs shooting everyone in sight. The orcs further back fired rockets upwards. The rockets hit what was left of the Eldar defenses. We passed under the legs of the war machines, every inch of these things creating a small earthquake and creating a rumbling noise. Looking up I saw the Mega Dread slashing the Wraith Lord with its saw, only for the Wraith Lord to slash its sword through the joint of the Mega Dread's arm, yanking it off, the saw falling right behind us. Then the Wraith Lord finished off the Mega Dread with his sword and started to turn towards us. The Wraith Lord was going to fire its weapon, but was knocked back by the firing of an approaching Killbusta. Let's go! The orc with the banana screamed as he pulled me into the building. Hang on! I screamed. Uvearg! The orc screamed as it broke down the door, and what I saw was complete chaos. Dire Avengers, striking scorpions, howling banshees fighting all kinds of orcs, and in the center of the Great Hall I saw the warboss with two knobs fighting a Farsa and her warlocks. And behind them was some kind of ship. An escape pod? But why? Tired UV hiding, pointy ear. The warboss shouted at the Farser. Your foul breath offends me, pathetic creature. I'm Farsa Avandra from Kirian Neonite's Craft World. Your taint will be removed, I swear on my name. The Farser screamed as she blocked the warboss power claw strike. Ha ha ha. Brave words for someone is gonna die. The warboss screamed as he fired his weapon. The Farser used her psychic powers to create a barrier and block the bullets. Seeing this, the orc warboss advanced and the two clashed, the warboss's power claw against the witchblade covered in Farser's psychic energy. Uvearg! I was taken out of my stupor by the scream of the orc with the banana. He ran into the middle of the fight. I decided to do the opposite and ran to the corner of the hall and hid behind a pillar. Everything seemed fine. I could hide here until I found a way to escape, but I heard a noise. It sounded like a howl. Looking to my left I saw a howling banshee approaching. Seeing this, I backed across the hall, but the banshee continued forward. In a panic I pointed my gun at her and pulled the trigger. I felt something different, an incomparable joy. My heart was beating with happiness, my blood was racing through my veins. Uvearg! I screamed as I fired. But the banshee dodged all the shots and kicked me in the chest with both feet. I was thrown in the middle of the hall. The banshee jumped towards me with both blades raised. I put my weapon in front of me, blocking the blow. Get off me, your pointy ear! I yelled with anger in my voice. Your blood will decorate this hall, filthy creature! The banshee screamed as she pinned me to the ground with her blades. We were disputing strength. I was trying to take the banshee off me and she was trying to cut me with her blades. Bang! Ah! At some point my gun went off and the hall fell silent. Looking where the scream came from, I saw the farcer with a red stain on the back of her clothes. The orc, seeing that the farcer was injured, grabbed her with one hand and pierced her stomach with the power claw. I won, pointy ear. The warboss said in farcer's face. Not while I live. The farcer screamed, psychic energy flowing through her body. What followed was a huge psychic blast that incinerated the warboss and most of the orcs in the room. I was far enough away to not get killed. Instead the explosion threw me away. I went flying and hit something. No. The last thing I saw was farcer reaching a bloodied hand towards me as a door closed in front of me. Strangely, the large building seemed to get smaller and smaller. Eventually it disappeared, and then Craft World shrank in size. All I saw was the vastness of space. Soon everything went dark. XXXXXX. Uveah. What happened? Uveah. Why does my head hurt so much? Uveah. And who the hell is crying? It opened my eyes and I got up. Looking around, I was in some kind of white room with a control panel. Looking down at my hands, I saw that the worst had happened. I was an orc. Damn it. I need to get out of here before the Eldars find me. Uveah. I jumped at the sound of crying. Looking around, I saw that there was some kind of cocoon floating in the room. Touching the cocoon, its top opened, and what I saw made my mouth hit the floor. Because what was staring back at me was a baby Eldar with eyes full of tears. Oh Zog! I screamed. As if it understood that I had said a bad word, baby Eldar began to cry. Uveah. Chapter 2 Planet Fall. SSSHHH. I put my finger in front of my lips, trying to soothe the baby. Wea. But the child cried. Think. How do I calm a baby? I hope it works. I approached the floating crib and made faces in front of the baby. I don't know if the child thought it was funny or just weird, but it worked. Haha. The baby laughed. Look at you, how cute. I tickled the baby's belly with my finger. Haha. The baby laughed, holding my finger. Moving away from the baby, I looked around, trying to understand where I was. I was in a white room with 2 chairs in front of me. In front of the chairs there was a control panel, full of buttons and symbols that I did not understand. Even further, through a glass, I saw space, planets, and stars glittered in the middle of the great dark void. Damn, I really am in the Warhammer galaxy. I sat down in one of the chairs. It creaked with my weight. What should I do now? I'm an orc. I'm in an Eldar escape pod with a baby by my side. Speaking of which, what is this baby doing here? Farcer protected this capsule with everything they had. Is this baby his daughter? If so, then I caused the death of this child's mother. I think, the Farcer was dying the last time I saw her. Maybe she survived. Which is another problem, because she saw my face and now she must think I kidnapped her daughter. What do you think of the situation we are in? I asked the child. Baby noises. I imagined. Heaving a huge sigh, I turned towards the capsule's controls. Most if not all Eldar technology works through their psychic powers, but luckily this capsule was left active. Now how do you pilot this thing? Before he could do anything, a red light flashed in the capsule and an alarm went off, making the child cry. Wea. I didn't touch anything. What is happening? I had my answer when an automatic voice spoke. Alert. This capsule was caught by the gravitational pull of the nearby planet. Evacuate immediately. Looking through the glass of the capsule, I saw that we were close to a green planet with yellow spots, and this planet was getting bigger and bigger. What the hell? I pressed every button I could find, but nothing seemed to work. Alert. Wea. The baby cried. I am really sorry about that. I said as I closed the baby's crib and protected it with my body. This will be a long fall. The capsule shook. Alert. The alarm screamed. Wea. The baby cried. The tremor got bigger. Taking a quick look to the window, I saw fire forming. We are in re-entry. Then I felt an impact and everything went dark. Time skip. Wea. I heard the baby crying. I got up quickly. This was a bad idea as I was hit with the worst headache of my life. Taking a step forward, I felt a pain in my side. I had a shard of glass piercing me. I clenched my teeth and pulled that shard out. You're an orc now, it won't kill you and the wound will heal in time. Looking around, the capsule was shattered, wires were coming out of the ceiling, the control panel was smashed, shards of glass were strewn across the floor, the crib was in front of me, blissfully intact. I opened the crib and was graced with the sight of the baby Eldar, her eyes filled with tears, but unharmed. Wea. The baby cried as she reached her small hands out to me. I let her hold my finger, to soothe herself. Don't worry, the danger has passed. I comforted the child. Now how do I get out of here? I held the floating cradle in one of my arms and walked towards the back door of the capsule. there was a panel on the side of the door, probably to open and close, but it was smashed. I tried to push the door but it wouldn't move. Out of options I lunged with my shoulder, the door creaked and moved a little. I did this repeatedly, eventually the door gave way and fell outside the pod. I poked my head out of the capsule and looked around. We were in a jungle, that was obvious, but our fall left a trail of destruction. The capsule left a crack in the earth and a trail of burned vegetation. Scorched grass covered the ground, trees were knocked over and set on fire. I could hear the noise of frightened animals echoing through the jungle. A jungle, one of the most dangerous places to be. Who knows what kind of alien animal that could kill me in the worst possible way lives here? Where are my weapons? Looking into the pod, I saw my big Shuda and my slugga was holstered. It would be difficult to fire a machine gun with one arm. Luckily Shuda had a leather strap to sling the gun over my shoulder, so I jumped out of the pod, carrying the cradle with the baby in my right arm and the gun slung across my chest, within reach of my left arm. Well, baby, let's try to find out where we are. That with a smile. Baby noises. I agree. Now where should I go? I have no idea how to navigate in a jungle. Don't eat colorful fruits, don't touch colorful animals, boil water before drinking and don't hide under a tree during a storm. That's all I know about surviving in a jungle. Lucky for me, I had a clue where to go. I saw smoke on the horizon to my right. It's a start. I just hope the source of that smoke doesn't shoot at me, if it's some Imperium force. Well, I think I can manage as long as I don't run into a space marine. I took a few steps towards the smoke, but stopped immediately when I heard something moving through the foliage. I slowly moved my hand towards my gun. The noises continued. I saw a figure moving to my left, then to my right, then above me. I felt something approaching from behind. I turned quickly. Scree. Daka. 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 Did you like dat you get? I screamed as I gunned the thing in front of me. When my euphoria passed, I took a good look at the thing in front of me. It was a creature with an elongated head, with blades for arms, a tail, and a carapace that served as armor. It was a tyrannid, a hormigunt. Wea! The baby cried. The shots must have scared her. SSSHHH. Don't worry, the ugly monster is already gone. I said as I rocked the crib lightly to soothe the baby. But I had to change the focus of my attention when I heard more noises coming from the jungle. Sharpening my vision, I saw several contours moving among the foliage. One of them took a step forward. It was a hormigunt, and then another appeared. And then another. And another. And another. I felt conflicted. I couldn't run. The orc side was saying to stay and have a good fight, but the human side was telling me to run away as there was no way to win. So I decided to do both. Uveig. I screamed as I shot in an arc. I shot from left to right and right to left, hitting some hormigunt. That gave me enough time to run towards the smoke. I ran through the jungle with the hormigunt at my heels. I swung my weapon to tear the vines that were in my way. I saw the hormigunt coming from my sides. The hormigunt to my right made a turn and jumped towards me. I stopped for a moment. Second, letting him pass me, then I ran back. Another hormigunt came from the left. I pointed my gun at him and fired. The tyrannid was pierced by a hail of bullets and disappeared among the foliage. Looking ahead, the smoke was getting closer. I could see a light ahead, the end of the tree line. I kept running, the hormigunt almost catching up with me. I jumped over a seized log and through the light. Uveig. Only to see an orc screaming in my face. Get out of the way. The orc screamed as he grabbed me by the shoulder and pushed me aside. Scree. The hormigunt screamed as it leapt towards the orc. Only for the orc to bash its head in with a mace made from a metal pipe with a kin full of metallic spikes. Looking forward I saw the source of the smoke. A large circle-shaped wall made of pieces of metal and scrap metal welded together was in front of me. I could see some buildings higher than the wall, an orc settlement. I immediately closed the cradle, hiding the baby and ran towards the big gate. As I ran, the gate opened and a crowd of orcs came running. Uveig. The crowd screamed as they charged all manner of melee weapons, pipes, metal bars, axes, combat knives. I ducked my head and hugged the crib as I ran towards the crowd. When I heard the crowd leaving I took a quick look back. The orcs were fighting with the hormigunt. A mixture of roars and laughter filled the forest. When I reached the gate, I looked up. The wall must have been about 50 feet high. I spotted orcs on top of the walls, shooting at the tyrannids below. Adorning the gate were the skulls of several types of tyrannids and hanging in the center of the gate was the symbol of the orc faction. I don't like this place, but I prefer the orc settlement to a forest full of tyrannids. I went through the gate and entered the settlement. I was surprised by what I saw. The vegetation was removed from the ground, leaving only dirt roads. Large and small buildings made of metal, wood, stone, and whatever material the orcs found covered the settlement, making a disorganized mass of constructions. Tents and stalls were built in the streets, where orc traded, weapon shops, workshops, medical tents and much more. I was taken out of my surprise by my belly rumbling with hunger. Looking around I found a canteen. It was a tent with a counter and a series of benches in front. Behind the counter I could see orcs and Gretchens working in a kitchen. I sat down on a bench, and an orc approached me. He was bigger than me, he wore an apron and a chef's hat, he also wore a belt with several kitchen knives hanging from it. I don't doubt that he can cut someone to pieces with that. Are ya gonna stand there all day or are ya gonna order something? The chef asked. What is the cheapest thing you own? Squig pie and fungus beer, use a teef. They. Chef crossed his arms. A teef, of course. My eyes widened. A teef? Where the hell am I going to find a teef? Well, I have several in my mouth and I'm a bad moon, the merchant and wealthy faction of orcs. My teeth grow faster than a normal orc, but I don't feel like pulling one of my teeth out. Bad moons suffer some persecution from other orcs, because they are seen as walking banks. Orcs think that they can punch a bad moon in the mouth and take all its teeth without anything happening. Well, until now nobody knows that I am a bad moon and I want to keep it up. Forget it, sorry for wasting your time. I said as I picked me up. The chef gave an irritated grunt and returned to the kitchen. As I got up I ended up bumping into an orc and spilling his beer. Sorry. I said as I walked away, but I felt a hand grabbing my shoulder. No apologies, ya spilled ma bea and now you're gonna teef for it. The orc said as I was turned towards him. He was a little bigger than me. Sorry, but I'm broke, I don't have any teeth with me. Hump. Da teeth and your mouth will do. I noticed that a circle of orcs formed around us, orcs holding their food and drinks, hoping for a good show. I took a few steps back, moving away from the orc. And how do you plan on getting my teeth? I said as I took my hand towards the holster. Like this. The orc screamed as he raised both fists, and in his fists was a weapon, a knife and knuckle. It was a metal glove that covered the upper part of the fist and attached to the glove was a series of large metal spikes. Fight! 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 The crowd around us screamed. See this. First I'll break your legs so you're gon' to run, then I'll break your arms so you're gon' to shoot, and then I'll break your mouth and knock out all your teeth. The orc screamed as he punched the air. And then. Bang! Tump! The orc fell dead on the ground. While he boasted I drew my slugga and shot him in the chest. I approached the orc. Bang! 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 And I took 3 more shots to his head, just in case. I felt a certain attraction for the knife and knuckles that the dead orc was holding. I hope you do not mind. I said as I took the knife and knuckles and put each one in my fists. Looking at the dead orc, I punched his mouth, pulling out all his teeth. I kept them in my pants pocket. Looking out over the crowd, I saw that the orcs were disappointed with the outcome of the fight. Which blame I have if the orcs brought a knife into a gunfight? I returned to the canteen and sat on the bench. The chef returned. Hump. I pecked at your ta fight like a true orc. The chef said. I had a gun and he didn't, I just did what was logical. You talk strangely, but at least you have a piece of a brain, which is more than most da others around here. What can I say? I survived long enough to learn from my mistakes. A squig pie and a fungus beer, please. I said as I picked up a tooth, placed it on the counter. The chef held the tooth against the light and took a bite. Seeing that the tooth was real, the chef put the tooth away. A squig pie and a fungus bea comment out. The chef yelled. A few minutes later the chef returned. Tell me, I don't remember seeing you around here. Yuri knew. The chef asked as he leaned against the counter. You could say that. My war boss died and his Waa'ik ran out during a fight against Eldars, but I survived and landed on this planet. Damn pointy ears, may your boss be Witgork, or Mork. Amen. I said as I took a bite of my squig pie. It was good. I am a newcomer to this planet. Could you give me a little information? I asked. Well, my memory is kind of poor, maybe you could refresh it. The chef said as he opened and closed his hand in front of me. I let out a grunt, but I put a teeth in the chef's hand. Good, ma friend. Ma name is Grogok Fingercutta, and welcome to Green Morg. Green Morg? Lovely name for a planet, doesn't sound threatening at all. I bet I can walk around in the jungle without worrying about tyrannids. Nice to meet you, Grogok. My name is Gorlonic Teef Ripa. Tell me more about this planet. Chapter 3 Orc Society. Grogok's explanation was interesting. Firstly, Grogok was born on this planet, so everything he knows was told to him by other orcs. Green Morg is mostly composed of jungles, but this planet has other biomes, such as deserts, snow-covered mountains, an ocean, although it wasn't big. The planet was divided by orcs of different clans, tyrannids and imperials. The orcs and tyrannids arrived first via a space hulk that the orcs call Gork's Punch. Why the name? The space hulk came out of warp and fell towards the planet like a meteor, as if Gork had punched the planet. What did orcs and tyrannids do in the same space hulk? Well, the orcs found the space hulk floating in space and wanted to turn it into something mobile, so it could reach other planets and fight their way, explaining the different clans. The tyrannids occupied this space hulk, which for the orcs was not a problem, after all they would get a fight. During the fight the Space Hulk returned to the Amatorium, the orcs killed enough synaptic creatures for the Tyranids to act like animals, but before they could finish the fight, the Space Hulk entered the material world and fell towards Green Morgue, killing the majority of the Wayug. And spreading the Tyranids out of control, which have become part of the planet's fauna. With the Wayug finished, the different clans were divided, each with its leader, and began to collaborate as much as orcs without a single warboss could, fighting the Tyranids. It became a back and forth without a clear winner. The orcs don't have technology to leave the planet or wipe out the Tyranids, and the Tyranids didn't have a synaptic creature to organize themselves. Then the Imperium arrived. They have a small presence on this planet, with a hive city here and there, probably a governor somewhere. Apparently they still don't consider the orcs and Tyranids as a threat that needs to be destroyed, yet. As long as neither side gains the upper hand, the Imperium is happy to let the Xenos kill each other. Thanks for the info, Grogok. But answer me something else. How do I get money here? Without having to pull the teeth out of other orcs, I mean. I asked as I drank my fungus beer. If you're an odd boy, you could work as a mech or pain boy, you could also bet on Squig RACN or Box N matches, you could also join fights if you wanted to, but if you're a boy, you could become Woon Hunter. Grogok replied as he kicked a grot into the kitchen to prepare orders for other orcs. Hunter? Like the orcs that were fighting at the entrance to the city. No, those are use gits lookin' for any reason ta fight. Huntaz are orcs dat come out of town ta kill nids, is not a hunta, so I gon t say much, but ya gon visit de guild at de end uv de street. Grogok said as he pointed to the right with his thumb. Looking where he was pointing, I saw a building larger and better built than the others on the street. Thanks Grogok, I'll take a look at that place. Sure, now finish your food quickly, your attack and de place uv the custom as. Grogok said as he crossed his arms and then returned to the kitchen. I finished my food and thanked Grogok once more. Okay, now get outta air. Grogok replied as he waved his hands, shooing me out of the canteen. Wea. A muffled cry came from inside the crib on my arm. What was dat? Grogok asked confused. Nothing. Tell me. Do you have milk or something around here? I asked nervously. Grogok reached under the counter and pulled out a metal basket with 6 bottles filled with white liquid. Squig milk. It will make your bones strong. You better have some, if you become a hunter, the nids will try to break yours. Grogok said as he slammed the basket down on the counter. How much? I asked. A teef. Grogok held out his hand. I paid for the milk and held the basket in my other hand. One more thing, if it's not a nuisance. Why are you called finger cutta? Ha ha ha. They call me dead cos, that's what I do with do so try to leave without paying. Grogok replied as he took a keyring out of his pocket, and attached to that keyring were several green fingers of different sizes. I sweat nervously at this. Better pay a visit to the guild. See you later. He said as he walked quickly away from the canteen. Come back later. Your weird way UV talkin' is fun to listen to. Grogok yelled as I walked away. Ah! I heard a scream. Looking back I saw an orc holding his right hand with one finger missing. On top of the counter was a green finger and Grogok held a butcher knife covered in blood. Grogok punched the orc in the face and screamed. I'll let you go this time, but leave without paying again and I'll cut your hand off next time. The fingerless orc took off running. Where did Grogok say the guild was? I passed through the dirt streets, with orcs fighting, walking, and arguing. In one of those moments I entered an alley, going deeper, making sure that the place was empty. I opened the crib and took a look at the baby. The child looked up with tears in her eyes. You are hungry? Baby noises. I think that was a yes. I sat down in the alley and opened one of the milk bottles, brought it closer to the baby's mouth. Not the best way, but I don't have a baby bottle around here. I carefully fed the baby until she didn't want to eat anymore. I capped the bottle and put it back in the basket. The baby stared at me uncomfortably. Is there a problem? Oh. I took the baby out of the crib and laid her on my shoulder, rocking her lightly and tapping my fingertip on her back. Baby burp. The baby burped. That was loud. I said as I held the baby in front of my face, and the child giggled. I put her back in the crib and closed the lid, poked my head out of the alley and looked around. No one seemed to notice us, so I walked down the street as if nothing happened. I stopped in front of the guild building. It was a 3-story building, made of wood and metal. Opening the doors, the place was filled with silence. Several orcs much bigger than me stared as I walked towards the counter. The interior of the guild was composed of wood and metal floors, walls, and ceilings. Tables were spread around the sides, where groups of orcs ate, drank, and talked. The orcs wore pieces of armor made of leather, metal, and parts of Tyranids, carapaces as shoulder pads, skulls as helmets, that sort of thing. In addition to firearms, I saw that some of them carried knives and axes that looked like they were made from Tyranid teeth and claws. There were Tyranids' heads hanging like trophies on the walls, gaunts, termagants, spine-gaunts, hormagaunts, gargoyles. There were also some medium tyranids' heads like lictor, pyrovore. Hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the hall, were lanterns made from the skulls of tyranids, with light pouring from within. I stopped in front of the wooden counter. On the other side there was an orc wearing a formal outfit, the most formal that an orc could get. He wore a white shirt, a purple cloak of tyranid skin, a monocle on his left eye, and a purple hat with a green feather. He was signing a paper on the counter. "Excuse me," I said as I approached. "What do you want?" the orc asked. "I would like to apply to the guild." The orc let out a big sigh. "Another woon will die soon. Hey, br end of paperwork." The orc screamed and several grots ran around the back of the counter, bringing the necessary papers. The orc placed the papers in front of me and told me to fill in the necessary information. What was a problem? Orcs don't write with letters, but with glyphs, each one standing for an expression, letter, or syllable. How will I fill this? While you fill out your future death certificate, I'll tell you how things work around here. Do you see the board over there? The orc said as he pointed to a wooden board with papers pinned to it. Yes. Those are the missions we have here, dairy broken down by difficulty, from easiest to hardest bn snot, grot, boy, knob and warboss. You understood? I nodded. Well, since you're new, better start with snot, but if you want to go straight to warboss, I won't stop you. It's your funeral, not mine. On each mission it is written what you have to do, sent the mission, and how much you will receive for the complete mission. Sounds simple enough. Hump. Go dreaming, look around. These orcs are professionals. How many missions do you think they complete to get that big? Let me tell ye, newbies don't last long around here, but maybe, if you're lucky, y'all manage to reach the level UV Chief Ruxadnidgala. Who is this guy? All the orcs let out a sigh as if I had insulted Gork or Mork. Did you use comb out of your spore? Chief Ruxadnidgala, lead a UV to Death Skull's clan rule the city dum UV Gork, the city you're in right now. Ruxadnidgala killed the big NID hang en right behind me. The orc pointed to a large tyrannid head hanging behind him. It was the head of a carnifex. My eyes widened at that. An orc killed that thing? What's his size? I see. Could you tell me more about the clans and city? You've got a little brain and that head UV yours, most use run into the wild and end up getting devoured. I already told ya about the name and head UV the city. We have Varguts Bug Crusher, Chief UV the Evil Sons and Darula UV the Index UV Gork. Gigaka Skull Basha, Chief UV the Goffs and Darula UV the Middle Finger UV Gork. Grugs Naga Nex Nag, Chief UV the Snake Bites and Rula UV the Ring Finger UV Gork. Finally Coral Blood Splasher, Chief UV the Blue Daxes, rules Little Finger UV Gork. The orcs arrived at a space hulk called Gork's Punch and each city is named after a finger. I can't deny that it's funny. Thanks for the info, but tell me something else. Are tyrannid parts worth anything around here? I saw orcs using them as pieces of equipment or decoration. That's Urgax's specialty. Ease on the second floor, use go up the stairs. The orc replied as he pointed to a staircase to the left of the balcony. Thank you, by the way, I don't think we've introduced ourselves. I'm Gorlonic. I said as I handed over the completed papers. I used the human alphabet. I hope he accepts. Hump. I'm Nosbad Misongiva, now get out of my way, ers you hunt a plaque. Nosbag replied as he threw me a wooden plaque with a string. My name was written on it. I hung it around my neck. As I climbed the stairs, I heard Nosbad mutter. The git doesn't even know how to write properly. I turned red with embarrassment. I thought about the name I'd given, to distract myself from Nosbad's comment. Gorlonic. Where the hell did I get that name? It felt so natural, like instinct. Well, orcs do things by instinct. After all, how do orcs choose their names? I got to the second floor, found another orc behind a counter. This orc wore a tuxedo, a top hat and had a gold tooth. From the plaque around your neck, you must be a hunter. Orc said to see me. You're right, I was told if I wanted to know more about parts of tyrannid, I should talk to you. The orc grinned, revealing several gold teeth in its mouth. You've come to the right orc, Iz Urgax gold teeth, an Iz and charge UV trad and tyrannid parts and a guild. Could you tell me more about them? You see, tyrannid parts only have value due to their usefulness. You gon make clothes, armor, weapons and much more with but how much you will receive for it is up to ye. You gon brn tyrannid parts Tommy or trade with the orcs around town, depending on the tyrannid, the part, and how damaged it is, you gon get a different amount UV teeth. Did you understand? Yes. Well, tyrannid teeth gon also be used as currency. There is a conversion fee. Let's say a gaunt teeth is worth 2 orc teeth, but there's a whole conversion nuance behind it that I don't have the patience to plain to hear. I understand. Would you be able to tell me exactly how much each part is worth? I gon do better, I have a catalog with the types UV knits on this planet and how much each part is worth. It's yours if you gon afford it. I let out a sigh, at this rate I'll have to shoot another orc in the middle of the street. I handed Urgax a teeth and picked up the catalog, flipped through the book. There were drawings of tyrannids that looked like they were done by a child, and for each tyrannid there was a series of arrows indicating the piece and how much it was worth. Thanks Urgax, I'm Gorlonic by the way. Whatever, use remember ta brn me some parts UV nids. With that matter resolved, I left the guild, and explored the city a bit. I will pick up a quest later. While walking, an orc ran out of a building. The orc was missing its left arm, the right side of its head was open revealing the flesh and a series of parts and wires inside. The orc had a bionic right leg, but it was giving off sparks and smoke. The leg failed and the orc fell to the ground. Come back air. Is not finished yet. An orc screamed as he exited the building. He wore a blood-stained white lab coat and pants, black gloves, a surgical mask covered his face, and he wore one of those headbands with a metallic disc attached. He must be a pain boy. Pain boy grabbed the orc that fell to the ground by the bionic leg and dragged him into the building. Meanwhile the orc screamed. I poked my head into the building out of curiosity, and the view inside was something out of a horror movie. The orc was strapped to an operating table. Grotz helped pain boy work on the orc's head and leg. Blood and flesh were blown away with the slash of a scalpel. Meanwhile the orc screamed in pain. Okay, your bionic eye and leg are ready, use like you're asked. Pain boy yelled as he took the orc off the table. But I came here to get a new arm. The orc screamed. My mistake. Do you have more teeth for the arm? Pain boy asked as he wiped the blood off his gloves. No. The orc replied. Then what are you doing in my clinic? Get out of air. Pain boy screamed as he threw the orc off the building. I got out of the way and the orc rolled down the street and into the wall of another building. Yer. Pain boy yelled as he pointed at me. I jumped back with the cry me. Is there anyone else air by any chance? Are ya air for ma services? Pain boy asked as he put a scalpel to my face. My hand was going towards my holster. No, I'm just getting to know the city. Pain boy lowered the scalpel and gave me a sad look. Too bad, I wish I had someone else to practice ma skills with. So many new things I would like to try. I'm sure you'll find someone. Now I have to go. Of course, Iz Skartok Bonekutta, if you need a new arm or leg use talk to me, tell your friends about ma clinic. Skartok said as I walked away. Count with me. I said as I gave a thumb up and ran away. I will have to avoid this place as much as possible. I continued walking through the city. This time I saw a crowd of grots entering and leaving a large building, metal noises and explosions coming from inside the building. Pushing through the crowd, I entered the building. The place was a large workshop, with strange machines and tools scattered all over the place. No, no, no. You see dis. You take dis piece UV metal, you put the ends UV to wires together and you fit I'm into dis FINGTA make the FING work. An orc was yelling at a grot as they both looked at a blueprint that was on top of a table. Excuse me. The orc turned to me. He had part of his head covered in metal, with one glowing yellow eye. His right hand was replaced with a bionic arm. He wore a metal vest with a series of wires coming out the back. He also wore a tool belt and carried a staff with a metallic pincer at the end. He must be a mech. As soon as the orc saw me, he quickly walked towards me. Listen. I couldn't finish, as the orc grabbed my weapon, but due to the leather strap hanging from my body, I was pulled forward. Yellow paint for more DACA, tended magazine for more ammo, perforated barrel to release gas and prevent overheating, custom-made grip to keep the gun from slipping out of your hands. A quality big shoulda. It use remains to be seen if it works. The mech said as he analyzed my weapon and pointed it up. Hang on. DACA. 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 The mech pulled the trigger of my gun. A hail of bullets pierced the roof of the workshop. High for N rate, perfect for shoot N from afar and stomp N as many gits as possible. You must be in bad moon. How do you know that? Only bad moons gon afford a shoulda UV disc quality, and your belly helped too. Mech said as he poked me in the stomach. My belly? Bad moons are the richest clan of orcs. They can afford the best food, which ends up making them fat, not fat in an unhealthy way, but more like a weightlifter. I squeezed my stomach with my hands. I think a little exercise would be good. Are you going to go around spreading the word that I'm in bad moon? Only if you're me teeth. Do you want me to modify your weapon? The mech asked. No, I don't have many teeth with me at the moment. Ha ha ha. A teethless bad moon, there's something funny. Iz mag round mecha, de mech oo takes care UV de city's weapons and cars, come back air when you have teeth and I'll make ya a good shoulda. Do you also make weapons from tyrannid parts? Of course. Use take a look at my work. Maground said as he pointed to a series of barrels and shelves in his workshop, on which were various weapons made from tyrannids, swords, axes, knives, spears, hammers. You gon buy a ready-made weapon, or brn me to parts and I'll make wound for ye. Maground continued. I'll come back later when I have the money. Clear. If you want the best weapons, use Comair. I left Maground's workshop and went back to walking around the city. I found other interesting points, the fight pits. It was literally a big hole dug in the ground, with walls made of stones and bones on the top. Orcs around were eating, drinking, they shouted and gambled. The two orcs in the pit fought furiously, punching each other, and staining the sand with blood. I passed through the fungus fields, where the source of food and medicine was taken care of by the snots. Through the shooting gallery, where orcs shot targets and tested their weapons. By the racetrack, where orcs raced their cars and motorbikes around a circular track of rough dirt. I got to the drops where all the garbage, manure, and dead bodies were dumped. I heard the baby snort in the crib and I turned right away as soon as I smelled it. I passed by a bazaar where grots had small stalls and sold different products. If I want something cheap I already know where to buy it. My walk ended up taking me to the top of the wall that surrounded the city. There I had a complete view of the Thumb of Gork. In the distance, in the city, built on top of a hill, I saw the chief's fortress, the place where the chief of that city lived, and on a pole at the top of the fortress, I saw the flag of the Death Skulls clan. The sun was setting. Looking around, I saw that there was no one around. I opened the crib and looked at the baby. Well, looks like this is our life right now. I can't promise anything, but I'll try to keep you safe around here. Baby noises. Thanks, I'm glad you'll keep me safe too. So the baby and I watched the sunset. I saw the baby's eyes light up in wonder at the sight. If I want to survive here, I'll have to fight not like an orc but like a human, using my brain to deal with those stronger than me. It was getting dark. Come on baby, we'll find a place to spend the night. Baby noises. I don't think they serve breakfast. Baby noises. It'll be fine as long as you don't open the fridge. You know, I don't know what your family called you, I better give you one, I can't call you baby forever. Baby noises. Let's see, let me think of an Eldar name. I already know. Laney. I'll call you Laney Warpfist. What do you think? Haha. The baby giggled as she grinned. Chapter 4 First Mission. My god, what a horrible night. I knew taking care of a baby would be hard work, but I never imagined it would be so much. I looked at the child who was sleeping peacefully in the crib. It didn't look like she spent the night crying for the most diverse reasons. Hunger, thirst, dirty diaper, attention, until finally the child fell asleep. Unlike me, I got up from the cloth on top of a pile of straw that I called a bed. I left the crib a little farther away so that I wouldn't roll over on top of it while sleeping. Looking around, I saw the child sleeping. Better let her stay that way. Looking around, I took a look at our house. It was a small shack made of wood and metal on the outskirts of town, 1 room, 4 walls, and a roof. It was empty when I found it, and since I wasn't awakened in the middle of the night by an angry orc, I assumed the owner of the house had been devoured by tyrannids. A small table in a corner and my bed. The entrance was an old wooden door. Well, better than nothing, at least it protects us from the rain. Checking my equipment, my guns looked okay. I'm sure I fired more bullets than should fit in the gun, better not question it, my power of imagination may fail. I heard a noise next to me. Looking at the crib, I saw that the child woke up. Taking the crib in my hands, I greeted the baby. So how did you sleep? Baby noises. Seriously? I'm glad you slept well. Unlike me, a certain child didn't let me sleep. The baby stared at me. Don't be disingenuous. Are you ready? Today we will do our first mission. I will choose something easy for us. I just hope we survive. With my things packed, and the crib closed, I checked the teeth in my pocket. 10 teeth, I need to get more. Orcs' teeth degrade fast, preventing orcs from accumulating a fortune, so they have to spend their money soon, making the currency run and prevents inflation. But I also need money to survive, pay for food and equipment, so I need a stable source of income. Risking my life against tyrannids is the only option I have at the moment, but I need to find something different soon. I left my house and headed towards the guild. Upon reaching the building, I checked the missions on the board. Before I couldn't understand the orc language, but strangely it seemed clearer to me. It must be the orc instinct. I found it. Ace not difficulty mission, finish off the rippers in the jungle, next to the river, is near Gork's Thumb. A reward of 5 teeth for the completed quest. If I remember correctly, an intact ripper is worth half a teeth each. With a large map that was in the guild, I estimated where the rippers would be. I'll buy myself a map when I have more money. I took the quest and gave it to Nosbad. I want this quest. I tapped the paper on the counter. Nosbad glanced at the paper. At least you restart and with the easy ones, although rip has gone be dangerous little things. Haha. Be careful not to become NID's lunch, there'll be nothing left if they catch you. With the end of Nosbad's sarcastic comment, I left the guild and prepared for the quest. there was another problem, Lainey. I can't fight holding her with one arm. I hate to spend my teeth but I have no choice. I went to the bazaar and bought some rope from one of the grots, it cost a teeth. With that done I tied Lainey's crib to my torso like a baby carrier. With that done, I left the city gates and walked through the jungle with in hand, the paranoia of a lurking tyrannid accompanying me. Time skip. I approached the river mentioned in the mission, the rippers must be on the other side. Suddenly I heard footsteps behind me, I turned around with the gun ready, I was facing a group of orcs. You want to pick a fight? The group leader asked, the other members raising their guns and pointing them at me. No. I lowered my gun and took a step back. That's what I thought. The orc spoke with a grunt, bumping his shoulder with mine. The orc walked past me with a laugh, the rest of the group did the same. Looking back I saw that the river water was up to their waists as they crossed. They were about the same size as me, good to know how deep the river was. I think I can use these orcs as a test to know what I'm up against. Looking around I saw a nearby hill, walking up the hill, I had an elevated view across the river, I crouched down and surveyed the place. In the middle of the trees, I saw something on the ground, it looked like a big purple beehive made of meat, it must be the Ripper's nest. The group of orcs approached, and like any self-respecting orc, they opened fire on the hive. The expected happened, expected by me at least, the Rippers left the hive like a trail of ants and advanced against the orcs. The group of orcs shot the Rippers, but it was useless, there were hundreds of small tyrannids, for each one killed, 20 would take their place. Eventually the Rippers reached the orcs, devouring them, some climbed up the legs, others jumped towards the neck of the orcs. Amid screams of rage and pain, the orcs had their flesh devoured, the Rippers ate everything, including the bones, leaving only the orcs' equipment in place. No way am I going to finish these things off head-on, but I have an idea, I'll probably spend more teeth, but if all goes well, I'll complete the quest. Let's go back to Gork's Thumb, pay Maground a visit. Time skip. I closed Lainey's crib and went towards Maground's workshop. Some orc gave me strange looks for having something tied to my body, but no one stopped me to ask. I entered Maground's workshop. It was a hectic mess as before, grots running around doing the mech's bidding. But where was Maground? Hey Maground, are you here? I called out for the mech. Get out of the way. A voice called from above. I saw that a large shadow formed above me. Looking up, I saw a metal platform falling towards me. I jumped back, avoiding being crushed. When the dust settled, I saw what the platform was. It was a metal square attached to the ceiling with chains. There was a lever on this platform, it was a kind of elevator, and in that elevator was Maground. Well. If it isn't Gorlonic. Have you come here seeking ma services? The mech asked, stepping off the elevator and walking across the workshop. Something similar. Do you happen to have anything that generates electricity? I said accompanying the mech. Is a mech, everything gone fry ya tadith, you need to be more specific. The mech asked, analyzing a shuda that a grot brought. I imagine a generator that is easy to charge and carry and generates a lot of electricity. How much electricity are we talking about? Maground asked, handing the shuda back to the grot. Enough to fry a few hundred gits. I smiled at the mech. Haha. I like your idea and I think I have actually what ya are looking for. Maground went to a shelf in his workshop and throwing tools and pieces of metal to the side, occasionally hitting a grot, removed a metal box from the shelf. It looked like a fused car battery with an engine and two cables coiled around the sides. If you want to barbecue git den dis is what you are looking for. Maground held the battery in front of me. How much? 4 teeth. Maground replied. I reluctantly paid the mech. So how do I use this thing? I held the battery by a metal handle at the top. Placed the wires against what you want to fry and pressed a button on the back. Maground replied while counting the teeth I paid him. Thanks. I spoke as I left the workshop. Sure, come back when you need something, you weird git. Outside Maground's workshop I passed an alleyway where I noticed some rusty buckets, 6 in total. Looking around there weren't any orcs around, hope no one minds if I take them. They will come in handy in my plan. Now let's deal with the Rippers. Time skip. I returned to the river near the hive, positioned the battery/generator away from the riverbank and uncoiled the wires, placing their bare ends in the water. Now for the dangerous part. Well, Lainey, better prepare yourself, this will be our first serious fight. I said as I opened the crib and checked the baby. Baby noises. Lainey gave me a determined look. Such courage, the nids will run in fear at the sight of you. The baby snorted as if I had insulted her. I crossed the river, the water at my hips. When I got to the other side, passing some trees, I saw the hive. Some Rippers were devouring the remains of orcs, but the equipment was intact. If all goes well, maybe I'll get a good loot. I approached the hive, readied my gun and pulled the trigger. Daka. 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 The result was immediate, the bullets pierced the fleshy walls of the hive and hundreds, perhaps thousands of rippers came towards me, squealing, the small creatures came after me. I quickly ran towards the river, the tyranids closed behind me. As I reached the river I used my orc strength to jump most of the distance to the other bank. Looking back I saw the rippers closing in. Accelerating my pace, I reached the other side, turned on the battery/generator, immediately the river was taken over by a blinding flash, the electricity was visible in the water, like all orc technology, the result had to be exaggerated. Rippers were one of the least intelligent tyranid species, they were at the bottom of the hierarchy, and without synaptic creatures, they were even less intelligent, so even though the danger was obvious, they entered the river. What followed was a cacophony of squeals and hisses of pain. The rippers entered one bank but didn't come out the other, some of them leapt out of the water, only to fall back into the electrified river. Again my heart raced and I was seized with happiness, not as much as I fought the banshee, but the feeling was still there. Ha ha ha. Uvaig. You like dis your gits? I immediately covered my mouth, when I noticed the orc accent escaping. Looking at the crib, I saw that Lainey was watching everything with wide eyes. Whether it was fear or admiration, I couldn't tell until she laughed. Baby laugh. Lainey laughed, rocking in her crib. She doesn't understand what's going on, or she's happy the monsters are gone, either way, she's happy. I sat on the ground for a while watching the rippers try to cross the river. When they stopped coming, I turned off the battery/generator and waited for the electricity in the water to dissipate, then it came to the boring part. I spent the whole afternoon collecting dead rippers and putting them in buckets. When the buckets were full, I filled my pockets, but before leaving, I decided to do something. I crossed the river again and approached the hive, taking a few shots. No rippers appeared. I put the battery/generator wires in the hive and turned it on. The result repeated, the hive was covered in blinding electricity, a smell of burning flesh covered the place. Lainey growled, Eldar has senses hundreds of times stronger than other races, the smell must be awful for her. When enough time had passed, I turned off the battery/generator, the hive looked like a pile of burnt flesh. All done, I returned to the Thumb of Gork, picking up equipment from the dead orcs on the way, of course, and with 6 buckets and pockets full of nids. Time skip. I'm back. I yelled, kicking open the guild doors. Hey, if you break it, you have top pay. Nosbad yelled from across the counter. Don't worry Nosbad, money won't be an issue for me for a while. I replied, climbing the stairs to the 2nd floor. And there I found Urgax. Look Oo's back. Have ya come here to change nids parts? Urgax asked. You bet. I put the full buckets on the counter and emptied the rippers I carried in my pocket. Urgax's eyes widened when he saw the number of tyrannids. Did you kill 'em all by yourself? Urgax asked, analyzing a ripper. Yes. Smile. And brought 'em all intact. No one Eva brought that many rippers, and each one is worth a thief. I know, you can pay now. I extended my hand. I gone tt for all I'm. Urgax crossed his arms. Why? I asked. If so many ripper parts go around, they will lose dear value. I understand, it's basic economics, if there's too much of something circulating in the market, they'll lose value, if there's too little they'll become more expensive. Urgax has to maintain an average level. I see, so how much can you pay me? 200 teeth for 4 full buckets. Urgax replied. 200 teeth? This is too much. I can buy 10 war buggies with that. Done. I handed 4 of the 6 buckets full of rippers to Urgax, the orc handed me a bag with my payment. With that done, I went downstairs, with 2 buckets full of tyrannids in my hands. I stopped in front of Nosbad's counter and handed back the quest paper. Mission complete. I said arrogantly. The orc gave me an irritated look and sighed, looks like you survived, I wonder how long this will last. Maybe tomorrow I'll wake up and find you've been eaten by NID. Nosbad spoke, handing me the quest reward. 205 teeth in 1 day, a productive day for sure. It was dusk. On my way home, I put the ripper buckets and dead orc equipment in a corner. So Lainey? What did you think of today? Baby noises. I know I didn't kill the rippers like a real orc, but you have to admit I did a good job. Lainey glared at me. Don't give me that look. If I give you some food, would you forgive me? Lainey smiled. With a laugh, I gave some squig milk to Lainey. With the child fed, I went in search of some food, in other words, I went to Grogok's canteen. The place was bustling with orcs drinking, shouting, talking and fighting. I sat down in front of the counter and got the chef's attention. Well, if not my favorite customer? So what will it be? Grogok asked. The usual, fungus beer and squig pie. I threw a teeth to Grogok. Grogok took the teeth with a smile and returned to the kitchen, ordering the grots to prepare the food. You know, this place isn't that bad after all. Life in the 40k universe is horrible. If you're not an orc, because they're the only race that's having fun with so many wars. But I'm not an orc, not completely. I wonder what I should do. Survive and get money. But then what? I need to think about the future. Maybe I'll look for a method of leaving the planet if things get out of hand. You never know when the Imperium will get tired of the Xenos on this planet and decide to wipe them all out. A Grot returned with my food and placed it in front of me on the counter. I will leave these serious thoughts for later, for now I will enjoy my victory. Time skip. Hey boss. Was someone calling me? Boss. It was a strange, nasal voice. Boss. I got up quickly when I realized that the voice was on my side. Looking around, I saw a small green creature staring at me. Waking up to such a thing staring me in the face wasn't pleasant, so since I was half awake, I did what was logical. I screamed. The green thing also screamed. Lainey cried, frightened by the screams. I took the crib in my arms and rocked it lightly, trying to calm Lainey down. Hey boss, what is this? The green thing asked, pointing to the crib. Taking a closer look at the thing, I saw it was a Grot wearing an old loincloth. What was a Grot doing here? Who are you and what are you doing here? I asked Grot. The boss didn't give me a name. After I woke up in the jungle, I looked for the boss until I got here. The Grot replied. Boss? Why is this Grot calling me boss? Wait a minute. Where in the jungle did you wake up? Near a river. The Grot replied. Don't tell me frying the Tyranids was enough to make me drop spores. When the orc's adrenaline peaks, they release spores that in the future can become other orcs, grots, or squigs. Orcs instinctively know who the boss is, and are drawn towards him. Since this Grot came from me, he knows I'm the boss. It's no use sending him away, he is able to follow me again. It would also be useful to have a Grot helping me. In fact, I already have some ideas. And finally, if he became a Grot of another orc, he would be treated horribly, as all other Grots are. Well, since I'm your boss, I better give you a name. Seriously? Is the boss going to give me a name? The Grot asked excitedly. Yes, and your name will be Dobby. Yes, my name is Dobby, the name the boss gave me. The Grot said happily. Yes, and since you are my Grot, better meet our partner, Lainey. I showed the child to Dobby. The two looked at each other curiously. Boss, why is this Grot so small and not green? Dobby asked, nudging Lainey's cheek. Dobby, Lainey is a special kind of Grot. She will take time to grow, but when she does she will be one of the biggest and strongest Grots in existence. Seriously boss? Yes, that's why I need you to help me take care of her. You can count on me, boss. Very well, Dobby, but now I need you to help me with something. Time skip. Dobby and I arrived at the fighting pits. It was the same sight as before, two orcs fighting in the pit, one of them wearing a blue shirt and the other a red shirt, probably a death skull and an evil sun, while those on the outside cheered, ate and drank. We stopped at the entrance to the fight pit. There was a wall on either side. Taking a look around the area, I spotted the betting stand. Listen here Dobby, I want you to do this. Handing 10 teeth to Dobby, the Grot looked at me confused. I want you to go down to the betting stand and bet those teeth on the death skull, the orc in blue, and then come back here. You understood? Dobby nodded yes and ran to the betting stand where an orc was, keeping me outside the pit, away from the stand's orc's field of vision. I watched what was happening. The orc was about to shoo Dobby away, but stopped when Dobby showed the teeth. The orc accepted the teeth and Dobby came back here. Boss, I did what you told me, now what? Now Dobby, you stay hidden out here while I bet on the evil Sunday. I left Dobby outside, took 10 teeth out of my bag and bet on the orc in red. After I returned outside, Dobby and I waited until a volley of whoops and boos echoed through the pit. Looking inside I saw that the death skull had won. Dobby, go get the bet money. Dobby quickly ran to the betting counter and grabbed the teeth, much to the chagrin of the orc at the counter, but a bet was a bet. Here is boss. Dobby handed me the bag of teeth. 30 teeth in all, triple as many as I told Dobby to bet. Dobby, we'll be here for a while. I smiled at the Grot. So Dobby and I spent the afternoon cheating on the bets. Every time a new fight started, we bet on opposing orcs at large time intervals, so that the orc on the stand wouldn't get suspicious. Sometimes Dobby won, sometimes I won, but in the end, we both made a profit. The orc that Dobby bet on won. Dobby went to collect the bet, but when he returned with a bag full of teeth above his head, an orc got in his way and took the bag from his hands. Hey, give me that back. This is for my boss. Dobby screamed as he leapt up, trying to grab the bag of teeth, but the orc kept it out of reach. And what are you going to do, shorty? The orc sneered as he kicked Dobby away, then stomped on his chest, pinning him to the ground. It pissed me off. I can't tell if it was the orc side or the human side, but I didn't like what I was seeing. Someone was messing with my Grot, someone who wasn't me. So, following Mork's teachings, I was cunningly brutal, in other words, I punched the orc in the back of the head with my knife and knuckle while he looked at the other side, knocking him down the pit. Take care it, Dobby. Handing Dobby my guns and teeth, making a quick adjustment to the ropes, I moved Laney's crib to my back. Then I jumped into the pit. What de zog was dat idea yours, git? The orc yelled, getting to his feet. Ya messed wit ma grot and got ma teeth. Now I will rip yours off. The orcs gathered at the edge of the pit to watch the fight, cheering and screaming. Uvaig. The orc ran towards me. I took a handful of dirt from the ground of the pit and threw it in his eyes. The orc let out an angry scream as he held his eyes. With that opportunity, I punched the orc in the face repeatedly, the spikes on my knuckles piercing and slicing with each swing, drawing blood from the orc. Stop it and fight like an orc. The orc screamed, regaining his vision and punching me in the face. I felt blood dripping from my mouth. Amidst the anger, joy returned, with my heart racing, a smile formed on my face. Why don't you come over here and I'll shows you how I fight? I told the orc. Letting out a scream of rage, the orc tried to punch me. I bent down and when I got up, I punched his chin, pulling out some teeth, but the orc recovered and hit me in the head again. I returned the blow, punching him in the stomach, causing him to bow. Suddenly the orc threw himself at me, punching me repeatedly in the stomach and pushing me back. I raised both fists and brought it down on his back, throwing him to the ground. So I lifted my foot and tried to stomp the orc's head. He rolled out of the way and got up. We stared at each other, circling the pit. At this rate we're going to punch each other until one falls unconscious. I need a quick way to end this. The orc ran up, delivering a series of punches. I retreated, keeping out of reach of the orc. Taking a look back, I saw that I was close to the wall of the well. Stop running. Come here so I gon' break your bones. The orc screamed. When I got close to the wall, I took a step to the side, getting out of the way of the punch. Due to his blow, the orc was propelled forward, so giving his legs a sweep, I made the orc fall forward, hitting his face on the wall. Before he could get up, I grabbed him by the back of the head and slammed him repeatedly against the wall. So what do you think, git? This is how I fight. I screamed between impacts. With each blow, the impression of the orc's face was left on the wall cracked a little due to the strength of my body, teeth, and blood flew. When I believed it was enough, I stopped my attack and threw the orc on his back to the ground. I told you I was gonna rip your teeth out. And now is gonna shows you why that's my name. I sat on the orc's chest and threw several punches, each one harder than the last. When the orc's face became a bloody, swollen mess, I stopped. Rising to my feet and looking around, breathing heavily, I let out a war cry. Uvaig. And the spectators went crazy cheering for me. When the adrenaline went down, I felt the pain caused by the blows. My mind cleared and I realized the situation I was in. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the bag of teeth that the orc stole. Then I picked up his teeth spread across the pit and put it in the bag. When I got out of the pit, the orcs surrounded me and cheered for me, clapping and patting me on the back. In the midst of this crowd I found Dobby. Come on Dobby. I said as I grabbed my things and placed the crib back on my chest. Right boss. Dobby answered while limping. Seeing this, I let out a sigh, picked up Dobby and placed him on my shoulder. Boss. Dobby asked. Get some rest Dobby, you did a good job today so let's get you some stuff. Time skip. After a quick visit to the bazaar, Dobby was better equipped now. He wore black boots, brown shorts, a yellow shirt just like mine, small metal shoulder pads, a metal plate over his heart and a metallic helmet with a spike sticking out from above. Are you sure about this, boss? These things look expensive. Dobby asked. Actually they weren't, it's cheap equipment, but better than any normal grot would have, and besides, I'm in bad moon, I can afford it. Thanks to the pit bets, and the teeth I knocked out of the orc, I now have 350 teeth. Only one thing left now. I took the slugga out of my holster and handed it to Dobby. The grot gave me an admiring look. Boss. This is your shoulda. And I'm giving it to you. If you're going to be my grot, you need one, keep up the good work and you'll get the best gear a grot can have. Leave it to me boss. I will help you crump all the gits that got in your way. The grot said, accepting the gun. That's what I like to hear, but right now I need you to do something for me. Time skip. Hey, Maground. I shouted, entering the workshop. Ya came back fast. What ya need? The mech asked. I tossed a bag full of teeth to Maground. The mech was impressed by the amount. I need you to build something for me, but no questions asked. I placed the buckets full of dead rippers and Laney's crib on a table in the workshop. Maground smiled ha ha ha. I knew doing business with ya would be a good idea. So for the rest of the day Maground worked on the things I asked. Leaving the workshop, wearing my new piece of equipment and carrying Laney's crib, I turned into an alley and hidden behind a pile of boxes was Dobby taking care of the baby. Dobby. Upon hearing my voice, the grot jumped in fright and pointed its gun at me. Boss. I didn't see you coming. Must be due to what I'm wearing. I said, showing Dobby my new gear. A chainmail made from ripper carapace, the mail covered my torso, arms, and head, leaving only my face showing. The reason Dobby hadn't seen me was due to the color of the carapace, purple. But what does that have to do with it, boss? Dobby, have you ever seen a purple orc? No. There is your answer. And what is that on your arm, boss? Dobby pointed to the crib. That Dobby, it's Lainey's new crib. I let go of the crib and it floated down the alley. There was a metal disc around the crib, an anti-gravity generator and a small antenna was spinning on top of the crib, a force field generator. Best orc technology Tief can buy. I picked up Lainey and placed her in her crib. So what do you think of your new crib? Baby noises. I'm glad you like it. If you want we can change the color. Baby noise. Yes, the red wound goes faster. Now for the final touch. I put on a metallic bracelet and a current of blue energy came out of a small metal disc at the end of the crib and connected it to the bracelet. I took a few steps forward and the crib followed me. I'll wear this when we're on missions. Your crib floating beside me will draw a lot of attention in town. I disconnected the bracelet and the chain disappeared. I picked up Lainey's crib and carried it in my arm. Today has been a long day. How about we get something to eat? I asked Dobby and Lainey. Yes boss. Dobby replied. Lainey snorted. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. So the three of us headed towards the canteen. The only thing on my mind at the moment were ways I could use to get more money. The bad moon spoke louder and louder. Chapter 5 An Orc of Business. Well done Dobby, today we'll see how you use a shoulda. I said to the grot in front of me. But boss, isn't it just pulling the trigger? Dobby asked. But if you just pull the trigger, will you hit your target? I asked again. Yes. No. It's not enough just to pull the trigger, you need to hit the enemy. If you keep shooting at nothing, it will only increase the chance of someone getting close and killing you. Now try to hit one of the bottles. I responded by pointing to the object in question. We were at the back of our shack. I placed some glass bottles on top of some wooden boxes divided into different distances. Dobby quickly waved with a smile on his face, pointed at one of the bottles and pulled the trigger, only to miss completely and hit the roof of another shack. I slapped my face in frustration. Listen Dobby, how about you calm down and aim for the bottle before you shoot? Know what? Do as I say. Firm your feet on the ground. Yes boss. Dobby did as I said. Second, hold the gun with both hands. Yes boss. Dobby held the gun in front of him with both hands. Hold the gun at eye level, but away from your face. Again, Dobby did as told. Now aim at one of the bottles, take a deep breath and shoot. Yes boss. Dobby pointed at one of the bottles, took a deep breath and pulled the trigger. Bang. Crash. Moreover, he managed to hit the nearest bottle. See boss. I did it. Dobby jumped with joy. Congratulations Dobby. Now do you understand what I mean? Hitting the enemy is much better than letting him kill you, isn't it? Yes boss. So keep practicing, there's still a lot of bottles left, and there's a lot more where those came from, we won't leave until you get them all right without too much trouble. You can count on me boss. Dobby replied, returning to target practice. While Dobby trained, I sat on the floor, leaning against a brick wall with Lainey's crib floating beside me, taking a quick look at the baby. I realized that she stared at Dobby with curiosity. Maybe she finds Dobby funny? On the other hand, maybe she is already learning about orc culture? As if. She is still too young to understand what is happening around her. A few thoughts came to my mind at the time. Perhaps I should have some weapons installed in Lainey's crib? At least for her to protect herself and help me during fights. Another thought is if I should recruit more grots to my team. I think I'm becoming an odd boy, specifically a runt herd, an orc that specializes in taking care of grots and snots and making them the strongest and fiercest. Runt herd often lead mobs of grots and snots onto the battlefield, giving orders to the little creatures. I think that, because I don't hate Dobby, honestly I feel a little attached to the grot. Maybe it's the human side screaming louder when finding a being with low chances of killing me and who is loyal to me. I wonder if it's possible to unlock all the orc abilities hidden in my DNA. Maybe I'll be able to become an odd boy who specializes in all areas. If not, at least I can try to use and control the Wayug power that all orcs have. But how? Meditation? Fighting until I feel the power of Wayug in me? Or maybe asking a weird boy. I'll make a list of all the things I need to discover and learn. Until then, better save as much money to buy the best equipment. Crash. Looking at Dobby, I saw that he hit another bottle. I gave the grot a thumb up, and Dobby smiled and continued his training. Speaking of training, I should train. How strong can an orc get without having to risk its life fighting? Because I am an orc boy, there must be a limit, and the more I grow, the more the limit must disappear. A few runs around town and lifting some makeshift weights should do for now, at least it would help get rid of that paunch. Crash. Well, Dobby is getting better, he's missing less bottles. Honestly, the amazed look Dobby gives me is weird. Is it so surprising to take aim before shooting your enemy? In orc society, it seems so. Time passed and Dobby kept practicing, but I think that's enough, there are other things I'd like to do. Dobby, let's stop for today, come with me, I want you to help me with something. I said, getting up and walking towards our house. Yes boss. Dobby said, following me. Listen Dobby, you don't have to yell yes boss, to everything I say. Do you understand? Yes boss. Dobby replied. I sighed, forget it, better to be called boss than to have Dobby ignoring me. Returning to our house, we took the equipment from the orcs devoured by the rippers. Shudas, sluggas, choppas, ammo, belts with holsters and space for ammo, armor, and clothing. I tied Lainey's crib to my chest and the three of us left our house, carrying the equipment. We walked for some time until we reached a street with some stalls of orc merchants. This was the street with less competitive merchants, who sold lower quality products. I prefer not to incite the antipathy of high-class merchants. However, before I started selling, I saved some equipment for Dobby and I, a choppa for each of us. I handed Dobby a twisted blade knife, and for myself, I kept a lesser quality slugga and a small hand axe by orc standards, but the weapon would be a battle axe in human hands. Our shop is simple, a piece of fabric laid out on the dirt floor. I put the equipment neatly, shudas next to shudas and so on. We stayed there waiting for a few minutes. Honestly, I don't understand much about marketing. I don't know if I should yell about my products like crazy or should I expect someone to buy it. Eventually my wait was worth it. The quality of the equipment caught the attention of passers-by as being slightly better than what other orcs sold. Even so, I was careful. The main characteristic of the Death Skulls clan is being a band of thieves. They steal and plunder everything they find interesting, so I kept my big shuda close, ready to shoot in case a git decided to run off with my wares. How much for this shuda? An orc boy asked me, pointing to one of the shudas. 15 teeth. I replied. It is pensive. The orc replied. It might be expensive, but it's the best shuda you'll get around here. Look around, out of everyone on this street, I'm selling the best. How about that? You pay 15 teeth for the gun and for 2 teeth more you get some ammo for half the price. I suggested to the orc. The orc put a hand on his chin, thinking for a minute, shrugging, he accepted my proposal. Done. The orc paid me and walked away happy with his new weapon and ammo. Yet another satisfied customer. Oddly enough, I knew roughly how much each item was worth. Shudas are worth 15 teeth, sluggas are worth 10 teeth, choppas are worth 5, ammunition is worth 4, armor is worth 3, belts and clothing are worth 2. It must be the orc instinct speaking, especially the Bad Moon side because they are the best merchants and richest of the orc clans. I won't deny it, I have a strong desire to amass fortune and show off, but I would be the envy of other orc. I would become a flash git. Bang. Ah. Boss look. Dobby yelled, pointing at something. The shot and the 2 screams brought me out of my thoughts. Looking where Dobby pointed, I saw a grot on the floor, holding his bleeding arm, on the floor next to him, and I saw my bag where I kept my teeth. Like I said, a bunch of thieves, and I almost was stolen for not paying attention. I have to stop making so many mistakes. I feel like I'm not taking my situation seriously enough. Good job Dobby, your aim is improving. I thanked Dobby. Then I approached the grot on the ground. He stopped screaming in pain when my body created a large shadow over him. Looking up scared, the grot faced me. I held him by the back of his shirt and lifted him to the height of my eyes. Did you really think you could rob me? Listen you miserable git, the next time I catch you try and ta steal ma teeth, I will use ya as a target for ma grot for shoot and practice. Ya understood. The grot nodded vigorously. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm my orc anger, I managed to be a little rational. Still with anger in my voice, I spoke to the grot. But to show you I'm not that bad, I'll let you go with just my warning, if you'll do me a favor. I want you to spread a rumor to other grots who aren't currently working for orcs. Say that an orc named Gorlonic is hiring grots, and that he is willing to pay for their services. You understood? I said with a bit of sadism in my voice, as I placed a teeth in his hand. The grot looked at me in surprise as he waved. I let go of the grot. As he fell to the ground, he ran down the street, away from my shop. A gift for you Dobby. I threw a teeth to the grot. Thanks boss. Dobby replied, putting the teeth in his pocket. The morning passed, Dobby and I sold all the equipment. In the end we got 210 teeth. The other merchants in the street gave me envious looks. I shrugged at them. What's fault I have if my products are better? The previous owners won't need them anyway. Boss? Do you think it was a good idea to give the teeth to that grot? What if he doesn't do what you say? Dobby asked. I hope the grot does as I say. If he doesn't, I'll just have to carry out my plan personally, and honestly, it was just one teeth, we have several, one less doesn't hurt. I replied. With our work done here, Dobby and I headed to the guild, let's see what quest we can do. XXXXXX. In a different place in Thumb of Gork. The grot who was shot in the arm ran through the alleys of the city, his pain being overcome by the joy of receiving a teeth. It already made him richer than most grots, and if the news the orc gave was true, he could get more. Entering a small wooden door of a small building, the grot entered a makeshift bar. The establishment was built by grots, operated by grots and only served grot. The place had a wooden floor, ceiling, makeshift tables and chairs were scattered around the sides. On the other side of the bar there was a counter with stools in front, on the other side a grot served fungus beer, and squid kebabs. A dim light of lanterns hanging from the ceiling illuminated the place. At the tables, the grots ate, drank, gambled, played cards and talked about their day. Their sense of camaraderie and survival being greater than that of orcs. The commotion in the bar was interrupted by the entrance of a grot with a shot in the arm. Everyone look! The grot screamed, showing the teeth he was given. The other grots looked on in wonder and moved closer to observe the teeth. Where did you get this? A grot spoke. That's more than I've ever received in my entire life. Another spoke. Did you steal this? Another grot asked. No, an orc named Gorlonic gave it to me. He said he's looking for grots who aren't working for any orcs at the moment, and he said he's willing to pay. The grot with the teeth replied. This discouraged most of the grots. Bah! It's a lie. An orc paying for our work? Do you think we are idiots? You stole that teeth, didn't you? However, there were the grots who were interested in the proposal. What the hell? I'm tired of having to rummage through the trash for food. If this Gorlonic guy is going to pay us then I'm in. But if he doesn't, I have a better chance of getting food by working for him than by wandering around. Tell me more about this orc. One grot exclaimed, gulping down his beer. The exclamation emboldened other grots, and soon the bar became a cacophony of arguments. The grots divided over whether or not to believe what the orc Gorlonic said. XXXXXX. Back with Gorlonic. Dobby and I were walking through the jungle. This time I bought a map. Our current mission was to kill some gaunts that roamed the forest and bring their skulls, and we could do whatever we wanted with the rest. Dobby was sitting on my shoulder and the crib with Lainey in it floated right behind me. Boss? What are we doing here? Dobby asked. We are hunting a type of NID called gaunt. He is one of the most basic and easy to defeat if they are in small numbers and if you don't let them get close. I replied. Oh. And what do they look like? Large, hunched creatures with bladed arms, elongated heads, tails, knife-sized teeth and long tongues. I could see that Dobby gulped at this information, best to get his fear out of the way before he run away mid-fight, as grots are known to do. Dobby, I understand you're scared. I was scared too in the moment I first encountered a gaunt. Really, boss? How? You are the boss. You don't get scared. I'm smarter than other orcs and because I'm smart, I'm able to get scared and think better about the situation in front of me. Mainly on how not to die, but not always avoiding what makes you afraid or running away is an option. Sometimes you need to face danger. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Well, then I hope you do the same, Dobby. It's just you, Lainey and I for now. We need to work together to survive here. Take care of my back and I'll take care of yours. I know it's hard, but we need to do this until we have more grots on our team. You can count on me, boss. I'll shoot those gits when they show up. Dobby exclaimed excitedly. Well done, Dobby. I patted the grot on the head. Well, my plan is working. Earning a grot's true loyalty will be more beneficial than ruling through fear. Less chance of them abandoning me during a fight. Eventually we arrived at the approximate location where the gaunts were. I saw 3 gaunts eating a type of giant boar. It was a grey-skinned creature with red fur, and some thorns sticking out of its back. The gaunts were devouring the open belly of the animal. I crouched down and moved closer, hiding in the undergrowth. I skirted around the gaunts until they had their backs to me. I felt Dobby ducking and grabbing my shoulder. The more intact the skulls are, the better. So I held the Shuda in front of me and aimed at the torso of one of the gaunts, but before shooting, I looked around in search of some hidden gaunt. I prefer not to repeat the scene of a certain dinosaur movie. Not finding a NID staring at me, I focused on the ones in front of me, but when I was about to pull the trigger I felt something wrong. It was a strange sensation, as if I was doing something wrong, as if a surprise attack wasn't the answer to finish off the gaunts. Then I realized what it was, the orc instincts acting again. My hand shook, I felt an absurd urge to scream and shoot, but a logical part of my mind screamed that this was the worst possible way to act. Calm down. Take a deep breath and calm down. Boss. Dobby called out to me, snapping me out of my confusion. What? Look. Dobby yelled, pointing ahead. I saw that the gaunts had stopped eating and were now sniffing the air. My agitation must have caught their attention, so the heads of the 3 gaunts turned towards where I was. Before the gaunts acted, my human side kicked in and I managed to accurately shoot the first gaunt. Daka. Daka. A hail of bullets, presumably leaving his skull intact, pierced his torso, but the other 2 gaunts broke away and came at me from different directions, one from the left and one from the right. This time the orc instinct took over me. I got up immediately and opened fire on the gaunt on the right. Vaig. Stand still, you git. I screamed as I fired at the gaunt, but he was fast, the bullets hitting the ground right behind. Ha ha ha. I heard Dobby laugh as he fired at the gaunt on the left. Eventually the gaunts surrounded us, each coming from one side. They both jumped towards us, only to crash headfirst into a blue energy bubble that surrounded us. The force field of Lainey's crib was large enough to cover us all. Speaking of Lainey, the baby was giggling at the gaunts' faces squished against the force field. Dobby, shoot! I yelled at the grot. Yes, boss. Dobby responded, shooting at the gaunt from the left. He landed a series of shots in the gaunt's chest. With the little lesson I gave Dobby in NID's proximity, he would hardly miss. As for me, I pointed my shuta at the gaunt on the right, aiming at his chest. I couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Nice try, Git, but I came prepared this time. Daka. 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 With a hail of bullets, the 3rd gaunt fell dead, purple blood oozing from the bullet holes. Hearing a growl, I saw that the gaunt in which Dobby was still alive, but wounded. The gaunt backed away from Dobby's shots and leapt at us again. I quickly grabbed my choppa, and dealt a blow to the gaunt. The blade of my axe sank into his skull with a sound of breaking bone and tearing flesh. Blood flowed from the gaunt's eyes. The gaunt's body went limp and he slipped out of the blade, falling to the ground. When the adrenaline wore off, I realized what I had done. I had damaged one of the skulls, and I only had one thing to say. Zog. Haha. Lainey laughed. Do you find my suffering funny? BBSSHH. Lainey stuck out her tongue and made a strange noise. I just don't get mad at you for being adorable. I responded by touching Lainey on the tip of her nose. With the gaunts dead, Dobby and I used our choppas to cut off the gaunts' heads. I only needed the skulls, but I dragged 2 of the dead gaunts with me. Dobby had the skulls. Boss, why are you taking these things? Dobby asked, stumbling under the weight of the gaunts' heads. To get us new armor parts. Us? Yes, Dobby, you are my grot, you deserve the best equipment a grot can have. Dobby grinned and ran after me, taking little hops along the way. Times skip. Dobby and I left Maground's workshop. After taking the quest reward, the orc was happy to be paid to make new armor pieces, although he complained about his work being wasted on a grot. I don't care, the grot is mine and I'll treat him however I want. In my case, in addition to my ripper mail, I wore carapace from the gaunt's backs as shoulder pads, elbow pads, knee pads, a plate protecting my heart, secured by leather straps around my chest, and shin guards protecting my tendon of Achilles. Dobby already wore a large carapace that protected his back and chest completely. It was practically a vest, and the metal plate that protected his heart was underneath. All of our armor was purple in color, of course. With the crib strapped to my chest, we walked through town. Where are we going now, boss? Dobby asked from my shoulder. We have a lot of free time at the moment. We can cheat bets on fights, go to the canteen, buy some new equipment, or we can. I cut my speech short due to the group of grots in front of us. There were 5 grots in total, poorly dressed, dirty and injured. One of them had a bandaged arm and held a teeth in his hand. Who would say? He did as I said. It's him. He's Gorlonic Teeth Puller. The grot I paid for spoke. The other grots perked up at this and moved closer. Are you here because of the news I sent out? I received a chorus of affirmations. Okay, but I should warn you that the job I have for you is dangerous and involves walking through the jungle, but I'm counting on your ability to sense danger and abnormal luck. Do you still want to continue? A grot hesitantly raised his hand. They said you would pay us for our work. How much are we going to get? Glad you asked. All of you will receive a monthly salary of 3 teeth. This excited all the grots. They ran towards me and jumped around me. You can count on me, boss. I'm on it, boss. Right. Right. Calm down. Scream. Immediately the grots fell silent. At the moment I can't equip all of you, but if you do a good job, everyone will get quality equipment like Dobby here. Speaking of Dobby, he is my second in command, which means you answer to him as well. I replied by pointing at Dobby. Yes. Boss Gorlonic and Boss Dobby. Boss Dobby. Boss Gorlonic. The grots screamed. Me, a boss? Dobby asked me. Yes, Dobby, I plan to get more grots for our team and I need someone to keep an eye on them, after all I'm just an orc, I can't be everywhere at once. Your first job as boss is to teach them how to shoot like I teach you as soon as I get them shootas. Yes boss. I will show that I can be a boss too. Dobby spoke. Now that everything is clear, I want you to do the following. I said approaching the group of grots. XXXXXX. Outside the thumb of Gork, a group of orcs were fighting a pack of gaunts and hormagaunts. Amidst the screams, squeals, and gunfire, some orcs fell dead to the ground, necks slashed, decapitated, or with their hearts pierced, covered in cuts and bites of their enemies. In the midst of the fight, small green creatures dragged the corpse of the dead orc away without anyone noticing. These creatures were a group of grots. Amidst laughter, the grots removed all the equipment from the dead orc, shutas, slugas, choppas, armor, clothes, then they knocked out the dead orc's teeth. Throwing the corpse to a corner, the grots put the equipment in bags and wooden boxes hidden among the vegetation and watched the fight, hidden, just waiting for the next orc to die. In addition, when the next orc died, they dragged him away from the fight and repeated the process. The grots didn't wait to find out who would win the fight, they took the boxes and bags full of equipment and fled to the city. In the city, the grots hid in an alley behind a building. In this alley they used choppas, sandpaper or rough stones to scrape off any adornment or identification from the weapon, then dipped their hands in paint cans and painted the weapons different colors, leaving them unrecognizable. With the weapons painted, the grots took them to the front of the building, where there was an orc in a well-equipped grot behind a tent. The orc took the weapon, gave the grots thumbs up and put the weapon on display in his tent, next to choppas, clothes, ammunition and armor. The orc spent the day selling the equipment and making a good profit. The buyers would use this equipment on quests, and the grots would be waiting to get it back, or from any other orc that suffered an unfortunate fate in the Green Morgue. Chapter 6, Wild Tusk. Around Kirayan Night. The craft world of Kirayan Night has fallen into ruin. The once glorious technologically advanced continent that was home to millions of Eldars has been destroyed by the Vaig. Of the warboss orc Braka Gratz Kagraka, the warboss of renown deployed all his forces to get a good fight. In addition, he got good fight. The streets of the craft world were covered with orcs and Eldars, tanks and gigantic war machines exchanged fire and fought on all sides. The craft world's central building was where Orc Braka met his end at the hands of Farsa Avandra. Due to a stray bullet, the Farsa was left unprotected against the warboss's attack, which pierced her stomach with his power claw. Using all the power she had left, Avandra incinerated the warboss, reducing Hai to ashes. Due to that, the Vaig ended, but it was too late to save the craft world. Right now, the survivors watched through the windows of their ships as explosions and gunfire from the orc ships were tearing the place they called home apart. Large fragments of wraithbone were hurled into space as the craft world broke in two and into smaller pieces with each explosion. Within the Eldar ships, families embraced, wept for their loved ones whose souls could not be saved, and for their ancestors who dwelled in Infinity Circuit, all devoured by she who thirsts. Inside a Voidstalker, the largest type of Eldar ship yet smaller than a craft world, the Council of Farsars who ruled Kirayan Night gathered. There were 5 of them in total, all seated at a large circular table in a room with a large glass dome, giving a view to the space above. A serious silence took over the room, no one dared to speak, and all those present removed their helmets, showing faces that revealed a mixture of sadness and anger. The silence was broken when one of them spoke. It was the oldest-looking Farsar, old by Eldar standards. He had the most ornate armor and covered in symbols. He was Anvorain Ulthrayuk. "What's the situation?" Anvorain asked. "Our population has been reduced by the thousands. Our combat capacity is almost non-existent as most of the survivors are civilians. Food is also an issue. We have enough for a few months of travel, but we will need to resupply somewhere soon." Another Farsar spoke. His name was Wael Ryan. Anvorain leaned his elbows on the table and clasped his hands in front of his face, thinking deeply. "And Avandra? She is in critical condition. It was necessary to put her on life support, but we don't know if she will survive. Her careless use of powers has left her in a comatose state." Another Farsar replied, called Fiachli Dream Soul. "Avandra had a daughter, didn't she? Where is she?" The other Farsar stared at each other nervously, until one of them dared to speak. Her name was Tail to Void Bane. Avandra's daughter was placed in an escape pod. If the worst happened, it was supposed to be for one of Avandra's trusted warriors to get into the pod and flee away, but that didn't happen. Instead, an orc entered the pod, activating it and sending the two into the void of space. It's obvious the worst happened. I don't know if Avandra's current state is a blessing or a curse. If somehow she learns what happened, I'm afraid Avandra will do something drastic. Whether she will be overcome with sadness or anger. The decision of Avandra's mate, that traitor, broke her heart. I don't believe she could withstand another tragedy. Anvorain spoke. Avandra's situation is not relevant at the moment. We need to think about the future. What will we do? Where shall we go? We're about to leave the system. Away from any allied planets. One of the Farsars shouted, he was called Tuirathan Samade. We need time, Tuirathan. Time to regroup, heal our wounded. In the meantime, we should try to get in touch with other craft worlds, someone who is willing to help us. Another option would be to find a maiden world and ask for asylum to our brothers. Anvorain said. Oh. You talk as if it's easy. What do you think? That the answer to our problems will come from the void of space? Who knows? Perhaps yes? Maybe not. The winds of fate are unpredictable. All we can do in the moment is move forward. Anvorain replied. So the Eldar fleet went on its way, heading into the unknown. The surviving warriors became veterans of the battlefield, the civilians were filled with fury and determination, vowing to join a path to fight for their people and to stop the tragedy that happened from happening again. Nevertheless, in another part of the great ship, a lone banshee walked through the corridors of the medical wing, entering a room full of wounded, where Eldars worked tirelessly, using their advanced technology and psychic powers to help the sick. The Farser stopped in front of a large reinforced wraithbone door. She was not authorized to enter the room, but through a small window in the door, she saw who was on the other side, Farser Avandra, lying on a floating machine that served as a life support. Cables and needles were connected to her body, a mask covered her mouth and nose. The banshee put her hand on the door while closing her other hand in anger, leaving the medical wing in a hurried step. The banshee walked through the corridors in the ship until she reached an elevator. Entering the elevator and pressing a button, the banshee descended hundreds of floors, until the elevator stopped in the middle of a long corridor. The banshee kept walking, pushing other Eldars out of the way. She passed through a large white wraithbone door, until she finally reached the ship's hangar, where all the fighter aircraft were kept. The banshee paced the hangar, watching the aircraft until her eyes settled on a small aircraft, hidden in the corner of the hangar, a Nightwing, the basic battleship of the Eldar forces. The banshee approached the aircraft, using her great agility and hiding in the shadows and behind the hangar equipment. She stopped behind the Nightwing and pressed a panel with the palm of her hand. The back of the fighter aircraft opened, forming a ramp, and the banshee entered. On the way to the pilot's seat, the banshee passed boxes containing long-term food, armor parts, weapons, tools, maps of nearby planets and various equipment. Sitting down, the banshee began the process of activating the Nightwing. The systems came to life and the aircraft began its flight. Hey! What are you doing? A male Eldar yelled, running toward the Nightwing, but the banshee only glanced at him and piloted the Nightwing toward the hangar exit, where aircraft were returning from battle for repairs. The male Eldar sent a psychic message to his superiors, but the response was not what he expected. Let her go. The Eldar was confused, but in the larger scheme of things, it made sense. They couldn't waste resources on something so small. If the banshee wished to venture into the void of space, then so be it. The Nightwing moved away from the fleet. Little by little, the aircraft became a small dot in the sea of stars in the distance. Finally the Nightwing disappeared. Inside the Nightwing, the banshee pressed some buttons on the aircraft's control panel and a holographic screen was displayed. This screen showed the recording of the craft world security system. On the screen, a replay of Avandra's fight against the warboss was shown, but the banshee focused on an orc that was fighting a banshee. The orc was thrown to the center of the room, right behind Avandra, so the banshee jumped on top of the orc, but the orc used his weapon to block the banshee's swords. In the midst of the fight, the orc's weapon fired, hitting Avandra on the back. This created an opening for the warboss to attack. What came next was Avandra releasing a powerful psychic attack, throwing everyone away and killing the warboss. The banshee hit her back on a pillar. The orc was thrown into an escape pod. The capsule door closed and it flew away. The banshee watched the recording over and over again, looking for any feature that set this orc apart from the others. Meanwhile, as she plotted a course for the nearest planet, the banshee decided to follow the path of the outcast, and she would only stop when her hunt was complete. XXXXXX. Green Morgue. Gorlonix POV. I woke up with the sunlight streaming through the window and hitting my eyes. I sat up and looked around. I saw Laney's crib next to me and Dobby sleeping in his bed of straw on the other side of the house. He hugged the slugga as if was a stuffed animal. I stretched and let out a long yawn. One more day, one more mission, more money in my pocket. That's been my motto until now. Rising, I began my morning routine, checked that my weapons were loaded and in good condition. The choppa was sharp and the knife and knuckles still punched well. Soon after I checked my armor pieces. No cracks or dents, just a few scratches and bloodstains. Putting on my armor and picking up my weapon soon after, I approached Dobby and poked him in the face. Dobby, time to wake up. Fried squig. Dobby muttered. Dobby, it's time for you to train the other grots. Fungus beer. Dobby muttered again. Dobby. There's a plate of roasted squig over there. Where? Dobby woke up immediately. Dobby rubbed his eyes in confusion as he looked around, until his eyes focused on me staring at him. Boss. I'm awake, I wasn't sleeping for sure. Dobby exclaimed, jumping to his feet at attention. You can sleep, Dobby, but only at the right times. I need you well rested to help me on missions. I don't want you to fall asleep in the middle of a fight, or be lazy sleeping all day. Let's go. Yes boss. Dobby put on his armor, checked the slugga and followed me. Lainey was still sleeping, better to leave her like that. I tied the crib to my chest and together we left our shack. We just walked a little to the side and knocked on the door of the shack next door. No answer. Dobby and I faced each other. Opening the door, we found all the grots I hired, sleeping on beds of straw. We didn't have enough space for all the grots in our house, and I don't want them wandering around, so we kept an eye out for a while, trying to find out if any orcs lived in the shacks around us. Days passed and no one came. We assumed that the place was abandoned or the owner had died. Anyway, we got a place to put all the grots. They were Dobby's responsibility. I teach Dobby and Dobby teaches the grots. This generates respect and loyalty. It also serves to train the grots. What a bonus. I saw that Dobby looked at the sleeping grots irritably, passing by me and entering the shack. Dobby went towards a bucket of water that served for the grots to drink, took the bucket and poured it on the group of grots. The small green creatures woke up scared with the cold water soaking them, but as soon as they saw Dobby staring at them with crossed arms, they got up scared and wide-eyed. What are you guys doing standing there staring at me? Put on your suits, get your gear. The boss wants the best grots in his band and I'll make sure of it. Dobby screamed. Yes boss Dobby. The grots yelled in unison. It was a funny sight, 30 grots running wildly back and forth, fumbling to put on their clothes and gear. Speaking of gear, I made sure every one of them was equipped. They wore black shorts, yellow shirts, brown boots, brown fingerless gloves, metal shoulder pads, a metal plate above their hearts, and a metal helmet. Each had a choppa that varies from knife to cleaver and a slugga. A lone orc would think twice before facing them. After finishing dressing, the grots formed a line in front of Dobby, standing with a straight back, chest out, shoulders raised and serious gaze. Dobby walked to the front of the line, inspecting them, nodding as he analyzed each one. With a satisfied smile, Dobby returned to his original position. Well, you bunch of gits, you're getting better, but this is just the beginning. Are you guys ready for today's training? Yes boss Dobby. The grots responded. That's what I like to hear. Then come with me. Dobby walked out of the shack, the grots marching in near unison behind him. On the way, Dobby looked at me out of the corner of his eye. I nodded and raised my thumb. Dobby smiled and continued on his way. We arrived at the same area where I had taught Dobby to aim before shooting, and Dobby was passing his knowledge on to his recruits, the grots forming lines of 5 and shooting bottles at different distances. The result was varied, some had better aim than others, but little by little they were getting better. After all they had been doing this for a few months, I decided to stop recruiting grots for a while and train them, so these trained grots can train the grots that will join us in the future. Initially the grots shot like any other grot, jumping, screaming, laughing and swinging the gun wildly, just pointing in the general direction of the enemies. Seeing that they didn't hit anything, they received punishments from Dobby, like doing an absurd number of push-ups or running a great distance. However, I taught Dobby to reward his soldiers, praise and an extra hand of food at lunchtime followed good work. I also had to teach Dobby to be careful not to show favoritism, and he helped the other grots adjust their shooting postures, asked if there was anything wrong and gave tips on how to improve. The erratic shots became more accurate, the grots jumped and screamed less, they held the gun with both hands and tried to aim at their target. As time passed, this improved. The grots concentrated to shoot, they made little noise and useless movements. With no noise, you can avoid drawing the enemy's attention to you, and without useless movement, you can better handle your weapons. With the end of training with weapons, training with blades came. After all, a weapon is not much use if the enemy is in your face. The grots formed pairs and began to exchange blows. We had a rule of first blood, the one that caused the first wound to his opponent would win. Dobby was the best duelist because he had more combat experience, which wasn't much, but he's already lived longer than a normal grot, which gave him an advantage. There were 2 grots that stayed out of most fights. I ordered these 2 to be trained but stayed out of most dangerous activities, and they were orderly grots that once worked for a Painboy but ran away when Painboy tried to use them as guinea pigs in his experiments. Their service time was enough for them to acquire medical knowledge to treat other orcoid beings. They had medical material prepared. I just asked what they needed and I bought it right away. My business expanded. I had 3 stores spread across the city. May not seem like a lot, that's intentional. I'd rather not provoke other merchant into encroaching on their turf in the business world, at least not yet. I divided the grots into small groups, a group of grots to care for each store, and another group of grots to steal and change the appearance of equipment from dead orcs. Each group was responsible for supplying a specific store. Thanks to this, the amount of teeth in my pocket is approaching 4 digits. I can pay my grots without any problems and, if necessary, buy new equipment. Time passed and it was noon. Lainey had woken up in the meantime. I held the crib in front of my face. Good morning Lainey. How did you sleep? Aguga. Lainey replied. I see you're fine. Ready to face some monsters. Lainey gave me a serious look. or not, hard to tell what a baby is thinking. Verwa. Lainey spoke. Almost there. You need to practice your war cry, the correct one is Wveig. Can you say Wveig? Verwa. Keep practicing and one day you will send the nids running. Crib in one hand, I approached the grots, Lainey watching them curiously, and the grots returning their gazes with similar sentiment. Very good. You all did a good job, I'm pleased with your progress. Now I have a test. First, I want you to answer a question. Have any of you ever worked as an ammo carrier? 3 grots raised their hands. You 3, come here. The 3 grots approached me. Here is my gun, and a round of ammo, I want each of you to reload my gun. I said as I placed the gun and ammo on the ground in front of the grots. The first grot reloaded my weapon and made it ready to fire, the second grot did the same, only faster, and the third reloaded my weapon even faster. You there. Do you have a name? I pointed to the third grot. No boss. The grot replied. From now on you will be called Gulg, you will accompany Dobby and me on missions. You will carry the ammo. The grot, now called Gulg, broke into a big smile, its eyes widened and chest puffed out, the other grots around it applauded. All of you take a break for lunch and then head back to the shops. Dobby, Gulg, and I will do some quests, we'll meet at home for dinner. Did you understand? Yes boss. The grots responded. You are dismissed. Dobby exclaimed. Then the grots marched off the ground. With that done, we headed towards the guild, but first we stopped at home to get something. Gulg carried a wooden backpack with leather straps, inside this backpack there was ammunition painted in different colors, I asked the grots to prepare this in advance. I finally decided to abuse the powers of Wveig a bit. Red ammo makes bullets fly faster, good for fast and poorly armored enemies, yellow ammo has more firepower, higher rate of fire and shells are explosive. Black ammo is the toughest, good for piercing armored enemies, blue ammo is the lucky ammo, has better chance of hitting enemies, good for distant targets. I hope this works, if my human logic interferes with the orc powers. How about we don't think too much about it? We entered the guild, only to see a commotion in front of the quest board, there were several orcs pushing each other while trying to read what was written. I approached Nosbad, the orc had a hand resting on his head and tapping a finger repeatedly on the counter. What's going on here? A new quest, quested by boss Ruxad Nidgala, now all D skits are dyn ta complete de quest and get de boss's favor. A mission from the boss? It must be something important for Ruxad to want someone in the guild to do this. I waited near the counter until the crowd of orcs in front dispersed, approaching, I saw a large paper stuck in the center of the board, the following was written. I want some UV agits ta find out what happened ta de convoy dat was common ta de tum UV gork, ma boys were carry an important cargo, but they neva came back. I will teef troffer de woon brings me to load. The mission paid well, 100 teef for finding out what happened to the convoy and another 100 for bringing the cargo to the boss. Unlike the other quests, it looks like I'll have competition in this one, I could decline and avoid getting into trouble with other orcs, but the pay was generous. I approached the big map that was in the guild and compared it with mine. If the cargo was coming by convoy then they probably used one of the main roads, orc vehicles weren't small. I marked the probable locations on my map and got ready to start the mission. Dobby, Gulg, let's go. Yes boss. The grots responded, following me. Time skip. I spent some time walking along the main roads outside the city, I found several groups of orcs who also wanted the reward. At first there was nothing, until I decided to investigate the road on the south side. I walked for a long time along the dirt road, the jungle on both sides, I had my shuda ready, if any NID tried to jump on me, and I was ready. I kept walking until something caught my attention, I saw smoke coming out of the jungle ahead, I ran towards the smoke with the grots following me, well, I found the convoy, or what was left of it. On the dirt road were several smashed and overturned orc vehicles, war bikes, cars, trucks, and more. I prepared my weapon and with Lainey's crib floating beside me, I approached the wreckage, passed next to a truck, there was a giant dent in its side. 2 big holes were on both sides of the dent, and the truck was thrown against another group of cars, turning them into a mass of metal. Groups of motorcycles were crushed to the ground along with their riders, they became a mixture of flesh and metal, covered in blood and trapped in a hole in the ground. The hole was shaped like a hoof. There were also several dead orcs, crushed, with a big hole in the chest or stomach. One of the orcs caught my attention, he was lying on top of the hood of a car, dozens of huge spikes similar to that of a porcupine pierced his body. What happened here? Boss. Gulg got my attention. Yes. Look. Gulg pointed to the forest, or what was left of it. There was a huge hole made in the vegetation, trees were pushed aside or crushed to the ground, leaving a large trail of dirt and plants that went into the jungle. I saw bits of metal, flesh, and small fires in that wake. I didn't see anything that looked like it was carrying an important load among the destroyed vehicles, maybe it was driven into the middle of the jungle by whatever destroyed the convoy. Before going, I looted the dead orcs in search of something useful. I found some stick bombs, the orc grenades, and I stuck them in my belt and followed the trail of destruction left in the forest. Boss, I have a bad feeling about this. Dobby spoke worriedly. Me too, Dobby. Whatever ended up with the guys on the road must be big. Gulg muttered. I know, so I brought some explosives with me. We arrived at a clearing in the middle of the jungle. It was vaguely circular, with slightly tall grass, moss-covered trunks, flowers, and rocks scattered around. In the center of the clearing there was a large rock with a large tree on top and beaten on the side. Out of that rock there was a truck resembling an armored car. I think I found the cargo. I walked over to the truck, looking around with my big shuda in my hands, letting Dobby and Gulg climb onto my shoulders so they wouldn't disappear into the grass. Coming close to the truck, I saw that the driver was dead, spikes piercing his head and the side of the truck. I walked towards the back of the truck, passing a large dent with 2 holes in its side. The doors at the back were released, probably due to the impact. I ripped them off their hinges and took a look inside the truck. There was a metallic box inside. You two, keep an eye out, I said to the grots. Yes, boss. The 2 responded. Dobby and Gulg stayed outside. Simultaneously I entered the truck, approaching the box, and I saw that it was locked with a padlock. I gave a quick blow with my choppa, destroying it, opening the metallic box, and I found a map. Alternatively, the piece seemed to fit in the center of a map, a red line running from one end of the map, passing through Gork's thumb and disappearing at the other end. Why would Rooksad want that? Where does this map lead? Boss. There's something coming. I heard Dobby scream. Quickly rolling up the map and putting it in my pocket, I poked my head out of the truck. What is it? Look. Gulg shouted, pointing to the jungle. I saw something big approaching, trees swaying in the distance, birds taking flight, letting out loud screeches. The sound of loud and hurried footsteps was heard. Suddenly a large shape destroyed the tree line and advanced towards the truck. I quickly jumped out of the truck, grabbing Dobby and Gulg on the way. The thing collided with the side of the truck, smashing it against the rock. Wasting no time, I took the pin out of a stick bomb and threw it at the thing. The grenade landed on the ground at the feet of the thing and exploded shortly thereafter. As all orc weaponry needs to deal exaggerated damage, the grenade exploded in a fireball that would be more appropriate for a tank. The truck exploded too. What was left of the vehicle exploded in fire and metal, throwing debris and fragments everywhere. Some of these fragments slammed into the force field that protected us. Did you kill the thing, boss? Dobby asked. We had our answer when a deafening snarl echoed through the clearing, shaking the grass and scattering flames. The thing left the blast site and I got a full view of its form. It was a giant boar mixed with a tyrannid. The thing was quadruped, with purple, white and pink skin, an armored head with purple carapace and 2 yellow eyes with red irises just below, a mouth full of teeth with a huge tusk on each side, extending forward and upward at the tips. The thing had hooves at the end of its legs, a snout like a pig's. Its back was covered in purple fur, but most worrisome were the many porcupine-like spikes covering its back. The thing was burned and scorched from the explosion. Some of its fur was on fire. The boar's eyes scanned the clearing before focusing on us, and the thing let out another snarl and charged towards us. Dobby, Gulg. Climb the tree now. The grots waved and jumped out of my arms and ran towards the big tree in the center of the clearing. They climbed the boulder, Dobby offering his hand to Gulg, who had difficulty climbing due to the weight of the backpack. As they climbed, I moved out of the boar's way, its tusks scraping the force field, leaving a line full of cracks. As the thing prepared to turn around, I aimed my shuda at it and pulled the trigger. Daka! 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 A hail of bullets hit the boar in the back and right side of its body. The thing let out a snarl of annoyance before turning around and charging at me again, trying to pierce me with its left tusk. I jumped out of the way, Laney's crib accompanying me. Due to the proximity, there was no way to shoot correctly, so I took my choppa and struck the monster's left side, leaving a median cut that oozed blood. I'll need to something bigger to end this thing. With a quick movement, the boar swung its head to the side, trying to hit me with its right tusk. The impact knocked me back. Luckily, the force field absorbed most of the blow, and only more cracks appeared in the force field. Okay, I'm being beaten like an idiot. Time to get serious. The boar advanced again, trying to pierce me with its tusks. I rolled to the right, in advance, letting it pass straight, firing another volley of bullets. Its right side was shot, leaving several holes oozing blood. The thing stopped in the middle of its run and tried to kick me. I jumped back, barely dodging the blow and kept shooting. The thing turned around again and tried to pierce me with one of its tusks. I moved away while shooting, always keeping my distance. It was going well, until the boar did something that surprised me. It shook its torso and the spikes that were on its back shot towards me like bullets. Most of them collided in the force field, but due to the damage suffered, the force field dispersed with a sound like breaking glass, and one of the spikes pierced my shoulder, but the armor stopped it from going deep. Ah! I screamed as I plucked the spike from my shoulder. Hearing the sound of electricity, I saw that small sparks came out of Lainey's crib and the antenna that generated the force field stopped rotating. It will take some time for the field to recharge. The boar kept swinging its body, throwing more spikes towards me. I ran across the clearing while the spikes stuck in the ground behind me. I hid behind one of the rocks and putting part of my body out, I shot the boar. When more spikes came towards me, I hid behind the rock. The sound of the spikes hitting the stone stopped, but the sound of the approaching thing's footsteps increased. Peeking from the side, I saw that the boar was advancing against the rock. I got out of there immediately. The boar's armored head collided against the rock, shattering it, but the boar was disoriented due to the impact. He staggered from side to side. "Boss! Grab!" Gulg called from the top of the tree. He threw a round of ammunition towards me, but due to the low strength of a grot, the round did not fall very far from the tree where he was. I took the pin out of another stick bomb and threw it at the boar. Without looking back, I ran towards the ammo, yellow ammo. I changed the normal ammo for the one Gulg threw at me. Simultaneously I heard an explosion and a grunt of pain. Looking back, I saw the boar running towards me. I pointed my gun at it and fired. An absurd amount of bullets came out of my gun, accompanied by a kick that made my arms hurt. The moment each bullet hit the boar, a small explosion was created during the collision. I aimed at the boar's head. The explosions didn't do much against its armor, but I could see that they hurt its eyes. Then the feeling came back. My heart sped up, my blood boiled. I was taken by an indescribable joy. No. Not now. This is not the time. This is not a normal tyrannid, we might end up dying here. I tried to suppress the feelings, but it caused me indescribable pain. Let's go. Stop. The entire time I had this mental discussion, I kept firing, the explosions disorienting the boar enough to make it lose pace in its run and slide across the ground beside me. The boar hit the rock that supported the tree where Dobby and Gulg were. I pointed my gun at the boar and kept firing. Ha ha ha. That's what you get for messin' with me, you get. I'll rip your head off and put it on my wall. Focus. Focus. This is too risky. Throw another grenade at that thing. The explosions of the shots opened large holes in the creature's body, pieces of flesh and blood flew away. In the midst of my joy, I saw that the boar was enduring the bullets and slowly getting up. It turned to me and lowered its head, swaying his torso next. I already knew what he was going to do. I had a moment of clarity as I remembered who was beside me. Lainey. I quickly grabbed the crib and hugged it, protecting it with my body and ran away from there. Then came the rain of spikes. Some hit the ground, others hit my arm, but luckily, my armor prevented them from sinking too far into my body. The only problem was that a spike hit me in an unprotected part, my left eye. I felt an absurd pain, the biggest pain I've felt in my life. I fell and rolled on the floor. Everything went dark for a moment. When my vision returned, I was lying with tall grass around me, and the pain returned. I screamed due to the spikes piercing my eye. I tried to pull the thing out of my eye, but as soon as I tried to pull it, my vision blacked out. I saw red and little bright spots. I immediately let go of the spike. I heard the sound of footsteps. Lifting my head, I saw the boar closing in on me. I drew my slugga and fired at it, but it was hard to aim with one eye. I had no sense of depth. I missed most of the shots and the few that I hit bounced off the boar's head. I heard someone crying. It was Lainey. Her crib was floating beside me, and her cry caught the boar's attention. Its head turned towards Lainey. No. Please no. Not her. She's just a kid. But this galaxy doesn't care. How many children died during the millennia of war? How many children died during the attack on the craft world? Lainey is just one more. It makes no difference. The galaxy doesn't care about something so small. Another part of my mind screamed. But I care. I grabbed the spike once more, the pain returned, my vision blurred, but I kept trying. Bang. I heard a shot. Boss. It was Dobby. Bang. 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 The grot was shooting at the boar's back. A slugga fired at that range won't do much, but it did get the NID's attention. The NID turned to where Dobby and Gulg were and shot a gust of spikes. The grots hit among the branches. Seeing that it could not reach the grots, the boar advanced towards the stone and hit it with everything. The rock cracked and the tree above swayed. Dobby and Gulg clung tightly to the tree. The boar shook its head, took some distance and hit the rock again. This time the tree almost fell. It leaned forward and was above the boar. Dobby almost fell, but was caught by Gulg. Dobby. Gulg. I grabbed the spikes once more, took a deep breath, and curled my tongue inward, then gave it a tug. For a moment I wasn't in the clearing. I was on a mountain range covered in mushrooms and fungus, all green in color. Therefore, I returned to the clearing. The boar was still trying to knock Dobby and Gulg down. Lainey was still crying. I grabbed the spikes once more and pulled. I returned to the mountain range. This time I wasn't alone. I saw a group of orcs staring at me from above. all of different sizes. I recognized one of them, the war boss that attacked the craft world. They gave me varied looks, some happy, others impressed, sad, disappointed, expectant. I grabbed the spike and pulled. I was lying on the top of a mountain, giant fungus and mushrooms around me. Suddenly the ground started to shake, then 2 gigantic orcs entered my field of vision. They were bigger than the biggest mountain, the place where I didn't even reach their knees. An orc raised both fists and hit them on the head of the other. The hit orc fell to the ground, but took a handful of earth and threw it in the eyes of the giant orc, blinding him. Right after he went around the orc, jumped on his back and trapped his head in a headlock. The trapped orc repeatedly slammed its elbow into the sides of the restraining orc. "What are you doing to your git? Back to fight." The orc receiving the elbows screamed. "How? I'm not strong enough. You dumb git. Orks are the best. Give dat pig a big crumping. Shows em how a vaig works. Vaig. I pulled the spikes out of my eye and the world went back to normal. I got up, took a deep breath and screamed. I don't know where that came from, but I felt a range of emotions: anger, joy, hate, euphoria. I felt stronger, I felt my muscles growing, my strength increasing, so I screamed louder. Throwing away the spike with my eye on it, I grabbed my weapon and ran towards the NID, pulled the pin from a stick bomb and threw it at the boar's back. The grenade was caught between the spikes of the NID and detonated shortly thereafter. Pieces of flesh and spikes flew everywhere. A large hole was made in the NID as its fur caught fire. I ran towards the NID while shooting. The bullets exploded in the NID's body. It turned towards me, but before it could react, I punched it in the left eye. The spikes from my knife and knuckles pierced its eye. Not so funny when it happens to you, isn't it your git? I grabbed the boar by its armored head and punched it repeatedly in the eye. With each punch the boar snarled in pain. It shook its head from side to side and threw me away. I hit my back on the ground but got up quickly. The NID snarled at me, but I yelled back. Vaig. I screamed as loud as I could. I don't know if it was due to the pain, but I saw a kind of green energy surrounding me, not just me but the whole place, the sky, the ground, the forest, all covered in this green energy. Vaig. A synchronous scream of several voices echoed behind me. The boar charged towards me, only for a rocket to collide with the side of it, throwing it away. Looking where the rocket came from, I saw several orcs coming out of the jungle and entering the clearing. They used the most varied types of armor, carried slug-ass, shootas, big shootas, choppas, big choppas, stick bombs. They wore leather armor, metal and parts of nids. A large orc, probably a knob, wearing metal armor that covered its entire body and carrying a large warhammer advanced towards the boar, hitting the hammer on the side of the boar's face, breaking its left tusk with a single blow. "You found a good fight. Thanks for calling us." The knob yelled at me as he hit the boar again. Smaller orcs were advancing towards the boar, shooting and throwing stick bombs. The boar quickly got up and tried to attack the orcs, shooting spikes. He killed some orcs, but the NID was surrounded. It pierced an orc with its tusk, but 5 more orcs slashed at it with knives and axes. The boar trampled another group of orcs, but it was shot with bullets and blown up by grenades. I approached the fight. Halfway through I screamed. "Gulg! Black ammo! Yes boss!" Gulg managed to pull Dobby up and tossed the ammo to me shortly after. I reloaded the gun and approached the boar. The knob moved out of the way of the boar's blow, raised his hammer and hit the boar's head. A bone-breaking sound echoed through the clearing, but the boar was still alive. Not for long. The boar was trying to get up, but the knob's blow probably hurt its brain. I didn't care. I stopped in front of the boar, put the gun a few centimeters from its head and fired. Vaig. Daka. 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 Blood painted my face red as I turned the NID's brain into paste. I fired for a long time, my face covered in blood. When the NID stopped moving I took a deep breath, raised my gun and screamed once more. Vaig. In addition, the orcs responded, raising their weapons and swords and firing. Vaig. Time skip. We returned to the city, Lainey's crib strapped to my chest, Dobby and Gulg following me. I dragged my gun to the ground, breathing heavily, and I was exhausted. "Boss? Are you okay?" Dobby asked me. "No Dobby, I'm not. We almost died all because I couldn't control myself." "Alright boss. We'll make it next time." Gulg spoke. "No, there won't be a next time, at least not in such a disastrous way. I will get stronger, we will get stronger, and I will train and learn to use Vaig. If the visions I saw were true, then I have a lot to learn. First, I need to go somewhere." I swallowed hard at what I was about to do, walked into Skartok Bonekuta's clinic and there was the pain boy, ripping open the stomach of a still living orc. "Oh. You. What you need?" Skartok asked, putting the surgery tools aside. "I need a new eye, a bionic eye." The best git finda you have. I said as I tossed Skartok a bag full of teeth. The pain boy took the bag and smiled when he saw the amount. Come with me, I'll see what I gon do. But what about me? The orc on the operating table screamed. I'll take care you Yolata. Skartok replied. Skartok ordered me to sit on a metal chair, but as I did, metal hoops trapped my arms and legs in the chair. Skartok. What are you doing? This is use part Uvita treatment, now don't move too much, I don't want to destroy your brain by accident. Skartok spoke as he brought a drill towards the hole where my eye used to be. I backed away in my chair as the drill got closer, then... And everything went dark. When I woke up I was in the chair, but the straps no longer held my body. Well, you woke up. How it feels? Skartok asked. I noticed that static was covering part of my vision, but it gradually got better. At first everything was blurry, then black and white, then red, then green, then my vision was perfect. I noticed letters and numbers appearing in the corner of my vision, Gitfinda's systems connecting to my body, the wonders of bionics. Gitfinda scanned the room, focusing on objects of interest, creating a 3D model in my vision and offering a brief description of it. I see a AR get and used to it. Skartok spoke. Yes. It's wonderful. I said as I got up. You gon bet, I used the best Gitfinda I had, it helps with your aiming, increasing your accuracy, it is night vision, thermal vision, infrared, a camera that is always record and much more. Skartok spoke. Thank you Skartok. Now I have to go, I have a lot to do. Clear. If you need anything else, you know where to find me. I left Skartok's clinic and found Dobby and Gulg waiting outside. Boss. Your eye. Dobby screamed. Do you like my new eye? The best bionic eye in the whole city, I'll never miss a shot again. Everything ready to go home, boss? Gulg asked. Not yet, we need to go somewhere else. Time skip. Maground. I yelled as I kicked open the workshop door. What do you want? Maground yelled back. I grabbed a handful of teeth and threw them in Maground's face. I want you to build something for me. Maground smiled back. Time skip. More weight. I yelled as I lifted the bar. Yes boss. The grots jumped on the bar. I was in the wasteland in the ghettos, lying on a piece of wood on top of a pile of bricks. I lifted a bar above my body, and it must have been 400 pounds in total. More weight. Yes boss. More grots jumped on the bar. I had Maground create a series of gym weights for me, all of different types, and I wasn't the only one training. Looking to the side, I saw Dobby lifting a dumbbell in each hand, the other grots also training, lifting weights, running, doing push-ups. No more taking my situation lightly, I'll get stronger, I'll learn to use the VAIG. I will expand my business, for Laney. Yes, for Laney. Taking a short break, I picked up the crib that was floating beside me and held it in front of my face. What do you think Laney? Do you think I can get buff? PPPSSSHHH. Laney stuck out her tongue. Hump. You can't say anything. You can't even fight. What will you do if a NID stands in front of you? Wah 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 wah, Vaig. Laney spoke as she laughed. My eyes widened at that, my mouth hit the ground, only a single thought crossed my mind. What have I done? XXXXXX. Waig. That small scream echoed through the space, in a psychic explosion perceived by many. Imperial psychers threw themselves to the ground convulsing and foaming at the mouth, many were executed for suspected possession, Eldar farcers vomited and screamed in panic as the image of two laughing orcs appeared in their minds, many did everything to clear their eyes of that blasphemous image. The orcs didn't care a Vaig. It's a Vaig. They just need to find the boss and find a good fight. XXXXXX. Oh make, the Eldars receive help. Oh. You talk like it's easy. What do you think? That the answer to our problems will come from the void of space. All the ship's alarms sounded. All the farcers widened their eyes before glaring at Tuirathan angrily, the farcer flinched with their gazes, embarrassed to tempt fate. Report. Now. Anvorain sent a psychic message to the ship's bridge. Farcer. We have detected an unknown fleet departing at faster than light speed close to us. An Eldar returned the message. Are they attacking us? No sir. They remain motionless. Wait. They are trying to contact us. Send the message to us. Anvorain spoke. Yes sir. The Eldar responded before closing the message. Two holographic screens appeared in the center of the table, one revealing the fleet and the other showing a straight line running from the left to the right of the screen. The ship that commanded the unknown fleet was shaped like a crescent moon with a large pyramid at the back, in the central region of the ship. Then from the second screen, a voice was heard. Hello hello. Can you hear me? Yes, now identify yourself. Anvorain said firmly in his voice, trying to hide the nervousness. Sweat trickled down the old farcer's forehead. Rude. I just wanted to ask if you guys need any help. And why should we trust a stranger? We have suffered enough with the fall of our home. Yes, a tragedy. I can see the wreckage of the craft world from here. Hope you don't mind if I take some of the wraith bone. And why should we allow it? Because am I willing to reveal the location of a nearby maiden world? We have a little alliance, you see? I found some of my kind in Maiden World, and together with the Exodosites we dealt with some pesky tyrannids, survivors of the First Tyrannic War. I think you heard about the events a few decades ago, didn't you? And why should we trust you? How do we know you are telling the truth? I think that will be proof enough. A third holographic screen appeared, and on that screen was a series of Eldar runes. On the first line the runes wrote the word ogre. Anvorain stiffened upon learning what that meant, as that word could be translated another way. Ogre could be translated to Necron. But the other word calmed the farcer a little, as the word was Slaverin which translated meant salvation. The Exodosites gave me this message. They said that if I revealed it to their brothers and sisters, maybe they would be willing to hear what I have to say. So? We have a deal. The farcers looked at each other, doubt crossing their faces. Was this old enemy speaking the truth? Only Anvorain, due to his age, knew what a Necron was. The other farcers were too young to know. Many Eldars had forgotten the old enemy of the war in heaven. Millions of generations, millions of years in hedonism and the fall of their empire caused much knowledge to be lost. Give us the coordinates of the Maiden World and we won't interrupt you collecting the wraith bone. Of course. It's not like you guys are in a position to deceive me, is it? Farcer, we received the coordinates. A psychic message rang through Anvorain's mind. Very well, we will not interfere with your collection. I hope you will allow us to travel in peace. I see no problem with that. When we're done, we'll go to Kalth. There's a rare Pokemon I want to catch and... Wait. Is that thing still on? Suddenly the voice ended its transmission and the fleet can be seen heading towards the craft world. When the fleet was just a series of distant dots in the void of space, the farcers let out a breath they didn't know they were holding. Was that wise? Tailta asked Anvorain. Hard to say, but it's still better than getting into a fight where we can't win. We'll follow the coordinates. Whether we encounter a maiden world or a trap. At least we'll get some peace to pull ourselves together halfway. Anvorain replied. Age must be taking its toll on your Anvorain. To accept someone plundering our beautiful home. Tuirathan spoke. A house impossible to recover. All we can do now is hope we find a new one. So the Eldar fleet continued its journey, following the coordinates given by its mysterious benefactor. What awaited the Eldars, only the leader of the mysterious fleet knew. Chapter 7 It's free real estate. The sun had barely risen on this side of the Green Morgue. The sky was a mix of the black and blue of the night before and the yellow of dawn, but that didn't matter to me, as it was time to get on with my daily routine that I've been following for a few days now. I put on my armor and strapped Lainey's crib to my body, grabbed my weapons and prepared to leave my hut. Ouch. Zog damn. Just to bang my head on the doorframe. Wait a minute. This never happened before. And, my armor felt tighter. I left the shack and crossing the dirt road, I observed my reflection in the window of another shack. Who would know? My orc biology is working, because to my surprise I was getting bigger. An orc boy is approximately 8 feet tall. If he doesn't fix his hunchback I was approximately 8 feet and a bit more, about the size of a knob. Well, the bigger the fight the bigger the growth, and the fight against the boar sure wasn't easy. However, it wasn't just my height that changed. Have you ever heard the joke that no one has ever seen a gorilla at its full strength because it doesn't know how to train? Well, what would happen if an orc trained? The answer is in front of me. The armor was tightening my muscles, highlighting them and showing off every contour. Defined ABS with six-pack forming, giving the impression that it could take bolter shots without problem. I finally lost my bad moon belly. Broad, strong shoulders looking like they could carry tons. Arms the size of tree trunks with muscles that flexed with every movement, looking like they could crush anything in front of me. I also had a noticeable change in my face. My remaining eye glowed a brighter red next to my git finda, my teeth were bigger, whiter, and more pointed and my jaw was becoming perfectly defined. I was one step closer to becoming the Giga Orc. I got out of my posing session with the call of 2 grots. Boss. Leaving one of the shacks next to mine, Dobby and Gulg ran towards me, using their equipment and Gulg carrying the ammo pack. The grots had changed as well, their lean physique was slowly disappearing and they started to gain some muscle, leaving behind their hunched posture, the bulging belly that the grots displayed fading too. You two are awake. Excellent. Ready to go. I said as I turned around and smiled at the two of them. Yes boss. Both responded. So what are we waiting for? Let's go, you gits. Wasting no time, we started our morning jog, leaving the outskirts of the city, passing through several districts and streets. On the way, we passed the bazaar and there I saw grots setting up their stalls and preparing to sell their wares. Nevertheless, these grots stood out from the others, each of them was well equipped, wore a yellow shirt and carried a slugga. After all, these grots worked for me. Once the tents were set up, a small flag unfurled at the top. This flag showed the Bad Moon clan symbol and my name written underneath. I need to promote my brand somehow. As we ran, we passed orcs going about their daily business, merchants opening their shops, hunters going to the guild, guards going to the walls, everyone giving us strange looks or muttering insults as we passed. An orc running for no reason and accompanied by 2 grots is an unusual sight, but if someone has a problem, they will end up with a few teeth less, unless they are a nob or warboss. At the thought of facing a nob or warboss, I felt my heart racing and my blood rushing. Slowly a smile formed on my face and I ran faster, almost jumping. Suddenly the left side of my vision filled with static, my kit finda acting weird. Boss, wait! Dobby and Gulg yelled after me as they ran faster. The static came and went, but between the flashes, I could see green energy covering the entire city and the orcs. This has been going on for a while. I've determined this can only be one thing. The Wvaig. Natural from all orcs and source of their passive psychic power. I started seeing the Wvaig. After the fight with the boar, my near-death experience, and my encounter with Gork and Mork. I'm still not sure about the last part. Did I really meet the orc gods or was I just hallucinating? Anyway, I've been trying to control the Wvaig. Last time, I called a bunch of orcs to my location. However, what else can I do? It's so strange, feeling a connection with every orcoid being I encounter. We left the city and walked around it close to the walls. In the distance we saw orcs racing their cars and motorbikes in a cacophony of screams, shots and laughter. Again, my vision filled with static and I saw the green energy following the group of orcs like a storm. I felt agitated, the Wvaig. I tried to control myself again. I took a deep breath, suppressing the feelings. I felt a twinge of pain at that, but I also felt a little bit of joy. I think I'll try to control the Wvaig. Like a fight, and if there's one thing orcs like, it's fighting. I am challenging myself here and intend to succeed. Maybe this will help me get bigger? With our run over, we climbed to the walls in a secluded part and sat in lotus position, the grots on either side. Hey boss! Why are we here? Dobby asked me. To learn how to use the Wvaig. I replied while watching the horizon. The Wvaig. Like the war cry? Gulg asked. Confused. Their lack of information does not surprise me. Orcs are not aware of their powers and grots even less. No, forget what I said. However, I have a question for you. What do you two want? What do you mean, boss? Gulg asked, cocking his head to the side. Allow me to elaborate. We all like fighting, don't we? Yes, boss. Dobby replied, nodding. But why do we fight? Because it's fun. Gulg asked hesitantly. Yes. And what else? Because did Gork and Mork told us to? Dobby asked this time. Probably. But have you ever stopped to think that life is not just going from fight to fight? And is there anything more than fighting, boss? Dobby asked again. You can bet. I like fights like any other orc, but I want more. Dobby, Gulg, besides Laney, fighting and the two of you, what's my other favorite thing? You must have noticed. Teeth. Both grots responded with obvious doubt on their faces. Yes. Teeth or teeth. Call it what you want. I love teeth like any other Bad Moon. Moreover, I want more. Not just to buy food, but the best food. I want the best weapons, the best cars, the best house, I just want the best, but for that I need a lot of teeth and I have plans to get them. In the end, to be able to live a comfortable life and be able to fight without worry. And you? What do you want? The grots stared at me for a few seconds, constantly changing expressions while in deep thought. Then they looked to the ground, and stayed there in silence. I'll let them think about what I said. In the meantime, let's get back to what I was doing. I tried to empty my mind, painfully pushing away any violent thoughts. Calm down and focus. This is a hard thing to do as every time I tried to completely calm down it felt like someone had driven a nail into my brain. Orcs were naturally violent and going against their nature just felt wrong. Come on. Think. What do you know about the Wvaig? Wvaig. It's the passive psychic power field generated by all orcs. It helps orcs recognize who's boss, and it manipulates reality, making orc technology work. In addition, one of the ways that the Wvaig works is through emotions. However, which emotions? Good emotions? Bad? Strong? I think there's only one way to find out. I concentrated and tried to remember some memory that was important to me, something that made me feel emotions stronger than usual. Moreover, I ended up remembering my family. I remembered all the times we spent together, the family vacations, birthdays, Christmases, the holidays. I felt something bubbling up inside me, a strange feeling, like electricity was coursing through my blood, but strangely, it wasn't a bad thing. Suddenly this electricity raced up to my brain, my vision covered in static, and when it returned, I could see the green energy again. One of those waves of green energy passed in front of my face. I raised my hand towards the energy and watched as it passed through my fingers, like water. I had a little laugh at that. It felt good, it brought me a little joy. I held the memory in my head and scanned the surrounding area for more traces of the Isekai. Nevertheless, as I did, I realized that something else was going on. Small objects I was carrying floated and green energy surrounded me in a spiral. Boss. Looking to the side, I saw Dobby and Gulg floating too. The grots gave me startled looks as they clung to their equipment to stop it from flying away. Boss, are you a weird boy? Dobby asked in surprise. I'm not sure, Dobby, but if I'm not, I'm close to being one. I responded, noting the Isekai flow around me. Green waves rose and fell, swirled and curved, going back and forth. Similar to sea waves. Maybe I can control it. Keeping the emotions, I felt, I tried to give form to that energy. It might have been orc instinct talking, but I felt it would be right to move that energy into my hands. Breaking the spiral that formed around me, energy circled my hands in the form of a green swirl that enveloped each fist. I felt stronger, I felt like I could punch a hole in a tank. Deciding to try it, I stood up, clenched my right fist, pulled my arm back, and thrust it forward shortly thereafter. Halfway there, green lightning enveloped my right hand, rising to my elbow with a crackling noise. With a noise similar to thunder on a stormy night, my punch ripped through the air in a flash of green energy, and as it stopped, a rumble followed by a powerful shock wave echoed off the top of the walls. Hard enough for me to feel a fierce gale on my face and for Dobby and Gulg to nearly be blown off the walls. Ha ha ha. Impressive. So that's the power of the Isekai. What else can I do? I immediately cut my speech short as I felt my emotions explode. A pain surged through my stomach, making me clutch it in pain. I felt a burn rising up my throat and into my mouth. I put my hand over my mouth, trying to stop whatever it was trying to get out of it from escaping. The pain became stronger until I couldn't hold it any longer, then... Burf. A loud burp came out of my mouth, but what came next overcame the embarrassment I felt. A spewing of green flames came out of my mouth, boiling the air and going a few feet beyond the wall. I was silent for a few seconds, processing what had just happened. Ha ha ha. Seriously? I wish my parents were here to see this. I laughed for some time until I realized what I said. My parents? They must be worried about me. How long have I been gone, exactly? I disappeared out of nowhere. Even living my own life, I kept in touch with them. They must think that it's weird that I suddenly got silent. And when they decide to call the police or something, they won't find anything. And my friends? And the people at work? Will they miss me? They shouldn't think anything wrong if I don't show up for a day or two. But then what? Slowly I felt the emotions going away, replaced by sadness. The energy slowly disappeared from my fists and around me. Dobby and Gulg stopped floating and fell softly to the ground. Damn it. I haven't really thought about it. And the people back home? What are they thinking right now? Boss, are you okay? Dobby asked. Worried as he approached with Gulg. Yes, Dobby. Don't worry. I just need some time to think. I replied as I pinched the bridge of my nose, and then watched the sunrise with my arms crossed. Aga. Agaga. I snapped out of my thoughts by a familiar voice coming from the crib. Holding it in front of my face, I opened it to reveal Lainey waking up. The baby let out a long yawn before rubbing her face and opening her eyes. Lainey looked around before her eyes focused on me. Seeing me, the baby let out a series of giggles as she smiled. Lainey reached her small hands towards me. I brought her close to my face, letting her touch my flat nose. Good morning, Lainey. Did you sleep well? Baba. Lainey replied as she clapped her hands on my face and smiled. I'll take that as a yes. But I'm not the only one here. How about you say hi to Dobby and Gulg? I said as I turned her towards the grots. The grots approached Lainey, smiling and waving at her. PPPSSSHHH. However, Lainey's response was to stick her tongue out at the grots and laugh right away. Dobby and Gulg walked away, saddened by the gesture. Hey, that wasn't nice. I pretended to scold Lainey, but the Eldar just laughed back. Well, I may have left them all behind, but that doesn't mean I don't have anything worth fighting for here. Time skip. We returned to our home, but not before making a short stop at Grogok's canteen and getting more squig milk for Lainey. Dobby, Gulg, Call all our grots who aren't looting the dead orcs and selling equipment. I told both of them as soon as we got to our shack. Yes boss. They both responded before running off to do my bidding. With that done, I went into the shack and grabbed what I came for. The first was a series of wooden crates containing all the thieves I'd saved so far. It was time to use them for something. The second item was a metal plaque that I hung around my neck. I had ranked up in the guild after killing the boar, even though I didn't do it alone. The third item was a new piece of equipment made from boar parts. A long purple cloak with a hood. Covered in purple fur and spikes from the boar's back. The edges of the cloak were made of metal so I could adjust it without piercing my hands. Hunchback. The day I got the mantle was interesting. Flashback. Yeah. All the orcs within the guild screamed as they raised their mugs filled with fungus beer. The tables occupied with groups of orcs eating, drinking, shouting and fighting. Meanwhile I was near the counter with Dobby and Gulg by my side, waiting for Nosbad to return with my reward. A while later the well-dressed orc appeared, carrying a bag of teeth and a metal plaque with a chain. He placed the two on top of the counter. Counting the teeths, I confirmed that they were in the promised quantity. However, the metal plaque confused me. Hey Nosbad! What is this thing for? I asked the orc as I held the plaque in front of my face. That's your new hunter plaque. Congratulations ya dumb git. You ranked up. Ya survived longa danda Eldar rookies, which is a surprise. Nosbad said sarcastically while clapping his hands. If he wasn't the guild attendant and bigger than I was, I would have punched him in the face. I had to take a deep breath to calm the orc rage. Seriously? What do I get from that? Atha dan de respect uv gets smell dan yer? Not a lot. Nosbad shrugged. I imagined. I said with a sigh, hanging the plaque around my neck, and keeping my old plaque in my pocket. Anyway, are ya sure you're only gonna take NID's scalp? Ya could have taken more. Nosbad said as he pointed to the NID's yards of skin beside me. I took a quick look at the pile of fur and spikes on the ground. I admit I could have asked for more, but I don't think the other orcs who participated in the fight would have liked it. Besides, having the head of the NID I killed displayed on the guild wall is good enough for my ego. I thought as I looked at the head in question. The great head of the boar NID hung just above the guild entrance door. Displayed to everyone and just below the head, a plaque with the following written in orc glyphs. Killed by Gorlonic Tief Ripa. Yes, I'm sure, now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take these parts to Maground. Time to get a new piece of equipment. I replied to Nosbad. Hunchback. If that's what you want. Nosbad shrugged. How do I take this skin without piercing my hands? Time skip. I left Maground's workshop, carrying my new cloak with Dobby and Gulg following me. Well, all that pain was worth it. I thought as I looked down at my hands full of freshly closed wounds and bloodstains. So, what do you think of my new cloak? I asked the grots as I put on my cloak and hood. Boss? Where did you go? Dobby asked as he looked around. Hey Dobby, where's the boss? I hear his voice, but I don't see him. Gulg spoke while nudging Dobby's shoulder. Oh. That's right. I'm covered in purple from head to toe. I lowered my hood as I called out to the grots. I am here. Boss. The grots screamed as they ran towards me. As I was saying. I didn't get to finish my speech, because my Git Finder locked its sights on something approaching. Amidst the various icons, numbers, and letters that formed in my vision, 2 red circles appeared and closed around the body contour of 2 approaching knobs, highlighting them in the crowd in a shade of red. The knobs were 3 meters tall each, they wore armor from head to toe, a mixture of shiny metal and nids parts. They carried twin link shutas, big choppas resembling huge axes, and each had a power claw. They just walked towards me, didn't seem to be looking for a fight, but when it came to orcs, that was hardly the case. The 2 knobs stopped in front of me. Are you de Gorlonic Git? The knob on the left asked. Yes. I said hesitantly, ready run away. Chief Rooksad wants ta speak wit yer. Only ye. The knob on the right said, glaring at Dobby and Gulg, making the 2 grots back away. This must be about the convoy that never arrived and the cargo Rooksad wanted so badly. Tales of my deeds must have reached the clan chief and probably exaggerated by the other orcs. Right. I'll go with you, but I need a minute to talk to my grots. Don't make us wait. The knob on the right growled. With a nod of confirmation, I took Lainey's crib and crouched down in front of Dobby and Gulg. You two, I have an important mission for you. I don't know what will happen to me, but I'm going to a dangerous place. I want you to take care of our special grot until I get back. Did you understand? I said seriously to both grots. The grots' nervousness disappeared, giving way to a serious and determined face. Yes boss. They responded simultaneously, straightening their backs and puffing out their chests. I want you to call every grot we have at our disposal. I want everyone to leave work early today and stand guard at our house, weapons ready and eyes open. Did you understand? Yes, boss. Perfect. I'm counting on you. I gave Laney's crib to both grots, each holding one side of the crib with one hand and a slugga in the other. With a wave between us, the grots took off running. Let's go, I said to the knobs. Times skip. I was inside the boss fortress. In addition, this place was intimidating. Seeing the fortress from the outside and in the distance doesn't do justice to what this place really is. High, reinforced walls made of metal. Watchtowers with searchlights and mounted machine guns. Walls full of lookouts and huge orcs armed to the teeth. Moreover, in the middle of it all, a big building made of jagged metal. I could get 50 different kinds of tetanus if I cut myself on any of the metal spikes. We passed through a pair of metal doors that opened to the sides. I walked through the corridors of the fortress, past laboratories where painboys were experimenting, armories, workshops and garages full of meatboys, cars and tanks, mostly tanks. Death Skulls loved tanks. We went down a long corridor and through another set of doors. We entered a dark throne room, with 6 metal pillars, 3 on either side, all decorated with the heads of tyranids and other orcs. On the floor was a large blue rug that led towards a set of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a metallic throne painted in blue. On top of the throne were a series of metal stakes with skulls attached to them. Moreover, sitting on the throne was the chief, Ruxad Nidgala, a gigantic orc wearing metal armor and NID parts, all painted blue. In his left arm was a power claw and in his right hand was a twin link shuta. On his waist was a big choppa in the shape of a large dagger. In addition, from what I could see, he was wearing a large metallic backpack with what looked like a large metallic pipe just above his right shoulder. So this is de Gorlonic git. Ruxad growled, resting his head in the palm of his hand. One of the knobs gave me a shove on the shoulder to boss's talk and tye. Yes, boss. I answered nervously as I snapped out of my stupor. You don't look like much ta me, but from what they told me, you killed a strange and big NID by yourself. Is that true? Ruxad asked with what looked like curiosity. No boss. I had help from a bunch UV boys and a knob. Please get this over with so I can get out of here. I imagined. I found it hard to believe that a random boy killed that NID all by himself. But that is not what I want to know, but what happened to my convoy. Ruxad slammed the power claw down on the throne, making me jump in fear, along with the rumble echoing through the throne room. Well, boss. The NID killed all the boys on the convoy. I found a truck that might have what you wanted, but the NID slammed into the truck so hard it plotted. Whatever was ender turned to ashes. Fortunately, I left the map piece at home. Ruxad was silent for a few seconds before letting out a deafening scream, leaping off his throne and unleashing a hail of bullets towards the ceiling. Zogan git. Ruxad continued firing for a good few minutes until he finally calmed down. Taking a deep breath, but still shuddering with rage, Ruxad let out a whistle. Then a nervous grot carrying a large cloth bag entered the room. The grot stopped beside Ruxad before the orc kicked the grot away and grabbed the bag. Opening it, Ruxad studied whatever was inside while muttering something. Here it is. 100 teeth for finding out what happened to my convoy. Ruxad said as he threw the bag towards me. I fumbled as I reached for the bag, nearly knocking it to the floor. When I managed to grab it, the sound of thunderous footsteps approached me as the ground shook. Looking up, my heart almost stopped due to Ruxad staring at me, his face just inches from mine. You're better not be lying, or... Ruxad said as he poked me in the chest with the tip of his power claw, pushing me back. I swallowed hard as I nodded. I understood very well what he meant. Now get your face out of my face. Ruxad screamed, his bad breath nearly making me throw up as spittle ran down my face. When I finally got out of the fortress, I spent the entire day at home with all my grots by my side. That night I slept with my eyes wide open. End of flashback. When I emerged from my shack with the crates full of teeth, I came face to face with Dobby, Gulk and at least 100 grots. Guys, today we have a lot of work to do. I said with a big smile. And we worked, a lot. You know, if there's one thing grots are good at, it's building things, and the advantage of hiring grots over creating my own is that I rarely have to teach them how to do anything. Now that I've hired a few hundred more grots to my services, my job is even easier. I estimate I have 250 grots working for me in total. During the time I was here in the city, I had my grots do a series of small jobs, and one of those jobs was to find out which shacks in the ghettos were inhabited or not, and surprisingly, the ghettos were mostly empty, which left us with a lot of free materials to use. So my grots ran up and down the streets of the ghettos, using hammers, saws, shovels and choppas to tear down the shacks and get materials, wood, metal, and much more. They brought this material to a large vacant lot where a large rectangular hole for the foundation of the building being dug. Grots pounded the earth and others prepared the cement. The materials we could not get, I simply bought. I let Dobby and Gulg help the grots, and headed towards my new vehicle, with another group following me. Luckily, Maground also sold vehicles, although the thing in front of me wasn't pretty. A pile of rust known as a junket truck, a big truck with a big rump and a big shoulder mounted in the back, just above the driver's seat. The rump supported by a set of tank tracks and the front by a pair of large metal wheels. Sending the grots on the back, I climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key, starting the engine, then drove out of town, heading toward a familiar place. Time skip. Pull. I yelled at the grots as I pushed the pod with all my might. Pull. The grots screamed simultaneously from the top of the truck while pulling several ropes that wrapped the pod. Come on. You trained all this time for nothing? I felt my muscles burn, my legs felt like they were going to break, but I kept trying. With a final push, the pod popped out of its hole in the floor and I kept pushing. My feet sank into the dirt with each step and my arms felt like they were going to explode. I saw the Veig floating in front of my eyes. With one more push, I managed to get the pod on the back of the truck with a metallic bang and knocking the grots to the ground. Without me having to order it, the grots covered the pod with a black tarp and attached it to the hooks on the side of the truck. With that done, we entered the truck and returned to the city. I stopped the truck next to the construction site and what followed was days of work. Over time, we made the foundation of the building, a mixture of stones and cement, erected the walls made of wood and reinforced with metal plates. Then we prepared to raise the roof. I carried a wooden beam over my shoulder and placed it in a hole in the ground. The grots used ropes and teamwork to carry their beams. With the beams fixed, we started to put a roof on, put the rafters between the beams to support the roof and then built the roof itself, a mixture of wood and metal. The roof constructed in a rectangle smaller than the building, extending inwards. When the building was ready, it was time to paint it. You see, the building stood out from the other orc buildings, not just because it was the biggest building in the ghetto, but because it was surprisingly regular. No wooden and metal spikes sticking out randomly all over the place. No unnecessary decoration like skulls and orc symbols. Completely straight walls and roofs. Next to the main building, there were smaller buildings. One of them was the garage where the truck with the pod was, another was a slightly larger building with 2 floors where the grots lived, and it was composed mostly of bunk beds and chests for the grots to store their equipment. In the end, it all looked like a big industrial warehouse painted green. I approached the big building with a smile on my face, but of course I had to take some security measures. The glass windows were covered by metal bars to prevent anyone from entering, the walls had layers of metal inside and out, the roof and the edges of the roof were covered with stakes and metal spikes, all perfectly aligned. In addition, the front door was a big thick metal double door with the Badmon symbol on the front. I took the key out of my pocket and unlocked the door, grabbing the double handle, and walked into my new home. Closing the door behind me, I held Lainey's crib in my arms and showed her our new home. So, Lainey, what do you think of our new home? I asked the baby as I showed it around. The baby's eyes widened with a curious gleam. Moreover, I admit I had the same reaction when I saw the result of our hard work. We were in a large rectangular room with a floor made of wooden boards and walls of silver and slightly rusted metal, the interior lit by lanterns kept burning by squig oil. There was some furniture scattered around, shelves, tables and chairs, a kitchen with a wood stove, made of stone. A bathroom with a big wooden bathtub, a workshop where I kept my guns and gear, and a room with a reinforced door where I kept my chiefs. Finally there was my bedroom. I said goodbye to my old straw bed and finally got a real bed, a single bed made of wood and metal to support my weight. With a mattress and pillow made of rags and cloth sewn together. What did you think? I asked Lainey. Meh. The baby squealed as she grinned and bounced into my hands. Great, glad you liked it, in the future we will prepare a room for you. Ka. Lainey replied. I chuckled a little at the adorable baby's antics. So the day passed. I helped my grots with one more special job I had for them, just an idea to expand my business. Time skip. So what do you think? I asked the orc beside me as I showed him the inside of what was once a ramshackle shack. The place has been lightly renovated and squeaky clean, now having a real bed, a table, bookcase, and chair. The orc boy put his hand on his chin, analyzing the place. After some time, the orc nodded with a smile and handed me 2 teeth. Thank you very much. A pleasure to do business with you. I'll be back for the rent next month. As I walked away from the place, I glanced down the street where my grots had renovated, painted, and redecorated the old ghetto shacks, making them more pleasing to the eye and livable. This is my new business plan, renting cheap houses in large quantities to homeless orcs roaming the streets. 2 teeth might not seem like a lot, but when you have 100 orcs paying you every month, well, I guess it's easy to do the math. I took a rolled up piece of paper out of my pocket, unrolling the paper, it turned out to be a poster with the Badmon symbol. The writing was in orc, but if I were to translate it into human language, it would look like this. Are you an orc boy without a roof over your head? A git that just got off the ground and doesn't have a place to call its own? Rejoice, your problems are over, because I'm here to help you. I'm Gorlonic Tief Ripa and I'm here to offer you good quality homes for cheap rent. No. This is not a lie. I swear in the name of Gork and Mork. If you want to know more, come see me at the big green building on the edge of town or talk to one of my yellow shirt grots. And remember, you can't fight if you're passing out from exhaustion, every orc needs a place to rest every now and then. More teeth for my pockets. Ha ha ha. Well, I guess that's enough for today. Months of hard work has paid off, now it's time to rest. Taking a quick look up, I saw that it was beginning to get dark. Better go early and get some sleep. Time skip. Boss. What? I jumped out of my bed, my slugger ready to fire. Dobby and Gulg burst into my room, covered in dirt and scratches. Gulg ran towards me while Dobby stayed behind, half of his body out of my room and shooting something in the hallway. What is happening? I asked Gulg. Squigs. Gulg screamed. Squigs? I asked. Squigs? Dobby yelled, taking cover behind my bedroom wall. I had my answers to the question, when 3 creatures entered my room. The things looked like meatballs with legs, a big mouth full of huge teeth, and a long tongue dripping saliva. Oh. Zog. Squigs. Lainey. Where is Lainey? I ran towards her crib, which was on top of a small wooden bed, but when I opened it, I almost fainted when I didn't find anyone inside. Lainey. Where are you? I screamed as I lifted the crib and removed the bedding. Gaga. I got my answer when Lainey crawled out from under the bed and crawled toward the squigs with a determined look. Lainey and one of the squigs glared at each other before snarling and lunging toward the other. Roar. The squig roared as it charged towards Lainey with its mouth open. Vague. Lainey screamed as she crawled towards the squig. However, that never happened, as I ran towards the squig and kicked it with all my strength, sending it through the air at high speed and making it go through the wall towards the room adjacent to mine. I quickly took Lainey in my arms, pulled some teefs out of my pocket, and threw them to Dobby and Gulg. Go hire some snots and get them over here, quick. Yes, boss. Both grots responded before running away. I barely had time to prepare myself before the other 2 squigs leapt towards me with their mouths open, ready to try to devour me. I knocked the first to the ground with a butt whack of my slugga. I put my arm in front of the other, blocking its bite. Luckily my muscles kept the squig's teeth from sinking into my flesh, leaving only a shallow bite oozing a bit of blood. I swung my arm hard, throwing the squig against the wall, then pointed my slugga in his direction and fired a few shots. Bang! 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 However, the squig was faster, leaping out of the way and running towards me. As the squig approached, I felt a pain in my right leg. Looking down I saw the other squig biting me. I swung my leg, throwing the squig away. The squig landed and snarled at me with its teeth bared. Wah! In addition, Lainey responded with her own growl, trying to get out of my arms. Lainey, wait! I screamed as I held the baby tighter. I immediately took a step to the side, dodging the squig from before, and preventing it from biting Lainey. I backed to the other side of my room, keeping the squigs in my field of vision. The 2 advanced towards me again. No, what? This has gone too far. I concentrated and focused on the memories of my past. I could see and feel the vague. Again. Using telekinesis, I used one of the tables in my room to pin the squigs against the wall. Boss. Just in time for Dobby and Gulg to return with a group of snots. Small time skip. We were outside my house. Dobby, Gulg, Lainey, and I were watching the 3 squigs sitting on the ground in front of us as if they were dogs. Meanwhile the snots stroked the squigs' chins and heads, making them drool with their tongues out and let out happy barks. One of the 5 snots who now worked for me walked over. All ready, boss. They were trained as you asked. Or at least as much as you can train a squig. The snot murmured. Will they at least listen to my orders? I asked, doubting a lot of what the snot was saying. Well, boss, if they were fed right and not mistreated, then yes, they will listen. The snot replied. Right. But what am I supposed to do now? How about naming them, boss? The snot suggested. A name? Well, if I'm going to have some squigs, I'm going to be using them in fights, so it's better name all 3. I approached the 3 squigs lined up in front of me. The squigs walked towards me and sniffed me for a few seconds before letting out yips and waving their little tails. Unfortunately, Lainey didn't share the joy. The little Eldar snarled at the squigs with an angry face as she tried to wriggle out of my arms. Lainey, no. You can't fight the squigs. You will scare them. I pretended to scold the baby. Lainey's response was to snort with what I thought was arrogance and give me a small smug smile. Does she think I'm being serious? Listen, from today you 3 will be called respectively. Baskerville. The squig with light purple skin, huge teeth, spikes on its back and long tongue jumped at the name. Gavadan. The larger, paler, and more muscular squig with the flat, bulging forehead but smaller teeth barked. Finally you. You will be a beast of the battlefield, your roar will make your enemies tremble with fear while your steps will make the earth tremble, for all will learn to fear your name. And your name will be Popcorn. The average squig, with green skin and huge fangs that extended upward, let out a ferocious snort through its nose and bared its teeth. With all 3 squigs named, we headed to the back of my house where there was snots working in a fungus field. These fungi came from the clearing where I fought the boar. I wondered where these squigs came from, and there was only one place I got agitated enough to release spores recently. It was just a matter of putting the fungi in buckets and boxes and bringing them here with the truck. I approached one of the snots. How's the fungus production going? All right boss. The land here is good. The snot responded as he stopped plowing the land. Perfect. And do you know what fungi will become what in the future? Yes boss. These ones will become grots and snots, squigs, and orcs. The snot replied while pointing to the respective fungi. The fungi that will become grots or snots were light green in color and were pointy and small in shape. The ones that will become squigs were bigger and perfectly round, and the ones that will become orcs were the biggest of all and looked like green mushrooms. Farm the ones that will become grots, snots, and squigs. Turn into medicine and food those who will become orcs. Yes boss. The snot responded as he returned to work. I don't want to have to deal with orcs causing trouble out there. I'll just keep the grots and snots for now, something I can control. With all of that taken care of, there was only one more thing I wanted to do, and that was a plan that was bound to go wrong. Small time skip. Pull. I yelled at the grots behind me. Pull. The grots screamed in unison as they pulled the rope around my neck. I was trying to get rid of the orc hunchback to make myself look bigger and stronger than I really was. It would make orcs think twice about messing with me, but the hunchback proved tougher than I thought. Simply stretching didn't solve the problem, so I had to take drastic measures. In other words, hugging one of the wooden beams in my house with all my might while the grots wrapped ropes around my neck and tugged furiously. Pull. I screamed again. Pull. The grots screamed. Wah wah. Lainey screamed at the grots. The baby was inside her crib, being guarded by Dobby and Gulg. Pull. Crack. Ah. I screamed as I felt sharp pain in my neck and back as I fell backwards with the grots. Boss. All the grots screamed, running towards me. Well, I'm not with Gork and Mork on the big green and I'm feeling my body below my neck, so I think it's all in place. Don't worry, I'm fine. I assured the grots as I got to my feet, but as I did, I noticed they were all looking at me in surprise, eyes wide and mouths hanging open. What? Boss. You. Dobby stammered. Say it. You look amazing boss. Gulg screamed. A group of grots approached carrying a full-length mirror, well, full length for a human. In addition, what I saw left me speechless. I was a 10-foot-tall mountain of muscle. Without that damn hunchback, I looked like a knob, but I was still a boy. I started doing poses in front of the mirror, every little muscle moving and flexing with every little movement. So, Lainey, what do you think of me now? I smiled at the baby. Lainey smiled at me and clapped her hands. Guys, you all have the rest of the day off. Dobby, Gulg, Lainey, let's go for a ride. Yes boss. All the grots responded. I donned my full armor and grabbed all my weapons. Dobby and Gulg readied their choppas and slug-ass while Gulg carried the ammo pack. I strapped Lainey's crib to my chest and walked out of my house, where my 3 squigs were waiting outside, each in a doghouse with its name above the entrance. We walked through the streets of Thumb of Gork. The orcs in my path looked up as they widened their eyes and opened their mouths, but no words came out. They looked at me in surprise and got out of my way scared. I continued on my way until I reached Maground's workshop. Hey! Maground! You are here! I called Mech as I entered the workshop. What are you? Maground had the same reaction as the other orcs to seeing me, mouth open and eyes wide as he looked up into my face. I approached Maground, the shadow of my body covering him completely. Do you sell war buggies around here? The mech nodded slowly as he pointed to a red buggy at the back of the workshop. Perfect. Here are the teefs. Can you give me the key? Still without saying anything, Maground accepted the teef and handed me the key. I walked towards the buggy. There was a big shudda mounted in the back. Dobby and Gulg climbed into the shudda, my squigs climbed into the back seat and I sat in the driver's seat. I turned the key in the ignition and heard the engine roar, with the vaig running through my body. I stomped on the gas, pulling out through the garage at the back of the shop, looping around Thumb of Gork. Where do we go now, boss? Dobby asked. Let's go to the desert, pay a visit to the Index of Gork, territory of the Evil Sons. I want a speed freak war bike. Yes boss. Gaga. Lainey squealed, her crib open, and enjoying the speed we were going. Wasting no time, I accelerated towards the deserts, time to explore a new part of this planet. Chapter 8 Index of Gork. I ran along the dirt road, crossing the jungles of Green Morgue. On the way, I passed other orcs who came and went in the most diverse vehicles, trucks, cars, motorcycles and much more. Some honked their horns in annoyance, others shouted in anger or amusement when they saw me pass by, occasionally some of them shot in my direction for no apparent reason. After all, does an orc need a reason to shoot someone? In the end, it wasn't important, I was too fast to be hit. Leaving the orcs behind, I continued driving. As we got further away from Thumb of Gork, the jungle became denser, probably due to the distance from the city and the orcs extracting resources. It got to the point that the only noise I could hear was from the buggy or the wind passing by my ears. "Boss, what is that?" Dobby shouted, getting my attention. Looking in the buggy's rear view mirror, I saw Dobby pointing at something. Looking in that direction, I saw what surprised Dobby, a hive city, the large building standing out in the middle of the jungle. With its gigantic metallic buildings and towers, covered in Gothic architecture and touching the sky. I couldn't see many details from here, but I saw that the city seemed to be surrounded by a huge wall, and that smoke and polluted air were coming out of the buildings, forming dark clouds right above. Great, give the Imperium a few centuries and this entire planet will become a toxic rock floating in space. That's a hive city, Dobby. A place full of humans. Humans? What is that? Can I eat it? Dobby asked, confused. How to explain? Humans are smaller and weaker beings than us, they don't have claws, sharp teeth, or large, strong muscles, but they are spread throughout the galaxy. Humans in small groups are not dangerous to us, but when they are in larger groups, it is best to let the boys take care of them. If you see a Psyker or Space Marine, you better run. I explained to Dobby as we left the hive city behind. And what is a Psyker and Space Marine, boss? Gulg asked. A Psyker is a human weird boy, and a Space Marine is a human knob. You understood? Why yes be boss. Gulg replied, trying to hide his fear. Don't worry, as far as I know, there are no Space Marines here, but I can't say the same about Psykers, there must be some in the hive cities. I said, trying to calm the grot down. When the towers of the hive city disappeared into the horizon, we continued our journey without much trouble, with an occasional conversation here and there, or a laugh and curious noise from Lainey, that is, until something moved in the vegetation beside us. Suddenly, a gaunt jumped out of the trees and tried to hit me with its claws, but it never happened, since. Fire! Dobby shouted. Daka! 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 Since Gulg hit the gaunt mid-jump with the buggy's big shoulda, but the grot didn't stop there. With Dobby's orders, Gulg handled the big shoulda, pointing it at the nids that got in our way. Because they didn't have a synaptic creature giving orders, the gaunts acted like furious animals, running towards the buggy, even with the rain of bullets coming their way. I'm glad I encouraged the grots to improve their aim, as Gulg was hitting the nids with precision, well, as accurate as he could be with a shoulda this big. The first gaunt was torn to pieces, flesh, bones and purple blood staining the road. The second had the left side of its body torn apart, causing it to roll down the road only to be hit by the bumper of the buggy, now having a coating of purple. The third jumped at us with a roar. I heard Gulg let out a loud, high-pitched laugh before bullets passed over my head and hit the NID mid-jump, splitting its body in two, the top part passing over the buggy and the lower one falling on the road. Another gaunt jumped out of the bush to my left, I stepped on the brake, letting it pass straight by and then stepped on the accelerator, leaving the gaunt behind, and I heard a series of roars and growls behind me, accompanied by the noise of plants being moved. Why I am not surprised. I'm on a planet full of nids, no one said the trip would be safe. Turn that shoulda back and finish off the nids. Dobby ordered. Yes boss Dobby. Gulg shouted. I heard the sound of the shoulda spinning on its axis before the sound of gunfire came, then I heard the sound of the nids screaming in pain. Hey! Good job you two. I noticed that little by little, the vegetation around us was decreasing, the sunlight shone brighter between the trees and sand appeared on the path. I saw a bright light shining further down the road, accelerating even more. I drove through the light, only to scream in surprise as gravity disappeared for a few seconds. Looking back, I realized that the jungle ended at the top of a sand dune, and now we were falling toward the desert below. Ah! Dobby, Gulg, and I screamed as the ground approached. Ga. Lainey, on the other hand, laughed while clapping her hands. The buggy hit the ground heavily, raising a cloud of yellow sand, accompanied by a heavy metallic crack. There goes the suspension, if the buggy had one. As if that wasn't enough, the buggy slid out of control across the sand. I turned the steering wheel with all my might, trying to reorient the vehicle, but this resulted in the buggy spinning at high speed across the sand. Stepping on the pedals simultaneously, the buggy stopped turning abruptly, tilting on the left side wheels, before slowly falling to the right, stopping in the middle of the desert with a creaking noise. A few seconds passed as we all processed what happened, but we were brought out of our stupor by Lainey's laughter. Ha ha ha. The baby giggled as she fidgeted inside her crib. The Grots and I stared at each other for a few seconds before laughing too, but our little moment was interrupted by my 3 squigs barking. Woof. 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 Baskerville, Gavatin, and Popcorn barked, running to the right side of the buggy, facing the desert sand. Hey, you 3. What's the problem? I shouted to my squigs. I had my answer when the ground shook and the squigs became more agitated. Suddenly sand was thrown upwards, creating a cloud around us. We all recoiled as the sand hit our bodies, but thanks to my goggles, I saw the outline of something moving next to us. In addition, when the dust settled, I was speechless at the thing in front of me. A fucking Moloch. Immediately my squigs backed away, letting out frightened squeals. The orc side was screaming at me to fight this thing, but the logical part of my mind screamed louder, telling me to get out of there. Daka. 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 I was brought out of my stupor by Gulg opening fire on the Moloch. The NID grunted, the bullets being more of a nuisance than a threat, but the Tyrannid looked around in confusion, searching for the source of the shots. If I remember correctly, Molochs are blind, but it detects its prey by sensing vibrations in the ground, to the point that it can feel someone's heart beating, which means, even though it was hit by the shots, the Moloch seemed to focus for a second, before it turned precisely to where we were. Letting out a high-pitched screech, the large worm-shaped Tyrannid dove towards us. I quickly stepped on the accelerator, getting out of the creature's path. A large tremor accompanied by a cloud of sand appeared as soon as the NID hit the ground. However, even though we had a few seconds of advantage, I could see the Moloch chasing us in the buggy's rear-view mirror. Boss! That thing is coming for us! Dobby shouted. I know, Dobby. Keep shooting. I will find a way to solve this. I shouted to the Grot. Yes, boss. Fire! Dobby commanded. Daka! 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 Ruoeah! The Tyrannid roared, angered by the gunfire. Come on! Think! This NID is similar to the worms from Tremors. What did they do in the movie to escape these things? Looking around, I had the answer to my question. In the distance, I saw large stone pillars. It looked like a natural formation, but I saw buildings on top of and around the pillars. Mills, platforms, buildings, and bridges, connecting the pillars to each other. Well, let's head towards the rocks. Changing the buggy's gear, I accelerated towards the stone pillars. Simultaneously, I saw the Moloch approaching. Aim for the eyes. Dobby ordered. Yes, boss Dobby. Gulg replied. In the rear view, I saw some of the bullets hitting the Moloch's left eye. The NID struggled a little from side to side, reducing its speed, which allowed us to create distance between us. When we were far enough away, I saw the Moloch sinking into the sand. Has it given up on us? A few tense seconds passed as we all looked around for our pursuer. I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but I let out a cry of surprise when the Moloch appeared ahead and tried to devour us. I swerved to the right, making the buggy skid for a moment, but I soon regained control and continued driving. This time the Moloch appeared to our left. I drove left, passing under the Moloch as its long body passed over us. Then the Moloch jumped out of the sand to our right, and I stepped on the gas, escaping the worm-shaped NID's jaws in time. Once again, the desert was filled with silence. Suddenly the buggy was thrown a few centimeters into the air, only to continue normally before jumping again. Dobby. What's going on back there? It's NID, boss. It's trying to swallow the buggy. What? Hasn't it tried this before? You better see this, boss. Looking in the rearview mirror, I realized what Dobby meant. The Moloch tried to devour us from below, sticking its head out of the sand with its jaws open and closing them on our previous location, missing by a few meters. Moreover, with each attempt he came closer to devouring us. Well, time to press the red button. Every self-respecting orc vehicle has the Go Fasta button. Let's see if Maground did a good job. With my right thumb, I removed the top of the gear knob, revealing a red button. Strangely, a smile formed on my face upon seeing this button. The orc sighed, waiting in anticipation of what was to come. Dobby, Gulg. You better hold on. Yes, boss. Both Grots responded. Are you ready to leave the NID in the dust, Lainey? I asked the baby. Verwa. Lainey let out a series of incoherent noises. No need to say it twice. I responded to the baby. Therefore, without wasting any time, I pressed the button. I was pressed into my seat by the sudden increase in speed. The buggy stood on its rear wheels before placing all four wheels on the ground. I felt the wind rush past my face as the desert seemed a yellow blur. The orc emotions returned. At that moment I understood why orcs like to go fast. It was an indescribable feeling of freedom. The world went into slow motion. I saw Dobby and Gulg clinging to the buggy's shuda, I saw my squigs with their tongues out and cheeks swollen from the wind, and most of all, I saw Lainey with a big smile on her face as her brown hair swayed in the wind. Looking in the rearview mirror, the Moloch was nothing more than a purple dot on the horizon. Now that the NID wasn't trying to kill us, I had time to enjoy the scenery, the golden desert sand, the cloudless blue sky, and the surprised orcs in my path. Hang on. Surprised orcs? All the emotion I felt disappeared and I noticed my surroundings. I arrived at the stone pillars I saw earlier, and to my surprise, there was a city built at the base of those pillars. I held the steering wheel tightly, trying to avoid the orcs on the way. Unfortunately, this put me in front of a smooth rock that served as a ramp, and thanks to the buggy's absurd speed, we flew a few meters up. Ah! We all screamed as we approached the city below. I noticed the orcs and grots stopping for a minute, looking at the shadow that formed in the middle of the street and then looking up, only to widen their eyes in surprise. Some got out of the way immediately, others weren't so quick. We hit the street with a loud metallic crunch as we grabbed onto the buggy on impact, but that wasn't enough to stop our progress. Get out of the way! I shouted while honking the horn. Baib! 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 On the way, I destroyed a grot's stall, went through the wall of a bar, ran over some of the customers and destroyed the beer kegs. Vaig! One of the bar patrons screamed as he was stuck on the hood of my buggy. I don't give free rides! I screamed as I punched the orc in the face, throwing him into the street and running over him with a jolt. I invaded a pain boy's office, throwing his patient to the ceiling, and due to the uneven terrain of the city, I crossed the roof of a building, which turned out to be a gun store, which for some reason fired in all directions. Keeping my head down so I wouldn't get hit, I left the store through the front door, knocking down much of the building's facade, until I finally reached a street far away and without many obstacles, where I hit the brakes with all my might. I felt my body being thrown forward while the brakes whistled, trying to stop the buggy. At the end of the street was a wall of solid rock. I felt fear taking over me as the wall approached. However, as if by divine intervention, or cartoon logic, the buggy stopped just inches from the rock wall, lightly touching it with its bumper. I remained silent with my eyes closed, waiting for the next problem to come my way. When nothing happened, I slowly opened my eyes and looked around. There were no Nids trying to kill me, no angry orcs wanting to split my head open with an axe. It's over? It's finally over? Turning off the buggy and taking the key out of the ignition, I got out of my vehicle, with the squigs coming soon after, circling around me while barking happily. Did you enjoy the ride? Did you enjoy the ride? I asked the squigs, making a silly voice and patting each of them on the head. Woof! Woof! The squigs barked happily. Hat! I'm glad you liked it, but don't get used to it. Leaving the squigs aside, I approached Dobby and Gulg, who had their eyes closed and were holding on to Buggy's shuda with all their might. Boss Dobby, do you think it's over? Gulg asked without opening his eyes. I don't know, let's wait a few minutes. Dobby replied, also with eyes closed. With a sigh, I grabbed each of the grots by the back of their shirt and held them up in front of my face. If you're looking to relax at work, I hope you don't mind me cutting you payment. I said to both grots. Quickly both grots opened their eyes, and with nervous faces, they tried to get out of my grasp. I released the two grots, letting them fall to the ground. I would never think of that, boss. Dobby responded, saluting me. Neither do I, boss. Gulg spoke, repeating the gesture. I let out a small laugh at the grot's reaction. With that solved, I took my weapons, closed Lainey's crib, hiding her, and went to explore the city. Let's see what index of Gork has for me. XXXXXX. Well, I'm impressed with what the orcs have done here. The city was built on top of a tall, slightly circular rock formation, and on top of the formation were rock pillars that reached into the sky. The houses were mainly made of metal painted red or were carved into the rocks and with a door placed in front. The streets were made of grey stone, worn and marked by car tires. There were workshops everywhere, full of cars and motorcycles being repaired or built. The evil sun's love for cars and motorcycles is the same as the Death Skull's love for tanks and stealing things. Other than that, there was the usual, orcs and grots walking, talking, negotiating, and fighting, or all at the same time. Looking up, I saw the various metal bridges that connected the pillars to each other. The pillars were also surrounded with spiral staircases for the orcs to go up and down, and accompanying the stairs were a series of large elevators, metal platforms suspended by chains and running thanks to car engines transformed into generators. The elevators carried mainly vehicles. Passing by the base of one of the pillars, an elevator stopped with a thud in a specific slot for it in the floor. In addition, from that elevator came a series of orc cars, which with the roar of their engines shot through the city streets. As soon as the cars disappeared, a crowd of orcs approached the elevator while shouting. However, their advance was halted by the hail of bullets that hit the ground just ahead. From the elevator, a large orc, probably a knob, accompanied by two large boys, approached the crowd with their smoking guns. What do ya gits think you're doing? If you want to go to high city, den ya must teef for the lift. Or do ya have a problem with dat? If so, ya betta say it to the boss's face. The knob shouted, firing a few shots into the air. This caused the orcs to fall silent and retreat. Others took some teefs out of their pockets, but made disappointed faces immediately afterwards. No woon. The knob asked sarcastically. Hey! How much for me to go up to the high city? I shouted to the knob. This made the crowd stare at me and the knob grumbled angrily. 25 teef. The knob replied. I screamed internally at how expensive it was, but I'm curious to see this high city, so approaching the elevator, I took the requested amount out of my pocket and handed it to the knob, who responded with a look of surprise. Well, it looks like we have someone with deep pockets. Ya gon go up. The knob responded with a laugh. With that out of the way, I climbed into the elevator with Dobby and Gulg accompanying me, and turning to the crowd, I couldn't help but smile arrogantly at the annoyed looks they were giving me. Then with an order, the knob shouted at a group of grots near the elevator controls, who by pressing a button and pulling a lever on a panel, caused the elevator to rise with a jerk. As we climbed, Dobby, Gulg and I sighed in awe at the view. The city got smaller and smaller and we could see the bridges that connected the pillars, where hundreds of orcs walked. I noticed that in certain areas, the pillars were surrounded by circular platforms, where there were shops and houses also carved into the rocks, and these circular platforms were connected to other platforms that were on other rock pillars. Sometimes, between one pillar and another, there was a platform suspended by chains attached to the pillars, serving as a point where several bridges connect. So what can you say about the high city? I asked the knob next to me. Don't you know about the high city? You're not from Air, are you? The knob asked. No, I'm from Thumb of Gork. I just decided to pay the city a visit. You talk strange. Well, enjoy it while you gone, cause when your boss finds out dat woon uv his knobs is wanderin' around, he's gonna crump your ass. The knob laughed. Me? A knob? Of course. Keep thinking like that. Don't worry, I know how to manage it, but back to the subject of the high city. The high city is where the boss is, it is also the place where the best stores, canteens and car workshops are located. If you want to have fun or buy a quality warbike, this is the place where you should go. Only the biggest and strongest orcs, or those who can afford it, be able to go up. And apparently you are both. The knob said, looking me up and down. What can I say? I faced some big nits during my missions, I almost died several times, but I can't complain because I was paid well. I responded with a laugh. Oh. Are ya a hunter? Knob asked curiously. Yes, I raised in rank recently. I said, showing my metal plate. Ha ha ha. Looks like we have someone important here. I think you'll like High City. The knob laughed. Moreover, as if it was waiting for the right moment, the elevator stopped, swaying a little. We arrived. Have fun in High City, use be careful not to fall, it's a long fall to the ground. The knob laughed as he said goodbye. Nodding in confirmation, I exited the elevator with Dobby, Gulg and the squigs following me. In addition, stepping onto a metal platform, I climbed a set of stairs, and was left breathless by what I saw. A huge city built on top of rock pillars, imagine a gigantic metallic octagon supported by pillars, at each end of the octagon there was a large tower and in the center of the octagon the boss's fortress. I climbed the stairs until I reached the top of one of the pillars, and thanks to that, I had a full view of the desert. I pressed one of the buttons on the side of my Git Finder, zooming my vision. I saw the golden sea that was the desert, with the wind blowing clouds of sand across the dunes. I saw the Molochs sliding across the sand, chasing the orcs that ran across the desert in their cars and warbikes. In the distance, I saw the jungle, being a green wall on the edge of the desert. From here, I saw the tops of the towers of Hive City and Thumb of Gork. Looking to the other side I noticed a mountain range, almost disappearing, but I could see its snow-covered peaks. Moreover, at the end of the desert I saw the beginning of the sea, with its waves crashing onto the shore. If it weren't for the Moloch, I would take Lainey there. Speaking of Lainey, I opened the top of the crib so the baby could see what I was seeing. The little Eldar looked on in wonder, the sunlight reflecting in her admiring eyes as the wind ruffled her brown hair. What did you think of the view? I asked the baby while I stroked her head, but she didn't respond, still distracted by the vision. Since Lainey wasn't interested in talking to me, I decided to check on the grots. Dobby and Gulg were sitting on the ground, watching the landscape with wide eyes. Both grots removed their helmets and closed their eyes, letting the wind pass over their faces. Boss. Dobby called me. Yes, Dobby. This place is big. Dobby replied, without taking his eyes off the landscape. I agree, and this is just a small piece of the planet. And what's after the desert? Gulg asked. The sea. I answered. And then, Another continent, probably. And then... Mountains, caves, cities, jungles, rivers, lakes, animals, orcs, nits and many more. Can we see all of this someday? I don't know. We would need some kind of flying vehicle, preferably one that doesn't explode when it's turned on and can land without falling apart. We have to work hard to get this. Dobby said. You can bet, we'll need to expand our business and recruit more grots, lots of grots. And I'm counting on you to train them. You can count on me, boss. I will turn them into the strongest grots ever. Dobby exclaimed. Hey! I like the spirit, keep it up and I'll get you a grot tank. Seriously? Dobby asked hopefully. Of course. I responded, poking the grot on his forehead, making him stumble back a few steps. Well, I think we've enjoyed the view long enough, let's explore the high city. I said as I stretched my back. Yes, boss. The grots responded. So with quick steps, we all headed towards the high city. On the way, I noticed some details, like the absurd amount of anti-aircraft defenses on top of the pillars. Anti-aircraft batteries, missile launchers, watchtowers with large cannons mounted on top. A funny detail is that for some reason, there were large mills built on top of the pillars, but they didn't seem to be connected to any kind of machinery. I suppose they were purely aesthetic. To enter the high city we passed over a large bridge. We walked close to the left side of the bridge, as the center served as a speedway for extremely fast cars and warbikes to enter and leave the city. It took a few orcs to be turned into red paste on the asphalt for the others present on the bridge to understand that it is not a good idea to walk in the middle of the street. Leaving that aside, we arrived at the entrance to the city where there were 2 flags hanging from 2 flagpoles, one on each side of the entrance. On the left side, there was the Evil Sun's flag and on the right side, there was the Speed Freaks flag. If I remember correctly, the Speed Freaks are orcs that are part of the Speed Cult, orcs obsessed and addicted to driving as fast as possible. Their vehicles are all painted red and many of them are meek boys, usually led by a meek boss. Not all Evil Suns are Speed Freaks, but most of them come from this clan, but any orc from any other clan can become a Speed Freak. Entering the city, I was surprised at how busy this place was, much more so than Thumb of Gork. The orcs were big too, the knob from before wasn't kidding. I covered my head with my hood and wrapped my body with my cloak, keeping my head down. We explored the city. From what I saw, the high city was a place of luxury, as luxurious as orc culture could be, of course. Workshops selling extremely modified cars and motorcycles covered in weapons. I was tempted to go into one of these workshops, but I stopped as soon as I saw the atrocious prices. Not that I couldn't buy a war bike, but if I did that, I would have to tighten my belt for a while. I saw stores selling shutas and choppas of all sizes and designs, from the most practical to the most inconvenient, even for an orc. Large canteens full of tables with grots cooking and running everywhere following the orders of the orcs. Something that bothered me was the nids that were in the city. Looking up I saw a group of gargoyles sitting like a flock of pigeons on a wire between 2 buildings. If the orcs aren't doing anything about it, I guess I shouldn't worry. Continuing the exploration, cars and motorcycles in the high city were more present than in the lower city. The streets were full of war bikes, war buggies, war trucks, and many more. They ran through the streets, looking like red blurs and running over anyone who didn't get out of the way in time. Fortunately, I wasn't one of those people. My mother taught me to always walk on the sidewalk and look both ways before crossing the street, and I passed these same teachings on to Dobby and Gulg. During our walk, we arrived at a street that I assume was the Merchant's Street. Instead of shops, there were large trucks with open backs and sides, serving as entrance doors and counters. At the end of the street, there was another big elevator, so it wasn't a mystery how they got here. The street was full of orcs, to the point that I had to pull Dobby, Gulg, and the squigs closer to me, to avoid any problems. On the way I had a diabolical idea. I decided to practice my Wvaig powers. Hiding in my purple cloak, blending into the crowd, I focused my mind. In addition, observing the surroundings while putting my hand out of my cloak, I used the powers of the Wvaig, levitating bags full of teeth away from their owners. While the orcs were busy arguing with each other or trying to be the first to buy something from the merchants, they were exposed to my little trick. With quick steps, I stole a number of bags full of teeth. On the way, I glanced at the merchants. There was a truck painted black with a gigantic orc on the counter. The orc wore black armor with a checkered pattern and carried a large axe. He must be a goth. A blue truck with a smaller orc, with blue war paint on his face and wearing a tool belt, a death skull. A red truck with an orc covered in bionic parts, that was fixing the engine of said truck, an evil Sunday. An extremely old and less advanced truck than the others, adorned with the bones of nits and other animals. The orc near the truck was big like Goff, but he was covered in scars, and wearing clothes made from animal skin and bones. He also wore a necklace of fangs and had a squig at his side, a snake bite. The last truck was painted in a military camouflage pattern, but strangely, there was no one in front of it, just a bored orc leaning on the counter. The orc was a weaker shade of green, he wore a bulletproof vest, camouflage war paint on his face and on his head was what looked like night vision goggles. This must be a blood axe, probably a commando. Are you gonna stare at me or are you gonna say something? But if you're to talk bad about me, you better get out before I cut your neck. The commando spoke, twirling a knife between his fingers. I don't doubt he would try that. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend, I just found the lack of orcs in front of your store strange. I replied, stopping in front of the counter. Hump. People in this town don't like what I have to sell. They would rather rush at the enemy with a shoulda and choppa and hand dan sneak up and catch the enemy by surprise. But that didn't stop them from saying how unorky I am. The commando spoke, throwing the knife up and catching it right away. With that information, I concentrated for a moment, trying to remember everything I knew about the blood axes and commandos. The blood axes were the first of the orc clans to encounter the Imperium. During their exposition in battles, they borrowed many human tactics, such as using camouflage, using looted Imperial vehicles, and retreating when they are losing. They were also exposed to human culture and values, making them appear less trustworthy to other orc clans. They also trade with humans, receiving equipment and vehicles as payment, and even work as mercenaries for the Imperium at times. All of these things lead followers of other clans to label them as dangerously treacherous, cowardly, and downright anti-orc. Commandos, on the other hand, are the epitome of cunning. Nothing makes a commando happier than sneaking up on an unsuspecting enemy, his companions gliding through the undergrowth alongside him. When the time is right, the commandos will come out of hiding, slashing, stabbing, and shooting their stunned prey before they have the chance to counterattack. Commandos are viewed with suspicion by most orc on the rare occasions they are seen. Commandos value intelligence and initiative, and some of them even know how to read. Commandos prefer to cut throats and spread panic behind enemy lines before launching a perfectly timed ambush. A smile formed on my face when this opportunity appeared in front of me. Well, sir. Rigidsnick. The orc responded. Well, Mr. Rigidsnick. How about I become your first customer? Snick responded by raising an eyebrow dubiously. XXXXXX. Ha ha ha. Look at this. Someone wants to kill some gits without being seen. Snick laughed as he counted the teefs I gave him. I follow Mork's teachings, be cunning but brutal, I replied while checking my equipment. Snick had exactly what I needed, deadly sneaky gear, or how sneaky orc gear could be. I bought 2 assassin knives, huge, sharp combat knives normally used by commando knobs. The knives gleamed in the sunlight as I saw my reflection in the blades. A Daka Shuda, a smaller Shuda but with more firepower, with a rotating drum on the bottom and 3 barrels through which the bullets fired. Another thing I bought was a series of scopes with different lenses, each with a different magnification of vision. I raised my big Shuda and aimed at one of the high city towers, and thanks to a combination of my Git Finder and scope, I could clearly see some orcs in the tower. In terms of Call of Duty, I was with an X4 scope. Other than that, I bought other minor equipment, camouflage paint, bulletproof vests, belts with holsters and slots for ammunition and grenades. I didn't buy night vision goggles because my Git Finder already had this function and much more. Finally, yet importantly, I bought some rare and expensive equipment for the orcs, but it was worth it considering its usefulness. Orcs are not known for long-distance communication, except for one orc whose job is to scream loudly, but the commandos were an exception. For in a box I held under my arm were a series of walkie-talkies of the type you would see in an 80s action film with orcish features. Small black rectangular boxes, with a circular antenna on top, a place for you to speak and a display with a needle inside and several black lines on both sides marking the frequency. Just below there was a disc where I could choose the frequency I wanted. There was one more thing I wanted to buy, but I didn't know if Snick would have it. In fact, what I wanted was ridiculous for an orc. Hey, Snick. Do you have a silencer? The moment those words left my mouth, Snick's eyes widened and he jumped onto the counter, covering my mouth with one hand and placing a finger of the other in front of his lips. SSSHHH. Where did you learn that word? No what? It doesn't matter, yous give me the teefs and I'll give you what you want. Snick replied as he looked around for anyone listening. With a nod, I placed some teefs on the counter, and accepting the payment, Snick went to the other side of his truck where he performed a series of actions. First Snick pushed a military cabinet aside, revealing a wall, he pressed a part of the wall, revealing a panel, typing a password into the panel, and a red semi-sphere came out of the wall just above the panel. The semi-sphere scanned Snick's retina, then a larger part of the wall opened, revealing a safe. Snick slid the safe dial, forming a combination, the safe opened revealing a smaller safe with a lock. Snick took a key from a chain around his neck, unlocking the safe. Snick took a briefcase out of the safe and placed the briefcase on the counter, and then Snick opened the 2 locks on both sides of the briefcase, using his thumbs. A blinding light came from inside the briefcase. Slowly, Snick turned the briefcase towards me, revealing its contents. I used my hand to protect my remaining eye, but even so, my mouth dropped open at what I saw. XXXXXX. I walked away from Snick's shop with a big smile on my face. On the way I waved to the commando and he waved back. I hope to meet this guy again. With the help of Dobby and Gulg, we carried the new equipment. With everything here sorted, I think it's time to leave. I glanced at the equipment attached to my big Shuda and Slugga. Each had a black silencer attached to the end of its barrel, firing a few shots into the air with my Slugga, and I smiled at the result. No noise came from the gun, complete silence. Orc silencers work like movie silencers. Boss, what is that? Dobby asked, pointing at something. Looking where the grot was pointing. It was a big bridge that led into something, and for some reason, all the orcs in the city seemed to go there. I took a few steps towards the bridge and as I approached, I could hear a faint sound of music. Let's take a look, I said to the grots and squigs. With waves and barks, we stepped onto the large bridge and followed the flow of orcs, passing through another large gate, similar to the one at the entrance to the high city. We let out whistles in surprise at what we saw. The bridge took us to an elevated area and just below there was a large stadium being suspended by 8 large chains attached to 8 large rock pillars. There was nothing underneath the stadium to support it. Impressively, it appears to be some kind of race track. Let's take a closer look. With nods of confirmation, we followed the flow, and entered bridges that intersect the one we were on. We arrived at the stadium, paying for the ticket. We all sat in the stands, the squigs next to my feet and Dobby and Gulg sitting next to me, and waited for the event to begin. Suddenly the music became louder, the sound of guitars and drums echoing throughout the stadium. Looking at the source of the music, I saw a stage built just below the box. Moreover, on that stage there was a band of orcs and grots playing guitars and drums. With the sound of a siren, a group of 20 cars and warbikes came through the stadium's side entrance and stopped behind the racetrack's starting line. Well done, your gits. Are you ready for the race? An orc on the stage shouted into a microphone, his voice echoing around the stadium through speakers. Uvaig. The entire stadium screamed. I didn't hear ye. Are you ready for the race? The orc shouted again. Uvaig. Racers, start your engines. With that order, smoke came out of the exhaust of all the racers' vehicles, and they were ready to go. But we can't forget our special guest. The orc shouted, pointing upwards. I looked away towards the box just above the stage. There was something moving there. The biggest and baddest orc in the high city. Something descended from the box towards the stage via an open elevator, but due to the distance, I couldn't see what it was. The fastest, the angriest, the greenest. The music grew louder and more frantic as the elevator stopped. The one responsible for organizing this race, the monster UV muscle and metal. A large metal door behind the stage opened, revealing a dark room. Meet Boss Varguts Bug Crusher. As soon as the orc finished speaking, a gigantic orc covered in metallic bionic parts painted red leaped out of the dark room in an explosion of smoke. The orc was riding a huge warbike, painted red and with a tyrannid skull adorning the front. The bike flew over the orc that announced the boss's arrival, and landed in the middle of the racetrack, where it passed the starting line, starting the race. As with the firing of hundreds of Shudas, all the other racers accelerated, trying to surpass the boss. Looking to the side, I saw how happy Dobby and Gulg were watching the race, both grots bouncing in their seats. I think there's no harm in staying here a little longer. I didn't get a warbike made by a speed freak, but the day was productive. I slightly lifted the top of Lainey's crib, allowing the baby to watch the race too. I could hear her excited screams amid the noise of the stadium. Well, I guess I can just sit back and enjoy it. How many laps does this race have anyway? Looking up at a tower near the racetrack, I spotted a grot holding a wooden sign. Lap 1/200. Oh Zog. This is a NASCAR race. I'll be here for a long time. Chapter 9 Territory Problems. I was at home, in my office, thinking about what my next step would be. I would like to expand my business to the Index of Gork, but the Molochs were a problem. I don't want to drive in a panic and risk being eaten every time I enter the desert. I thought of 2 solutions to the problem. The first would be to acquire a flying vehicle, which wasn't possible, as until now, I haven't seen an orc owning one. The second option is the most likely to pursue, but it is also the most expensive. Replace the wheels on my junket truck with anti-gravity plates, similar to Lainey's crib. However, there was a problem, the price. Making Lainey's crib float was easy and cheap, as it is extremely light, but to make an entire truck float, you would need a dozen large, quality anti-gravity plates. I asked Maground how many teefs it would take for him to make this modification to my junket truck. Let's just say I almost had a heart attack when I heard the value. It's not that I can't afford it, but if I did that, my finances would be in the red, and considering how quickly teefs degrade, I can't save up for a while to pay for the modification. The only way I thought of getting the modification was to expand my business to the point where I wouldn't have to face difficulties spending an absurd amount of teefs. In addition, I did just that. Thanks to the fungus fields at the back of my house, I got a steady stream of fungi, spores, grots, snots, and squigs. Looking out my office window, I saw the small green fields cultivated by snots in my yard. We had to expand the buildings thanks to the influx of fungal or contracted grots and snots. New dormitories have been built around my house and more equipment has been purchased as my minions are approaching the thousands. Pens and stables were built for the squigs, and the snots did a good job of training them. Returning to the previous topic, now that I had access to the fungi, I ordered the grots to open new stores around the city. Snots knew how to turn fungi into snacks and medicine, while squigs could be turned into barbecue or sold to orcs looking for pets. Therefore, in addition to weapons, equipment, and housing rentals, I entered the pharmacy, fast food, and pet store business. My heart raced as I thought about the amount of profits I had recently acquired. However, of course, I didn't spend all this time expanding my business, but also training my skills. I improved my aim with my weapons, like reloading them faster, disassembling, and reassembling them. Moreover, I practiced with my hand-to-hand combat weapons, like my knives and choppa. I also did missions for the guild, killing NYDS and getting more parts for my armor, and with the teeth I acquired, I made a point of buying a stock of different stick bombs. The most important thing was my training with the powers of Wuveig. Raising both hands, I smiled upon seeing a green flame appearing at the tip of each finger. Changing my focus, I made some objects on my desk float around me. Using my powers became more natural every day, but I admit that I used a certain object to help me. I opened my desk drawer and took out a piece of wraith bone that I scraped off the escape pod and I've been messing with it recently. I placed the piece on the table and focused my psychic energy on it, trying to shape the wraith bone. The piece of wraith bone moved and shook on the table. Suddenly a wraith bone spike appeared on top of the piece. I sighed frustrated with this result. Although the wraith bone helped me channel my psychic powers, I didn't get satisfactory results when trying to shape the material. It isn't surprising, since there are Eldars who dedicate their entire lives to learning to control and shape the wraith bone with their powers. I hopped to shape a cube or sphere. Maybe Lainey will have better luck with this. Speaking of Lainey, this brought me to another problem: Lainey growing up. Gaga. I snapped out of my thoughts thanks to the childish noises next to me. Smiling slightly, I saw Lainey crawling in front of my desk. The baby chased a small cloth ball. As soon as he reached the ball, Lainey caught it and threw it away, chasing after it again laughing. She is growing quickly, not to the point where she couldn't fit in her crib, but now she was more likely to make noise and attract unwanted attention. At some point I would have to spend a few years in inactivity and take care of Lainey properly. Until then, I need to acquire more resources and become stronger. Hey, Lainey, come here. I called the baby gently. Lainey's ears moved when she heard my voice. The baby quickly turned towards me and smiled, showing the small teeth appearing in her mouth. Lainey's teeth were coming out, so I would have to change her diet to solid food. Time to research which fruits in this planet's jungle are edible. The teeth also bothered Lainey, making her bite everything in sight to get rid of the discomfort, literally. There were bite marks on my table legs, chairs, bookshelves, and pillars. As if that wasn't enough, I've seen Lainey leaning on walls and furniture, trying to stand but failing and making a frustrated face right after. That's right, come here, I want to show you something. I called Lainey again. The baby quickly crawled towards me while laughing and sat down in front of my desk, looking at me expectantly. I used my powers to make Lainey float and sit on my desk. See this? This is called a wraith bone. Various beings like you use their powers to shape it. Why don't you try? I asked the baby while pointing at the object in question. Lainey stared at the piece of wraith bone curiously. Slowly, she reached out her hand toward the object. Yes. Use your psychic powers to shape the wraith bone. I exclaimed to the child. I wonder if she feels something different. Perhaps, like the orcs, the Eldars also acquire some ability by instinct. Almost everything in Eldar society is made of wraith bone. There must be some secret or technique. Lainey held the piece of wraith bone in front of her face, turning the piece in her small hands, and then she made a face of concentration. I watched expectantly. I couldn't wait for the result. However, my joy turned to panic at what Lainey did. WOMP. She put the piece of wraith bone in her mouth. No. I shouted, quickly jumping to my feet and holding Lainey with both hands. Quickly, she swallowed the wraith bone and faced me, smiling innocently while moving her ears. No. Vomit that thing. I screamed in panic. Ha ha ha. Lainey laughed, clapping her hands. XXXXXX. Well, luckily, Lainey didn't choke, and the piece of wraith bone came out the other side a few hours later. I washed the piece and left it to dry in my office window. For Gork and Mork. What the hell was I thinking? I scolded myself, leaning back in my chair and covering my face with my hand. Looking through the gap between my fingers, I saw Lainey playing with the ball again as if nothing happened. Lainey is too young for that, maybe when she gets older, I'll train her on how to use her powers, until then, I'll focus on mastering mine. At least the piece Lainey swallowed wasn't the only one I had. Holding a second piece in my hand, I channeled my powers into the wraithbone with the image of a pyramid in my mind. The piece moved in my hand, and slowly, a part of the wraithbone rose, forming one side of the pyramid. It's a start. Boss. The scream made me lose concentration and the piece of wraithbone returned to normal. What? I shouted at the group of grots that entered my office. We have a problem. One of the grots in the group shouted nervously. I approached the grots while picking up Lainey on the way, and when I got close, I noticed that the grots in the group had some cuts and scratches around their bodies, but there were two extremely injured ones, supporting themselves on the shoulders of their companions. Tell me what happened. I responded seriously. XXXXXX. It was just another day in Green Morgue, and the grot known as Korik served his customers, mostly orcs interested in the snacks he sold. Korik accepted the payment for the snack and handed 2 skewers with squig barbecue to the orc in front of him. The orc quickly took the skewers from Korik's hand and licked his lips, walking away from the stall with a satisfied grunt. Korik smiled and placed the teefs in a box under the counter of his tent, but diverted his attention as soon as he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Looking towards the source of the noise, Korik saw 2 orc boys standing in front of his tent, blocking the sunlight. Can I help you? Korik asked, smiling. Yes, you're gone. Tell your boss that we the bone break has don't like gets open and businesses in our territory without our permission. The first orc boy shouted. Soon after, he ripped off a small flag hanging from the top of the tent and held it in front of Korik, showing the bad moon symbol painted on the flag. But we gon' ignore dat if you're teef us, course. The second orc boy responded, extending his open hand towards Korik. I can't, the teefs belong to my boss. Korik responded, stepping back and placing a hand on his back. An oo said dis is ma problem. The first orc boy exclaimed, raising his fist and bringing it down towards the tent counter. Bang! Arg! However, before the orc boy destroyed the small tent, Korik drew his slugga from his back and shot the orc boy. The shot hit the orc boy in the shoulder, tearing off a piece of green flesh with a jet of blood. Korik immediately grabbed the teef box and ran away from the tent towards an alley, just in time to get out of the way of a kick from the second orc boy that smashed the small tent against the wall of a building. Unfortunately, the orcs chased Korik soon after. The grot ran through the city's alleys while hearing the screams and insults of the 2 orcs approaching. That is until Korik stopped at a small vacant lot in the middle of Thumb of Gork maze of alleys. You should have run more, your head would have stayed stuck on your body longer that way. The orc boy with the injured shoulder exclaimed, approaching Korik. However, Korik just smiled arrogantly. Is gonna wipe that smile off your face. The second orc boy responded, approaching as well. Unfortunately, the orc never had the chance to carry out his threat, as dozens of grots jumped from the roofs of the houses with their choppas ready and landed on top of the orc, stabbing him repeatedly. The orc screamed as he struggled, throwing himself against the walls, trying to knock down the grots. A few grots fell to the ground, but soon jumped at the orc again, plunging their choppas into the flesh and spilling blood with a wet splash. The orc with the injured shoulder widened his eyes in surprise, but before he could help his companion, dozens of grots entered the lot, emerging from alleys, abandoned houses and jumping from rooftops. Soon the orc boy found himself surrounded by dozens of grots. Do you think you have any chance winning? Why don't you leave before I crush ya all? The orc with the injured shoulder screamed, realizing he was at a disadvantage. Catch him! One of the grots in the crowd shouted. Immediately all the grots pulled out their choppas and sluggas. Zog in hell! The orc boy shouted, grabbing a chain wrapped around his waist and cracking it like a whip, and drawing a choppa in his other hand. Then the orc boy and the grots fought, ending with the orc boy dead and several grots injured, but fortunately alive. XXXXXX. I'm angry, no, that's not the right word. I'm furious. A small gang of orcs with nothing better to do messing with my grots? Who the hell do they think they are? What were they called again? Bone breakers? Yes. Bone breakers. When I get my hands on them, I breathed deeply to calm down after noticing the orc anger taking over me. Looking around, I saw Lainey and the grots looking at me scared. Damn it. Boss? What will we do? One of the grots asked hesitantly. Good question. What will we do? I can't let this go without consequences, otherwise, other orcs will think they can do the same, but on the other hand, if I react, I'll draw the attention of a gang of orcs. Not if I get rid of the entire gang at once, but I doubt the Bone Breakers will be the only gang in town. As my business expands, I'll end up messing with the other gangs too. Unless I deal with the Bone Breakers and other gangs at once. Yes. I believe it's possible as long as I abuse the fighting desire, short fuse, and stupidity of the orcs. Simple, we will counterattack, but not now. I need to plan our next move, but until then, stop the expansion of the stores. I've a mission for you. I want a list of names with all the gangs in the city and their territories. I also need you to keep an eye out for when Ruxad Nidgala leaves town on one of his hunts. Yes, boss. The Grots responded. Find Dobby and Gulg when you get out, tell them both to come to my office, and don't forget to tend to the injured. With a series of confirmations, the Grots left the office, leaving me alone with Lainey. Well, Lainey. Looks like some gits decided to mess with us. What do you think about us sending them to Gork and Mork? I asked the baby, returning to my table. Ha ha ha. Lainey laughed, clapping her hands. That's the spirit. But we won't do that now. I responded, opening a drawer on my desk and taking out a roll of paper. PPPSSSHHH. Lainey replied, sticking out her tongue. Don't be like that. You need to fight smart, otherwise, you will die like the stupid orcs running toward the firing lines with just a choppa in hand. You don't want to be a stupid orc, do you? I asked, opening the paper on the table. Lainey glared at me as if my question insulted her. I'm sorry, you're so much better than that. When you grow up, you'll crump every orc and NYD that gets in your way, won't you? Wah! Lainey replied, smiling arrogantly. Once again, I think that Eldar arrogance is genetic. Leaving the baby's games aside, I looked at the city map on my desk. Now let's see where to put my plan into action. Boss? Did you call us? Dobby asked, walking into my office with Gulg following him. Yes, come here you two. We have a lot to do. XXXXXX. Therefore, the days passed and all night, Gorlonic and his Grots moved boxes and boxes full of something into the abandoned buildings in an isolated area of Thumb of Gork. The area consisted of a large dirt courtyard surrounded by several old wooden and metal buildings. The only way to enter the courtyard was through a series of alleys, allowing vehicles to enter only in line. Emptying the boxes, the orc and his Grots scattered throughout the buildings set up something in each window of the buildings. When everything was over, some Grots stayed behind to prevent anyone from ruining the plan. Meanwhile, a group of Grots camped on the roofs of buildings near the city's main entrance. With a pair of binoculars, one of the camp Grots saw a dust cloud coming out of the boss fortress and heading toward the gate. Focusing on the dust cloud, the Grot saw dozens of blue-painted vehicles moving at great speed, and the orc known as Ruxad Nidgala led this group. The Grot put his binoculars aside and took a walkie-talkie from his pocket. Boss, Ruxad left the city. The Grot spoke with the press of a button. Perfect, get out of there and join Dobby, we will act tonight. A voice responded from the other end. All right boss. The Grot responded, releasing the button and warning his companions of the chief's orders. Thumb of Gork, night. Everything is ready boss Dobby. A Grot spoke on the walkie-talkie. Okay you can start, the boss is waiting. A sharp but firm voice responded. With confirmation, the Grot set the walkie-talkie aside and waved to the other Grots on the roof. The group of Grots approached the edge of the roof and watched the building bellow. The Bone Break has gang's base. Light came out of the windows and it was possible to see the outline of orcs moving inside. Shifting the focus to the cars and motorcycles parked in front of the building, the Grots saw another of their group attaching a note to the windshield of each vehicle. Giving thumbs up to his companions on the roof, the Grot ran away from the building. After receiving the signal, the Grots on the roof moved away from the edge of the building, except for one. The Grot that remained at the edge withdrew a stick bomb from the back of his shirt and held it in front of him with his finger on the pin ring. Soon after he stared one of the Grots that moved away, the Grot in question stared back, assuming a running stance. Nodding, both Grots acted. The Grot ran, simultaneously the Grot on the edge of the building removed the stick bomb pin. Lightly throwing the stick bomb upwards and moving away shortly afterward, the Grot opened the way for the other one that approached. Kicking the stick bomb with all his strength, the little Grot sent the explosive towards the Bone Break has building. The stick bomb closed the distance to the building's roof, where it bounced off the tiles for a few seconds before exploding. Boom! The explosion was accompanied by a wave of flames, as the stick bomb was a fiery stick bomb filled with extremely flammable squig oil. The Bone Break has left the building as soon as they heard the explosion and screamed in fury when they saw the fire spreading throughout the building. Oh made dis. A Nob, probably the leader of the gang, his face covered in white war paint depicting a skull, shouted angrily. Boss. An orc boy spoke, handing a note to the Nob. Give me dat. The Nob shouted, taking the note from his inferior and reading its contents. The note was written in orc glyphs, but the translation into human language would be as follows. We bloodshadays are tired your Bone Break has invaded our territory. If you're dare, come meet us ere. Bloodshades. In addition, written on the note was the location of where the fight would take place. GGGRRR. De bloodsheds mest wet de wrong orc. Everyone, we will teach those kids a lesson they will never forget. The Nob shouted to his gang. With hurried steps and furious shouts, the orc gang got into their respective vehicles and drove towards the marked location. However, the Bone Breakers weren't the only ones heading to the same location, as several gangs around the city had their bases and hideouts mysteriously attacked, and each gang found a note written by their rivals challenging them to a fight. That night, a cacophony of screams and engines echoed through the city as the different gangs headed to the same location. Eventually, the dozens of orcs found themselves in a dirt courtyard surrounded by buildings. The orcs exited their respective vehicles with choppas and shuttas in their hands, and then each gang faced the other, waiting to see who would make the first move. A tense silence took over the place, but this silence was soon broken by someone firing the first shot. Bang! No one knew where the shot came from, but a Bone Breakers orc boy fell dead with a hole in his forehead. Then any possibility of knowing what was happening disappeared, and all the orcs advanced to the center of the courtyard, shooting and swinging their choppas wildly. It no longer mattered who was responsible for the attacks, only that only one gang would get out of there in one piece. The fury and desire for battle took over the minds of everyone present. As the OKs killed each other in the center of the courtyard, a grot with a steaming slug laughed and hid behind the wall next to the window of one of the buildings overlooking the courtyard. Nice shot. Certain grot greeted his subordinate. This grot was better equipped than the others, wearing small armor made from NYD parts and carrying a quality slugga. The others are ready, Boss Dobby. A grot exclaimed, entering the room. Right. Get your shuttas ready. Dobby ordered to the grots. Quickly and without wasting time, the grots ran through the floors of the buildings, stopping near each window where they removed a large piece of cloth that covered something. Moreover, that something was a shutta mounted on the window frame. Normally a grot couldn't use a shutta, as the recoil would break all of its bones, so each window-mounted shutta had a metal frame securing it to the window to reduce recoil and maintain stability. The grots operated the shuttas and aimed them at the courtyard below, waiting for their boss's order. With a big smile on his face, Dobby gave the order. Fire! Show them what happens to those who mess with our band. With a series of laughter and shouts of joy, the order was spread to the buildings surrounding the courtyard, and with the press of several triggers, lead rained down on the fighting gangs below. The orcs' war cries soon became cries of surprise and pain as thousands of bullets pierced their bodies, tearing their bodies and painting the ground red. Complete chaos took over the place, as the orcs lost all coordination and focused on surviving. This resulted in several orcs trampling their companions, turning them into a mess of broken bones on the ground. In the end, they made the grot's job easier by reducing the number of orcs. The few orcs that escaped the initial salvo ran towards their vehicles, but there were two problems. The first was that the alleys only allowed vehicles to enter in a line, so the orcs needed to maneuver their vehicles to get out of there, which involved getting closer to the massacre in the center of the courtyard. The second problem was that several stick bombs fell from the roofs of the buildings on both sides of the alley, exploding and turning the vehicles into balls of fire and metal. Those who didn't die in the explosion were pierced by flaming shrapnel, ensuring a slow death. The few survivors preferred to try their luck in the courtyard transformed into a slaughterhouse. Surprisingly, one orc survived the slaughter and escaped that hell of bullets, a knob with his face covered in war paint. They say that the more an orc fights, the bigger it becomes, and therefore, smarter. Maybe it was this that made the knob gets out of there while he still had a chance when he realized it was a trap. The knob ran away from the courtyard, covered in sweat, exhausted, with a few bullets lodged in his body, but alive. Though any security the knob felt soon disappeared, for just as he passed the entrance to an alley, he was headbutted by a large, muscular squig with a flat, protruding forehead. The knob screamed in pain as he was thrown away, rolling across the ground before landing on his hands and knees, but before he could get up, a second squig came out of the city's alleys and bit him on the back of his left leg, preventing him from getting up. The squig with purple skin, huge teeth, spikes on its back, and long tongue sank its fangs into the green flesh, tearing off a large chunk of the knob with a powerful bite. The knob shouted, struggling as much as he could, but soon the purple squig bit his other leg, definitely preventing him from escaping. A third squig appeared, this one of medium size, green skin and huge fangs extending upwards, and delivered a powerful headbutt to the knob's chest, throwing him against the wall of a building. Where the zog did you come from? It doesn't matter. I'll rip your skin off and make me a new pair UV boots. Come on! The knob exclaimed, sitting on the floor with his back against the wall. Quickly the knob drew a choppa in the shape of a large meat cleaver and raised it above his head, but soon screamed in pain as his arm disappeared in a red mist accompanied by 3 large holes forming in the wall of the building. Strangely, whatever ripped off the knob's arm did it silently. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged from the darkness of the night, wearing a large purple cloak covered in spikes and with a hood. The figure carried a big shutta in his hands with a silencer at the end and was accompanied by a strange floating pod. The figure stopped in front of the knob, staring at him with his glowing red eye. Oh are ye? The knob demanded. The figure placed a hand on the flap of his hood and then removed it, revealing an orc with an upright posture and a gitfinda for one of his eyes. I believe you must know me as Gorlonic Teef Ripa, you must be wondering why I did all of this. The answer is quite simple, so I'll save you time. This all happened because you messed with one of my grots and tried to steal the teefs that belong to me. The orc responded politely and without the traditional accent of his species. Is dis serious? Ya did all dis for a grot and a handful UV teefs. The knob exclaimed in disbelief. That's the funny part, it's not always about the teef or grots, sometimes it's about sending a message. Gorlonic responded, drawing his silenced slugga and shooting the knob in the forehead, killing him. Everything ready, boss? A grot with a large backpack on his back asked, stepping out of the darkness and standing next to Gorlonic. Yes, Gulg. Did you bring the paint? Gorlonic asked the grot. Yes, boss. Gulg replied, taking 2 cans of paint from his backpack, one black and one yellow. All right. Let's get this over with. Gulg and Gorlonic quickly painted something on the wall of the building where the knob's body was leaning, the symbol of the Bazmoon clan, a yellow moon surrounded by black flames. As soon as they both finished their work, an old truck entered the street and stopped near the two. The driver's seat door opened, revealing a bunch of grots driving the truck, one holding the steering wheel, a second the gear lever, and a third pressing the pedals. We looted the gang bases as you asked, boss. The grot on the wheel exclaimed, pointing to the back of the truck. Gorlonic approached the back of the truck, where he saw dozens of boxes filled with sluggas, shuddas, choppas, stick bombs, armor, and teef. You guys did a good job, rip the teefs out of this git and we'll go home. Gorlonic praised the grots while pointing at the dead knob with his thumb. You can leave it with us, boss. The grot responded, getting out of the truck with the others at his side and approaching the dead knob with pliers and choppas in hand. Gorlonic leaned against the truck as he watched the grots work. Simultaneously, he talked to the baby inside the floating crib. I told you we better plan before we act. We got rid of a lot of problems in one fell swoop. Gorlonic spoke, poking Lainey's cheek. Lainey grumbled irritably, looking away. Don't give me that face. Is it that hard to admit that I was right? Gorlonic asked arrogantly. Lainey's response was to quickly turn around and bite Gorlonic's finger with her small teeth. Ouch. Okay, I'll shut up. Gorlonic responded, shaking his hand while pretending to feel pain. Lainey laughed smugly at the big orc's reaction. Then night soon turned to day and the orcs awoke to find most, if not all of the city's gangs dead in the same place. All gang members had their teefs removed and bodies looted. Although it wasn't said explicitly, everyone knew who was responsible for this thanks to the moon symbol painted on the building next to the corpse of the Bonebreakaz gang leader. After all, there was only one orc in the city who wore the bad moon symbol. The events of that night served as a message to those who wished to interfere with the strange orc's business. Chapter 10 New Employees. Well, that's worrying, but expected. I said to myself, holding a giggling Lainey in one arm and dangling a stick bomb rattle in front of her. Ha ha ha. Lainey giggled, opening and closing her little hands as she tried to hold the toy. This is no laughing matter, Lainey, the situation worsened. I murmured to the baby, still focusing on the problem in front of me. What do I mean by this? Well, imagine my surprise when I woke up to my grots screaming and preparing to fight the next day after we eliminated the city's gangs. Firstly, I imagined that some survivors of the massacre wanted revenge. After all, I was not subtle in the unspoken message I sent to the entire city. But to my relief, the orcs banging and screaming at my gate, which was miraculously still standing, were not wearing any war paint or icons identifying them as gang members, but rather as normal death skulls, painted blue and everything else. Interestingly, there were no knobs in the group, just boys, grots, snots, and a type of orc larger than a grot but smaller than a boy. I believe they are classified as youth, young and inexperienced orcs who have just emerged from their fungal cocoons. They are not much different from the boys in terms of appearance or skill, but they are cheaper to recruit and have more will to fight than a normal orc, although they die easily due to inexperience. Now, what am I going to do with the crowd knocking on my door? Gogug. Lainey replied. Recruit them into our warband? I do not know if it is a good idea. I have no problems with grots or snots, but orcs are difficult to control. They are violent, greedy, mistreat grots and snots, get angry easily, and have no problem killing to get what they want. Not to mention, of course, that I would have to worry about finding a good fight for them and be careful with the orcs who have the bright idea of becoming the new boss. Bu. It could work, but I worry about our workers. I do not want orcs killing them after all the trust we built together. Orcs love to abuse grots and snots for being smaller, weak, and cowardly, even more so ours, which are treated with respect, paid, and well equipped. PPPSSSHHH. I could keep the two groups separate, after all, our companions live in the dormitories within our walls. But where would I put all these orcs? I was silent for a few minutes, hundreds of thoughts racing through my head. I cannot send these orcs away, they chose me as their boss, and discarding them will breed resentment and a desire for revenge because I am not a suitable boss. There is also the logistical side, weapons, armor, food, medicine, accommodation, payments, and fights. Unless. I felt the corners of my lips rising. Technically, I already had everything necessary to accept these orcs. I have the piles of looted gang equipment, the renovated shacks, the medicine and food prepared by my snots, and a constant, steady stream of teeth. This also creates a new opportunity. Instead of saving an abundance of teeth to modify my junka truck, how about I get my own meat boy? The odd boys appear out of necessity thanks to the knowledge stored in the orc's genetic code. However, what if I encourage the emergence of a meat boy, giving little pushes here and there? You bub. Don't worry, Lainey, one day you will be a big, strong orc like me, you will be the boss of your warband, but leave the problems to me until then. Suddenly, Dobby and Gulg walked through the front door, interrupting my conversation with Lainey. Boss, the boys at the gate are getting agitated more than usual. Gulg said, worriedly. I can order our grots to throw some stick bombs over the walls of our base while we release some angry squigs into the crowd. Dobby suggested. No, I will handle this situation myself, but I will need you to send our people to the dorms and only leave when I tell them to. I will also need you two to take care of Lainey. I replied as I placed Lainey in her floating crib next to me. You can count on us, boss. Both grots responded, saluting. Oh, one more thing, tell the grots to bring the junka truck with our loot on my signal. Yes, boss. I smiled slightly at the answer and left Lainey in the care of the two, leaving the house shortly afterward and walking toward my gate. I passed by the doghouses of Gavaden, Baskerville and Popcorn, respectively, and whistled for the three squigs to follow me. I counted at least 10 orcs on the other side of the gate, putting their arms through the opening in the bars and trying to get in, but I saw more orcs just behind. There were also grots and snots trying to squeeze through the bars only to get their heads stuck. I held back my laughter and stopped in front of the gate, out of reach of the orcs, and analyzed the situation. Unfortunately, my presence whipped them into frenzy, causing them to shake the gate harder. Boss, boss, boss. The orcs screamed repeatedly and my squigs returned the screams with furious barks. Well, time to get this over with before they tore down my facade, so I whipped out my Dakashuda with one hand and pulled the trigger, firing a burst into the air. Daka! 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 The orcs immediately shut up as the deafening noise of gun barrels spinning and gunshots piercing the air echoed through the ghetto. I looked left and right, analyzing the crowd's reaction. They stared at me with closed mouths and red-wide eyes. I then walked towards the gate as I removed a silver key from my pocket, placed the key in the lock, and unlocked the gate, opening it inwards and to the sides. The orcs took this as a sign that they could enter. Unfortunately, for them, this was not the case. I raised my leg and kicked the first orc that tried to enter in the face, knocking out teeth and spilling blood on the ground. The orc flew before hitting two orcs that were close behind, knocking them to the ground. This caused the crowd to stop in surprise, so I pointed my Dakashuda at the ground and fired in an arc, kicking up a cloud of dust and forcing the crowd back. As if that was not enough, my squigs walked past me, barked, and growled at the crowd. With that done, I cleared my throat and puffed out my chest, as if I was about to give a speech, then I spoke as a boss would. What enda name uv gorkin mork were your dinking? Oh said your kudko men. The crowd of orcs fell back in surprise, frightened by my display, but a few brave ones held their ground. But boss. One of the orcs spoke nervously, raising a questioning finger, but I did not allow him to finish. I'm not your boss, is not de boss uv any uva. After all, why should I be? I do not know if you realized, but I managed to get away with a bunch uv grots, snots and squigs. I have TEF, food, weapons, equipment, vehicles and much more. I am gradually built a name for my warband. I have accumulated achievements and my name without any problems so far. Why should I accept a bunch uv stupid gits when is doin' fine with what I have? Boss, we're better than a bunch uv weaklen grots. Another orc shouted back. Is that so? So how many uv you know how to prepare medicine and care for wounds? How many uv you know how to cook food and take care uv squigs and fungus fields? How many uv you know how to build houses, assemble and disassemble shudas, sharpen choppas and clean armor? In addition, more importantly, how many uv you know how to work as a team and fight properly? Fight without waste and ammunition and stomp and your companions, aim at your enemy and plan, and not die like a git cause you ran towards an enemy gun line with a choppa in your hand. The crowd fell silent, staring at each other with hesitant glances, kicking a random rock, or scratching the back of their heads. I see you noticed what the problem here is. You do not know how to do anything but fight and waste resources, and I do not want that. I want ORKSOO know how to plan, lead, and think before acting, gon do more dan shoot like crazies while screamin' from de top uv dear lungs. I want odd boys, meek boys, pain boys, weird boys, runt herds, and, mostly, orksoo gon aim before shooting. Then, I reached into my pocket, removed a roll of paper, and unrolled it in front of the crowd, revealing the Bad Moon symbol. This is the symbol UV Ma Clan, de Bad Moons. I am proud to be Woon and I will not allow ya ta shame Ma Clan's name with your stupidity. If you want to be part UV Ma Clan, then ya need ta deserve it, cause ya are you say bunch UV nobody. So is willing to accept the challenge. The orcs stared at each other in silence for a few seconds until one of them slowly raised his hand and shouted. Me, boss, I want to be a Bad Moon. That was the kickoff for the rest of the crowd to make their decision. I want to be a Bad Moon too. Me too. What do I have to do to join the gang? Who do I have to shoot? What do you want me to do, boss? All the orcs in front of me raised their hands, jumping and shouting as they exclaimed and asked what it took to be part of the warband. I nodded slowly, satisfied with the display in front of me and felt a smile forming on my face, all according to plan. I turned and signaled to Dobby and Gulg who were watching me through one of the windows of my house. The grots waved and disappeared soon after. A few minutes later, the Junka truck came out of the garage and stopped right behind me, with its rear facing the crowd. The back of the hump dropped down, forming a ramp as the driver's door opened and a few grots jumped out. I called one of the grots to my side and grabbed him by the back of his shirt, showing him off to the crowd of orcs in front of me. There's one more thing you need to know. I could not care less about how you feel, but grots and snots have already earned their places in ma band for being more useful than you have. However, I want to make it very clear, the moment some UV you mess with ma minions, I will put a bullet in your head when you least pectit. I will rip off your arms and legs and feed I Thomas Quigs. If you want to mess with some grot or snot, den let it be dose outside ma warband. Cause all serve me or unda ma protection, do you understand? I received another deafening cacophony of conformations, so I put grot down, who ran away shortly thereafter, and took a deep breath, calming myself and preparing for the rest of my speech. I want you to understand that I don't expect you to become the best overnight. After all, we all reach our peaks at different times in our lives. We each develop at our own pace, but that does not mean I am not willing to help. Nevertheless, since I am a generous orc, I will provide you with your starting equipment, which is not the best possible, but it beats the rags and piles of rust you are wearing and carrying right now. However, this equipment is not free, but rather a kind of loan for you and investment for me, so I hope for a return with interest in the future. The orcs stared at each other in confusion, having no idea what I just said. However, that is not my problem, they will learn in time. Other than that, you will also receive a dental plan, free health care, and a residence in one of my properties for a reduced rent. Now, if you don't have any questions, form a line to receive your equipment. The orcs snapped out of their confusion as soon as I uttered those words, then scrambled, but tried to form a line amidst insults, punches, kicks, and headbutts. It looked like a green wall pushing against itself as several orcs ran in all directions, raising a cloud of dust amidst the noise of dozens of troops. Eventually, they formed the closest thing to a line that a bunch of inexperienced orcs could get. Those who tried to jump the line were elbowed or shoved back into their seats, and the grots who tried to get between the orcs' legs were kicked away. With that done, we began the slow and tedious process of providing choppas, shootas, sluggas, and armor to the orcs in front of us. Being careful that they did not steal anything, after all, these orcs were light-handed death skulls. Getting the orcs to where they would live from now on was not a problem, but rather trying to turn them into a coherent force that could follow orders and not die like idiots. Who would have guessed that I would regret recruiting this bunch of orcs 5 minutes after equipping them? XXXXXX. Listen area GITS, if you want to join me then you better learn how to shoot. I spoke to the orcs lined up in front of me, as I analyzed them from top to bottom. Some orcs swallowed hard before raising their shoulders and puffing out their chests, while others jumped anxiously in their places, eager to fire their weapons. Some could not care less what I said, as they preferred to pick their nose or ears and yawn audibly. What a bunch of useless misfits, I was better off with my grots and squigs, but I cannot do anything about it. They chose me as their boss and I will deal with the consequences, although it takes all my strength not to shoot those who are not taking this seriously. But boss, don't you use pull the trigger and shoot while screamin' vaig? An orc asked hesitantly, slowly raising his hand. I liked the initiative. Usually, orcs follow the orders of the bigger orc without question, which usually results in their death along with the bigger orc due to the suicidal plan that even a child would realize there was something wrong with. On the other hand, the bigger orcs, usually the bosses, do not like to be questioned. After all, they are the biggest and strongest. This automatically makes them right no matter the situation. Just as it is certain that the orc who did the questioning will die a painful death for questioning the boss, whether at the boss's own hands or creatively made an example. No, that's called wasting ammo. This will give a stupid git a chance to put a bullet in your head or crush you, either because they still have ammo or they got close enough to cut your head off. I responded to the orc, making him step back in surprise. Ga ga ga. Lainey screamed from inside her crib strapped to my chest. What was dat, boss? The orc I answered asked again. Are ya questionin' me? No, boss. The orc responded quickly, immediately shutting up. I nodded as I mentally screamed, this was close. I don't know how long I can hide Lainey, but as long as I'm the biggest orc, I'll be able to keep the smaller orcs away with threats. See those targets? I want you to hit them without missing. I ordered, pointing at a large metal target built in the shape of an average orc boy. I even took the trouble to paint orcs on the targets. Mike Rotz and I repurposed the vacant lot where we previously trained and turned it into a sort of training facility for the orcs. We only had metal targets at different distances now, but I planned to create some kind of mechanism to make the targets move. In other words, I will pay Maground to build it for me. So who wants to be first? I received a chorus of exclamations, with the orcs jumping and raising their hands like a bunch of children, which they technically were. I half closed my eye as I raised my hand, pointing my finger from orc to orc, thinking deeply as I tried to choose one. You! I exclaimed, pointing to an orc with a scar under his nose. The orc smiled widely, laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world before stepping forward and firing his weapon towards the closest target. Uveig! The orc screamed with all his might as he swung his weapon wildly. Daka! 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 To my dismay, he completely missed the target, hitting everything around it except for the target itself. So how did I do, boss? The orc asked excitedly, expecting some kind of compliment. I approached the orc with my hands behind my back, my form creating a shadow large enough to cover the orc in front of me. I analyzed his smiling expression. He did not realize how displeased I was. It is a shame, for him. I quickly raised my left fist and brought it down towards the orc's head, creating a hollow crack and generating a scream of pain before the orc fell unconscious to the ground with an audible thud. The orcs lined up opened their mouths in surprise while others held back their laughter, but stopped as soon as they realized I was staring at them. That, I said as I kicked the unconscious orc to the side, is what you shouldn't do. Allow me to demonstrate the correct way to shoot. I quickly turned around as I drew my big shuda, looking through the scope with my bionic eye and shooting at the targets in front of me. No noise came from the gun, but rather from the 3 bullets hitting the chest of the closest target. I switched my focus to the next target without wasting time and landed 3 more shots, 2 in the chest and 1 in the stomach. Therefore, I aimed at the target that was furthest away, close to a wall, hitting 1 shot in the stomach, another in the chest, and the last one in the shoulder. Finally, I aimed at a target inside the window of the next floor of an abandoned building. I paused for a second before firing, readjusting my aim and firing once, hitting the target in the head. As soon as I turned around, the orcs welcomed me with a round of applause and praise. I could not help but smile and laugh internally at how ridiculous the situation was. After all, these are some of the most dangerous Xenos in the galaxy treating me like a celebrity. See, this is how you should shoot, hitting the gits without wasting your precious ammo. I don't know why I should do this, we orcs are the best. Oh, who cares if I run out of bullets? I'll crush any git that comes near me if I don't run time first. A bold orc spoke, laughing as he slammed his fist into his palm. I will have more work than expected to hammer common sense and respect into the heads of these useless bastards. Oh, so how about you prove it? Fight me. I spoke mockingly, provoking the orc. What? The orc asked confused. If you beat me in a fight, you will become the new boss and take everything I have. The orc was unresponsive for half a second before drawing his choppa and running screaming toward me without thinking twice. He swung his choppa quickly, aiming for my neck, but I moved faster and raised my arm, hitting his wrist and stopping his attack. I did not allow the orc to register what happened and I kicked him in the right knee, knocking him off balance and causing him to fall to one knee. Then I grabbed his neck with my left hand and drew my knife with my right hand, thrusting it toward the orc's right eye. The orc flinched and closed his eyes when he saw the knife approaching, but opened them as soon as he noticed the lack of pain. After all, I was holding the knife just inches from his eye. Allow me to explain what you did wrong. I am bigger, stronger, faster, and smarter than you are. I am better than you in every way, and yet you ran towards me like crazy instead of using your shoulda or slugga. Not that that was a problem for me, of course. What did you think would happen? The orc, sweating nervously in my grip, opened his mouth to respond, but I did not allow it. If I were any other orc, I would kill you here and now to set an example of what others should not do, but I am a patient person, so I will put this in a way that your underdeveloped brain will understand. If you see a git that looks bigga and stronga than you do not take out a choppa and run at you get away, aim at the git and shoot while tack and cover. And the next time you give me a funny answer, I'll rip off your tongue and tell you to recite the alphabet. Then, I lifted the orc by his neck, taking his feet off the ground, and threw him over my head. The orc flew away before crashing face first into a wall, going through the bricks and stopping moving. Who wants to be next? I asked the remaining orcs with an innocent smile on my face. A frightened orc raised a shaking hand, so I motioned for him to step forward and fire at the targets. Nevertheless, to my surprise, he took out a stick bomb, which I made sure not to distribute to the orcs, from somewhere, pulled the pin and threw it towards the target. The orc tilted his head in confusion at the lack of explosion, so I used my psychic powers to knock the stick bomb out of his hand and send it flying into the sky, where it exploded in a cloud of smoke. I approached the orc who was staring at me nervously with slow, heavy steps, then I raised my hand and slap. Slapped his face with the back of my hand, leaving a bright red mark. If you are going to blow yourself up, then let it be far from me and close to my enemies, but until then, don't waste stick bombs. They are not expensive, but they are still worth more than your lives. Now you will shoot at the targets and only leave here when you become capable of hitting one. Then the orcs took turns shooting at the targets while I watched with arms crossed, shouting insult after insult in my mind, regretting all the actions that had led me to this point. Yupap! Lainey screamed from inside the crib. Do you see what I have to go through, Lainey? I hope this serves as a lesson for what will come when you become a boss too. I responded, patting the top of the crib. PPPSSSHHH. Lainey, you can't beat them until they obey you. That's the attitude of stupid orcs. You have to build trust with your subordinates, be a competent leader, and serve as an example for those who will follow you. Gut. Then don't come and complain to me when you have to deal with a riot. Samara-2. Samara-2 was a small, rocky planet, covered in snowy mountains that stretched toward the sky, inhabited by natural flora and fauna, wild greenskins known as orcs, and an unexpected newcomer. Blood stained the snow red in an orc settlement atop a mountain. Wooden and metal huts were nothing more than flaming rubble on the ground as explosions from the destroyed orc vehicles echoed in the distance. Dozens of orcs cut into pieces decorated the streets of the settlement, creating a bloody path toward the center of the buildings where two figures fought to the death. You will TEF for what you did, ya skinny git. A large orc wearing fur, leather, and metal plates shouted at his enemy as he swung a large club of twisted metal. However, his adversary responded not with words, but with a deafening howl that echoed across the mountains and attacked the orc's nervous system, causing agonizing pain. This was more than enough for the orc's opponent to advance with a swift step, becoming a white blur amidst the snow, before jumping and delivering a blinding blow with her sword, finishing her enemy. The orc remained standing for a few seconds, a blank look on his face, until blood poured from his neck and he fell forward with a crash, his head rolling away as his blood painted the snow. The winner of the duel reloaded her shuriken pistol and swung her power sword, removing her enemy's blood from the weapon and disappearing into the snow shortly afterward, returning to her ship and continuing her hunt through the stars. Chapter 11 New Employees Part 2. I tried, with Gork and Mork as witnesses, I tried. I spoke to the orcs lined up in front of me as I pinched the bridge of my nose in frustration. I struggled to hammer some logic and basic discipline into these idiots' brains, but my expectations were too high. You cannot teach old dogs new tricks. The less than desirable results confirmed my claims, as these green imbeciles destroyed the small training area beyond recognition. Looking to the side, I saw the sides of buildings and targets pierced by bullets and smoking craters resulting from accidental explosions. Well, it is not the end of the world. The Grots and I can repair the training area, and I already know what I will do to the orcs in front of me. They are used to traditional orc combat tactics, and trying to change that would be a waste of time. Because of this, I decided to find something for them to fight before they think I am not orky enough and try to revolt. Very well, you gits, you have proven yourself incapable of fighting the way I want, but you can cause wanton destruction like any other orc. So, congratulations. It's time for you guys to crump some gits. I exclaimed as I flipped through the papers in my hands. The orcs screamed in joy, throwing their arms up as they threw and swung their choppas, but... Bang! 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 I shot upwards with my slugga, catching the group's attention before the situation got out of control. What I have in my hands are missions I picked up from the guild. There are many nids to crush and little time to act. I can't be everywhere at once, so you'll be doing missions on my behalf while I'm busy making sure the band grows, but since I'm a generous boss, I'll let you keep the reward. I said, slamming the pile of papers into an orc's chest, making him stagger back. The orc scrambled to get all the papers, exchanging screams, punches, kicks, and a few stabs before finally calming down and reading the contents of the missions. Leave it to us, boss, we'll BRN some NID heads to decorate the walls. The orc leading the group responded, grinning from ear to ear in barely contained anticipation. Of course, just don't forget to separate the NID parts, you can sell them or turn them into weapons and armor. I said despondently, waving them away. Then, with a cacophony of war cries, the orcs rushed toward the city gates in a riotous mob, leaving a trail of dust in their wake as their hurried footsteps echoed through the streets. Hey, boss. Do you think they will complete the missions? Dobby asked from beside me. I clasped my hands behind my back as I took a deep breath, looking up at the blue sky filled with white clouds, and thinking about how I would answer the Grot's question. Then I looked toward my little green companion who watched me expectantly and said the answer I had carefully formulated as clearly and objectively as possible. I'm honestly hoping they all die. I responded crudely. Why? Gulg asked, jumping in surprise next to Dobby. You know how we fight, don't you? I asked my trusty Grots. Yes, boss. They both responded simultaneously. Can you see that bunch of empty-headed goons fighting just like us? I asked again, pointing to the destruction surrounding us. Dobby and Gulg looked around, realization slowly dawning in their eyes until they both let out an "oh" when they saw what I meant. Exactly, but I can't back down now that you encourage the boys with my speech. If they will give me a headache, then I will turn them into a useful headache until I get the remedy for the problem. I replied, walking out of the training area. And what remedy would that be, boss? Dobby asked, following me with Gulg at his side. They. I said, pointing to the youths waiting outside. The group of approximately 65 orcs sat on the ground on both sides of the street, leaning against buildings, as they waited for their turn in the training area. The youths talked to each other, analyzed the weapons and armor I provided, with a twinkle in their eyes and eager smiles, drew on the floor with sticks, or looked for another way to keep themselves busy. They looked like a bunch of curious children, which they technically were. What are you going to do with them, boss? Dobby asked curiously, watching the youths. I will shape them like a jar until they become what I desire. I will polish the emeralds in front of me until they shine like stars. I replied. Emeralds, why not diamonds? Gulg asked. Tell me, Gulg, are diamonds green by any chance? I don't know, I've never seen a diamond. Gulg shrugged, making me laugh internally. Well, it is time. If I cannot make the boys fight the way I want, that means I am going to have to work from the beginning to get the results. Hey, it's your turn now. I exclaimed to the youths, capturing their attention. Dozens of green heads turned towards me. The little orcs quickly stood up with smiles on their faces. The group ran past me like children at recess and entered the training area, waiting for my orders. Okay, I want you to form a line, next to each other. I ordered, stopping in front of youths. Surprisingly, they did what I told without much trouble. The youths exchanged a few insults and shoves here and there, but nothing on the level of a bar fights like the orc boys from before. I believe this is due to inexperience. Now the youths are trying to learn from the boss. My previous speech may have helped, so I better set a good example. Welcome to your first day of training. Today I will teach you how my warband fights, in other words, how to fight without dyn like a stupid git. I exclaimed proudly, receiving a series of nods and affirmations in return. As you can see, those who came before you ruined this place, but it's nothing irreversible, everything will be brand new soon. However, I would like to ask you a few questions before we begin. Do any of you have names? I received several denials. None of them did anything worthy of a name to stand out from the other orcs. Okay, next question. How old are you? The answers surprised me. Most of the youths were less than a week old, while others were born yesterday, literally. This is perfect. Last question. Does anyone here hear voice in your heads or accidentally spit fireballs? Again, I received several denials. Great, I will not have to deal with weird boys for now. Very well, then let's get started, but don't hesitate to ask if you have any doubts. Who would like to be first? The youths had a similar reaction to the orc boys, where they jumped and screamed excitedly, raising their hands and shouting for me to choose them. I raised my hand and pointed at a random youth, ordering him to step forward. I want you to watch carefully. I will teach you how to shoot your shouldas and hit the targets. I spoke to all the youths, receiving a series of confirmations. And you, I want you to imitate my movements, do you understand? I pointed to the youth I chose. Yes, boss. Youth responded, nodding quickly. I grunted in confirmation and turned towards the remains of the targets. Then I took out my big shoulda and assumed a shooting stance, with my knees slightly bent, legs slightly apart, and the butt of the gun against my shoulder. The youth fumbled to do the same and assumed a sloppy stance. He bent his knees too much, legs too far apart, and he forced the butt of his shoulda against his shoulder to the point that he would hurt himself if he fired. I quickly corrected the youth, telling him how he should readjust his posture until it reached an acceptable level. There were still flaws, but at least the shoulda would not fly out of his hands. Do you see? I want you to assume this stance before you shoot. This gives greater stability and control to deal with the recoil and change targets, or move during combat. I said to the youths behind me. Yes, boss. The youths responded simultaneously while watching closely. Remember, you must hold your shouldas firmly, but not with pure brute force. This will hinder your accuracy and movement while shooting, and you risk crushing your weapons. Shouldas were made for shooting, although they serve as metal clubs, but that is not their original purpose. Did you understand? Yes, boss. The youths responded again. I smiled at the results I got so far. This was proving to be more productive than I expected. Continuing the training section, I took a deep breath before firing at the remains of the targets in front of me. Crack! The first shot hit the chest of a wooden target leaning out of a wall. Crack! The second shot pierced the stomach of a distant target, knocking it to the ground. Crack! The third shot hit a target in the neck in the window of a building in the distance. It was not my best shot, but if it had been a person, they would have been dead, considering the distance and location I hit. I returned to a more casual stance and turned to the admiring youths, staring at me with wide eyes and open mouths. This is how you should shoot, but don't think it will be easy on the battlefield. You will encounter enemies who will fight back with bullets, plasma, energy, acid, magic, teeth, claws, and much more. Ammunition is also a problem. Some gits need much more than a few shots to die, not to mention, of course, that there won't always be an ammo grot nearby. It's important to learn how to conserve it. I taught for the youths and received more confirmations in return. I felt like a soldier teaching recruits in war films. It's your turn now, take a deep breath and try to hit the nearby targets. I told the youth that imitated my shooting stance, making him jump slightly. The youth nodded slowly, doing as I ordered. So, he pulled the trigger and shot the target next to a pile of crates, missing the first few shots as he struggled with the recoil, probably because he had never fired a shoulda before, but he soon got used to it and hit the target in the stomach. The youth changed his focus to the second target partially hidden behind a rusty buggy. The first shots ricocheted off the back of the buggy, releasing pops and sparks, but soon hit the target in the shoulder and chest. Finally, the youth fired at one of the several targets in the buildings, hitting the window frame and the walls around it before hitting the center of the target. Not bad, still needs improvement. This is above what I expected from an orc. You did a. I stopped my speech with my hand in the air when I realized what I was about to do. I almost caressed the youth's head as if he were one of my grots. Maybe I should try to do the same with the youths and create respect through trust instead of fear. Oh, believe me, I want them to know what will happen if they have any dreams of greatness that involve my death, but I'd rather the youths like me and see how good I am as a boss. You did a good job. I smiled, patting the youth on the shoulder, making him jump slightly and puff out his chest proudly. So wants to be next? I asked the other youths, making them go crazy again. XXXXXX. The youth shouted, running towards me with a choppa. I stepped to the side, easily dodging the attack and tripping the orc, sending him toward the ground and stepping on his chest shortly afterward. The youth tried to catch the choppa that slipped out of his hands, but I used my psychic powers to push the weapon away. Can you tell me what you did wrong? I asked the youth who's struggling beneath me. Didn't I scream Vaig loud enough? The youth replied after thinking for a second. No. I'm better than you in every way. What should you have done when encountering a stronger opponent? The youth remained silent, scanning his surroundings for an answer. The youths who were watching us suggested the answer like students trying to cheat on a test. Some said the answer without using their voice, and others shrugged or used strange gestures. Some understood what I meant and pointed to their shouldas. The youth beneath my boot stared in confusion before understanding dawned in his eyes and answered my question. Should I have shot your? Exactly. May this serve as a lesson for all of you. You must take distance and cover if you encounter a stronger enemy, otherwise, you will die like a bunch of idiots gits, and I do not want idiots gits in my band. Did you understand? I told the youths. Yes, boss. I nodded satisfied and released the youth, offering my hand for him to get up. The youth accepted my hand and I pulled him up, holding him in the air for a few seconds before placing him on the ground. Now I want you all to form pairs or trios. You will train in hand-to-hand combat, but no killing. The objective is to disarm or surrender your opponent. I will watch carefully, teaching how to fight, pointing out your mistakes and where you need to improve. I will interrupt if someone goes too far. Did you understand? Yes, boss. Then form your pairs and your gon begin. The youths ran and did exactly what I ordered. They took out their choppas of the most varied types and formed pairs and trios, exchanging blows like any orc would do. Blood and teeth flew as screams and metallic cracks echoed through the ghetto. The blows were violent and sloppy. The youths used all their strength and speed to deliver predictable cuts. A more skilled orc could easily grab the youth's arm mid-strike or step out of the way. However, this will do. I am in no rush now. The youths need to fight something on their level, and I only have other youths for now. This will give them some combat experience and they will improve over time thanks to my teachings. Maybe this training will shake them up enough to grow. So, I watched as youths fought, giving suggestions, pointing out their mistakes, and fighting some of them if they wanted, to measure their skills. XXXXXX. My youth's training continued, this time, with my grots teaching weapons maintenance and basic first aid to the young orcs. Fortunately, there was no problem with youths messing with my grots because they thought they were superior, probably because I made it clear what would happen if they did that, and the youths were not taught to mess with those who were weaker. The youths possessed the natural aggression of the orcs, of course, but they knew that the grots earned their place in the pack by being skilled at multiple tasks, so the youths were willing to learn some of these skills so as not to stay behind. I hope this builds trust, camaraderie, and a little competition between youths and grots, encouraging them to improve and learn something new. After all, I don't want to personally go to every battle to tell the orcs what to do. The youths were sitting on the floor, with their shudas in hand, and watching Dobby and Gulg assemble and disassemble a shuda and a slugga piece by piece, explaining the function of each part. Another group of youths watched a grot using a willing youth as an injured one, explaining what the youths should do if they were injured or found an injured youth. The youths still need to learn how to take care of their armor, choppas, and future stick bombs, how to cook, build, pilot vehicles, and take care of squigs. We have a long way to go, but current progress is satisfactory. I do not expect them all to become multitasking geniuses, since I am not one, but I do hope they learn to take care of themselves. Therefore, the day passed and the youths continued their training until nightfall. I sent the orcs home and returned to my base with my grots. XXXXXX. Calm down, slowly, one step at a time. I spoke as I held Lainey's arms, helping her keep her balance. Gyu. Lainey replied, tentatively pacing my office as she stared at her legs. Lainey was already learning to walk. How long has it been since we landed on this planet? If Lainey was growing at the same rate as a child, so that means it had been approximately a year. 1 year. By Gork and Mork, how time flies. Okay, you're doing fine, now try doing this yourself. I responded, letting go of Lainey's arms. Lainey's legs shook without my help, the baby grunted in fear for a minute, but she stood and continued forward, taking one step, then another, and another, and another. Then, Lainey turned towards me as she smiled and waved her arms. Look at you, Lainey, you're walking. I exclaimed happily, smiling from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. Lainey laughed, showing the tips of her little teeth sticking out of her gums and running awkwardly towards me. My eyes widened and I crouched down with my hands outstretched, ready to catch the baby who was approaching, tripping over her own feet, but it wasn't necessary. Lainey stopped at the last second and held my hands, preventing her from falling to the ground. I held her sitting on my arm anyway and sat in my chair, watching as she tried to play with my face. Lainey, I have a surprise for you. I said, capturing the child's attention. Lainey made some curious noises, watching me with a twinkle in her eye. I reached into my pocket, pulled out a small pancake-like creature, and held it in front of Lainey. This is a gob squig. New squigs are coming out of our fungus fields, and this one is perfect for you. Gob squigs are docile and clean orcs' mouths, unclogging their teeth and eating the food stuck between them, or, in this case, serving as a tether for you. Lainey held the gob squig as she laughed, squeezing and shaking the little creature like it was a toy. Then, she bit the squig, making the little monster grunt in discomfort. I leaned back in my chair and rested my feet on my desk, enjoying the piece as Lainey nibbled on the squig, covering it in saliva. Well, nothing can ruin this moment. I thought as I closed my remaining eye, listening to the sound of raindrops hitting my window. Wvoh. There is no need to speak aloud to try your luck with fate, as an annoying alarm has sounded throughout the city. Boom. As if that was not enough, explosions echoed in the distance. Quickly standing up, I saw smoke, fire, and green lightning uncomfortably close to the ghettos where I resided. Oh well, off I go to make sure nothing interferes with my business again. Chapter 12, Warphead. It was a relatively peaceful night in the city called Thumb of Gork, or as peaceful as a city full of orcs could be, with its inhabitants eating, drinking, arguing, fighting, and killing each other in no particular order. Eventually, the daytime establishments closed for the day and the nighttime ones opened up, like bars and canteens, until late at night. The time came for all the orcs to return to their respective homes, leaving the city streets in silence, with some drunken orc or mad boy muttering litanies as he bumped into the walls of buildings. However, something strange happened in one of the most fortified buildings in the city, built next to the boss fortress. However, to call it a building was wrong, it was more like a complex or a prison. A large metal and concrete construction, but painted in completely different colors, similar to a child's drawing, with tiny windows blocked by thick iron bars. A large flat, uncovered area surrounded the complex, a courtyard made of beaten brown earth ending in large walls covered in barbed wire, enclosing the central building in a gigantic square. Watchtowers stood at the points where the walls met, with orcs shining searchlights towards the courtyard, and in the nearby regions outside the complex. Orcs wearing strange coarse fabric outfits consisting of yellow-orange shirts and pants, blue vests, and rubber boots, held attack squigs by their leashes, patrolling the complex on constant rounds, while their companions did the same in the central building. The interior of the central building consisted of long, spacious grey corridors, full of metal doors, leading to the cells of the prisoners there, for this was the Word House, where all the Word boys in the city were incarcerated after having their powers discovered. However, despite being prisoners, the Word boy cells were more like hotel rooms, spacious, well lit, with large, comfortable beds, closets full of chic, colorful clothes for an orc, bathrooms, food, drink, and much more. However, this was nothing more than a gilded cage for the imprisoned Word boys. Due to the extreme discomfort and risk of death that using their ability entails, the Word boys are reluctant to allow them to become psychic weapons. As a result, the Word boys are escorted onto the battlefield by large, sturdy orcs whose responsibility it is to look after them. These orcs are called Minderts. The Minderts treat their Word boy master with the utmost respect, but their task is to ensure that he is always at hand if needed in battle. In addition, the Minderts provided all the luxuries and comforts present in the Word House. In the end, this only served to keep Word boy calm until needed on the battlefield. Then all kindness and respect would end and the Minderts would show their true face. Unfortunately, keeping all the Word boys locked up in the same place had its risks, as the emotions of other orcs absorbed by them would reach a limit, and with no battles taking place at the moment, there was no way this energy could be released, even with all the contingencies present. Not to mention, of course, the more intelligent Word boys would realize the truth behind the situation they found themselves in and do everything they could to escape from their poorly disguised prison. Ashgruz was one of these Word boys. Ashgruz was an orc a little bigger than an orc boy, carrying a Word boy's stick, better known as a copper staff, and wearing red robes full of bells attached to the fabric, to warn the Minderts of his presence and his location if he decided to flee the fight. Ashgruz paced back and forth in his cell, sweating profusely as he muttered something incomprehensible. Suddenly, the orc grabbed his head and screamed in pain, head-butting his desk in the vain hope of making the pain go away. The Word boy could feel the emotions of the countless orcs present in the city, not just tonight, but ever since he had awakened his powers, anger, joy, fear, frustration, and more, all these emotions were building up in Ashgruz's mind, creating agonizing pain. More experienced Word boys trained Ashgruz in the psychic arts, where he mastered the various orc techniques, but his teachers had already perished in battle or shot down trying to escape the Word House. Without those closest to being his friends, or relevant battles to release his energy, Ashgruz remained alone with his thoughts and emotions, and it became unbearable. Ashgruz ran towards the door of his cell and observed the hallway through the small opening, where he saw a green light shining through the gaps and openings of the cell opposite his. Ah! Pain screams echoed down the hallway, for Ashgruz was not the only one suffering from accumulated emotions. Boom! An explosion shook the building, followed by a metallic clang, and filled the corridor in a dust cloud, blocking Ashgruz's vision, although he did glimpse something green and shiny passing in front of his cell. Boom! 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 More explosions occurred, followed by screams, shaking the complex. Ashgruz knew he had to escape from there. He had always known the purpose of the Word House since he arrived, but he had never found a breach. Ashgruz clutched his head again, feeling the pain intensify. It felt like his head would explode. The Minderts would kill him, or he would use the built-up emotions to escape, destroying everything in his path. Ashgruz's vision turned green, and the rest was just blurs and flashes. Ashgruz found himself in the destroyed hallway with other Word boys coming violently out of their cells, screaming and punching the walls in a blind rage. Then the Minderts appeared, opening fire on all the Word boys present. Some died, others returned the attack in the form of psychic techniques, spitting fire and shooting lightning from their fingertips. Ashgruz saw a Minder pointing a Shuda in his direction, so he raised his hand, accumulating energy in his fingertips and XXXXXX. Ashgruz was no longer in the corridors but in the courtyard outside the central building. Looking back, Ashgruz saw the building engulfed in green flames and partially collapsed, with dead Minderts and Word boys scattered on the ground, burnt, shot, or crushed by rubble. Then Ashgruz focused on the path in front of him, with Minderts and Word boys fighting on all sides. A Word boy raised his hand, causing 2 stone slabs to come out of the ground and crush a Minder like garbage in a compactor. Unfortunately, that same Word boy died when a Minder let go of his chain and allowed his attack squig to advance, biting the Word boy on the neck and sending him crashing to the ground. Ashgruz did not know what to do. The alarm ringing muffled in the back of his mind was annoying, and one of the watchtowers collapsing in flaming ruins was an impressive sight, but that was not the point. He needed to get out of there, now. Ashgruz had his answer when a Word boy near the wall to his right screamed with all his might as psychic energy enveloped his body. The orc floated and swelled, his body cracking with green light shining through the cracks. Then, boom! The Word boys exploded in a wave of psychic energy, reducing the wall to nothing and creating a passage to the outside. Ashgruz had his way out now. He just needed to get past the out-of-control Word boys, angry squigs, and Minderts shooting to kill. No big deal. So Ashgruz ran towards his only chance of freedom. XXXXXX. Ashgruz did not know where he was. After all, he had never had the chance to get to know the outside properly, and now the city was different from what he remembered. At least he was not alone. Ashgruz looked back, seeing the two weird boys following him, with eyes glowing in intense green and psychic energy coursing through their bodies, although one was on fire and the other with both arms missing. The three of them ran through the city streets, trampling the drunken orcs who stood in their way, but any relief the weird boys felt vanished when a blinding light shone behind them accompanied by the roar of engines. Looking back, Ashgruz saw the Minderts approaching on warbikes as they fired. Bullets whizzed past the weird boys as they ran, doing their best to escape their pursuers. That is until the armless one stopped in his tracks, turned to the Minderts, and took a deep breath before spitting out a torrent of green flames. The old wooden buildings immediately caught fire in an intense blaze, while the psychic flames consumed the Minderts and their vehicles. However, the flaming wreckage did not lose its momentum and slid down the street, hitting the armless one just as the flames reached the fuel tank, generating a gigantic green fireball. XXXXXX. Ashgruz didn't feel sorry for the armless one, he died free and fighting, a fitting end for any self-respecting orc, but the flaming one wasn't as lucky, his body giving up after burning for so long and becoming a scorched husk on the ground. However, the chase was not over, for Ashgruz spotted the light of dozens of lanterns shining in the distance, their bolts of light stretching towards the night sky as furious footsteps and shouts drew closer. Ashgruz kept running, reaching a distant section of the city with ruined shacks and abandoned warehouses. Strangely, the buildings seemed to get better the deeper he went into the area. The weird boy glimpsed something around the corner, graffiti of a yellow moon surrounded by black flames, which meant nothing to Ashgruz, so he kept running. However, his luck was short-lived. Ashgruz saw the light of the approaching lanterns and the first Minder came into his field of vision, pointing with one finger while shouting to the others who followed. Ashgruz concentrated, with green lightning flowing through his copper staff, and prepared to fight. XXXXXX. How much time had passed? Ashgruz did not know the answer. Sweat and blood dripped down his face, his own and that of his enemies, as he gasped and his heart beat like an engine. The weird boy felt blood leaking from his mouth and a few teeth missing, his body covered in cuts, bruises, and squig bites, but his psychic barrier managed to protect him from the shots for the time being. Nevertheless, the Minderts did not give up, they kept fighting and bringing out the heavy weaponry. A Minder carrying a big choppa in the shape of a large axe advanced, swinging the weapon above his head before lowering it towards Ashgruz. However, Ashgruz moved faster, swinging his staff and unleashing a wave of green lightning that boiled the air and struck the Minder in the chest, scorching his body and sending him flying away. Meanwhile, two Minderts taking cover behind a partially collapsed wall opened fire with their big shuttas, sending an absurd rain of bullets toward the weird boy. Ashgruz muttered something incomprehensible and slammed his staff into the ground, strengthening his psychic barrier, and successfully blocking the projectiles, although his barrier cracked with each impact, a sign of the pressure he had to endure. Simultaneously, two more Minderts, hiding behind a rusty vehicle, pulled the pins out of their stick bombs and hurled them toward Ashgruz in a shower of explosives. Ashgruz's eyes widened for a moment before he raised his staff and stopped the stick bombs in mid-air, but this diverted his focus from the psychic barrier, causing its fall to accelerate. Ashgruz wasted no time in taking action and sending the stick bombs towards their owners and the Minderts behind the wall, although not before the barrier broke and bullets grazed his left shoulder. Then all became silent, after the explosions and the Minderts' death cries, the only noise being what remained of the wall collapsing and the small fires scattered around the area. For a moment, Ashgruz thought it was all over, but the weird boy shouted a series of insults as he saw more heavily armed Minderts approaching from an alley in front of him. Ashgruz concentrated, slamming his staff into the ground and using what little psychic energy he had left to rebuild his barrier. Nevertheless, he tilted his head in confusion as stick bombs came from above and landed at the feet of the Minderts in the middle of their run, reducing them to a pile of mangled flesh after the explosions. More Minderts appeared. This time from a street to his right, but they never had the chance to approach, as several rabid squigs jumped out of the alleyways and attacked the group, knocking them to the ground with headbutts and bites before tearing into their necks. A high-pitched whistle echoed through the area's labyrinthine streets and alleys. The squigs stopped devouring the Minderts and ran away, leaving Ashgruz alone. Ashgruz scanned his surroundings, turning quickly as he saw dark shapes scurrying across the shacks and rooftops, leaping from building to building before disappearing into the darkness. Bang! A shot echoed through the night and a bullet hit Ashgruz's barrier, although it only caused ripples due to its smaller caliber. Ashgruz returned the attack by sending a wave of green lightning in the general direction from which the shot came, destroying the roof of an abandoned building with a crash. However, nothing happened. There were no screams or bodies to prove that there was someone there. Bang! Bang! Two more shots hit Ashgruz's barrier, cracking it slightly. The weird boy slammed his staff into the ground and sent a wave of stone spikes toward the alley from which the shots originated. The wave approached, lifting the earth and destroying everything in its path, stopping just short of taking down a shack, but there was nothing there again. Then Ashgruz found himself bombarded from all sides. The sound of gunfire mixed with voices and uncontrolled emotions screaming in his mind as bullets rained down on him. They came from alleys, rooftops, and windows. It was impossible to focus on a single point. Crack! Ashgruz's eyes widened in surprise as the barrier cracked, but he did not know how. The caliber of the bullets hitting the barrier was not enough to damage it, so... Crack! Another crack appeared. This time to Ashgruz's left. Looking down at the ground, the weird boy saw several crumpled bullets scattered on the ground next to his barrier, but two stood out from the rest. Two huge bullets, half the size of his head, painted black. Crack! A third crack formed to the right, and Ashgruz noticed the lack of firing noise. The weird boy roared in fury, fire escaping from his mouth and psychic energy from his eyes. Ashgruz raised his lightning-shrouded staff and hurled it in random directions, hitting buildings, alleys, and rubble. Nevertheless, stick bombs came from the roofs of the remaining ones, causing the weird boy to interrupt his attack to protect himself. Ashgruz used his powers to hold the explosives in the air, removing his focus from the barrier, and allowing the smaller caliber shots to cause significant damage, and once again, a silent, black-painted projectile hit the barrier, expanding the cracks. The weird boy gritted his teeth as his headache intensified, the various stimuli overloading his senses. The thunder of the shots, the hum of the projectiles cutting through the air, the metallic crackling of the barrier falling apart, the stick bombs coming from above, and the silent shots causing worrying damage, it all became impossible to bear. Ashgruz put these thoughts behind him when the firing stopped and the stick bombs fell like rain. The weird boy did his best to stay alive, throwing the stick bombs back towards the falling ones, creating a huge explosion. Summoning green flames and shaping them into the form of a flying serpent, which circled its surroundings, devouring the stick bombs and detonating them in the air. Conjuring lightning and transforming it into screaming skulls that exploded immediately afterward, shooting towards the stick bombs whose metal served as a lightning rod, blowing them up. Trapping the stick bombs in psychic bubbles, shrinking their size until they crushed the explosives. Then explosions consumed the air, surrounding Ashgruz in blinding flashes, deafening booms, heat, and clouds of dust, dirt, and smoke. Time slowed down as the weird boy spun around in panic and confusion, his senses unable to keep up, as the noise muffled in the background. Ashgruz saw a red and purple blur for a moment, but this blur disappeared soon after, returning in a different place, only closer, making weird boy frown in confusion. Ashgruz stopped as soon as the blur became clear and saw a figure staring at him amidst the explosions, a large orc wearing purple armor and cloak, a strange container strapped to his chest, and pointing a dakashuda in his direction. Ashgruz's mouth dropped open in a muted scream and his eyes widened in surprise. The weird boy pointed his staff at the orc, but it was too late. The orc pressed the trigger of his gun and the drum rotated, releasing a shower of black-painted bullets from the gun's 3 barrels. The barrier did not last long after that, quickly cracking in a mixture of metallic pops and breaking glass, as the orc approached with slow, heavy steps. Strangely, the orc stopped firing when the barrier fell, preferring to put the dakashuda on his back and advance with raised fists, wrapped in some kind of glove with spikes on the ends. Ashgruz accumulated what little energy remained in his staff and thrust it forward like a shock baton, aiming for the orc's chest, only to discover that the orc had some kind of energy shield protecting him. Ashgruz held back a pained cry as he received a crushing punch to his face, blurring his vision shortly, and making his ears ring, as the weird boy was sure he heard a strange high-pitched scream. Wah wah. However, Ashgruz did not allow it to knock him down. The weird boy staggered backward, swinging his energized staff towards the orc's side, but the orc moved faster, blocking the blow with his forearm and grabbing the staff straight after. Then the orc pulled the staff, causing Ashgruz to stumble towards him, punched the weird boy in the jaw with his free hand, knocking teeth out and spilling blood on the ground. Ashgruz landed with a heavy thud, feeling the air leave his lungs. The orc's boot approaching his face was the last thing he saw before everything went dark. XXXXXX. Well, an out-of-control weird boy, surprising but not unexpected. I commented, watching the unconscious orc in front of me. Uvaig. Lainey shouted, pushing the lid of her crib open and shouting at the orc. I could only laugh at the adorable sight, as she made her best fierce face, making it even cuter. Calm down, you'll scare him like that. We've already finished off the git who interrupted our peaceful night. I replied, patting Lainey's head, and making her laugh. I put these jokes aside and focused on the grots coming out of the alleys and buildings, and looting the dead minderts scattered around the streets. They are carrying some quality new weapons. Perfect. My arsenal has just expanded. My Junka truck turned the corner, stopping a few meters from me with its rump full of loot, and with Dobby and Gulg stepping out of the driver's seat. Here boss. Gulg said excitedly, handing me a copper staff from the other dead weird boys. Thanks, Gulg. I replied, touching the staff and smiling as I saw the psychic energy flowing through the metal. What are we going to do with him, boss? Dobby asked, pointing to the weird boy bleeding and muttering on the floor. Good question, what will I do with you? I said more to myself than to the weird boy as I crouched down next to him. I could kill him now and avoid any future problems, or I could do what I have done so far, and turn my current problems into something useful. I had to choose soon because my grots and I spotted lights shining in the distance. It would be naive to think that this chaos had not caught the attention of the entire city. Let's take him with us. Everyone, it is time to go home, separate yourselves and meet us at the base. I shouted to the grots as I grabbed the weird boy and threw him into the rump of the Junka truck. The grots nodded and ran away in different directions, carrying as much loot as they could. I sat in the driver's seat with Dobby and Gulk in the back, and stepped on the accelerator, heading towards our home. I glimpsed the approaching lights through the rearview mirror, so I shifted gears and drove faster, getting out of there before someone could identify me. XXXXXX. I lay down on my bed, sighing with relief as I stripped down to my t-shirt and pants. Simultaneously, Lainey's crib rested on a smaller bed next to mine, with Lainey asleep inside. I closed my remaining eye as I reviewed what we had done recently. We tended to some of the weird boy's wounds, and gagged and chained him in the garage, locking him in the storage room full of cleaning materials. I will leave the questioning for tomorrow. I allowed the lightness to take over my mind, hoping to get a good night's sleep, but I stopped as soon as I heard a noise and felt a weight next to me. Opening my eye, I saw Lainey sitting on my bed, staring at me curiously, as she bit her hand. Great, she has barely learned to walk and she is already putting it into practice. Is there a problem? I asked the baby. Tada! Lainey exclaimed, touching my cheek. Is that so? And how do you feel about that? I nodded before asking again. PPPSSSHHH. Lainey stuck out her tongue. Don't take it to heart, it'll pass with time. I shrugged. Lainey mumbled and poked my face. No need to be rude. Ugh. Lainey replied. So I spent most of the night chatting with Lainey until she fell asleep. Apparently, peace is hard to come by around here. Chapter 13, Days of Progress. I frowned as I woke up to the sunlight attacking my remaining eye, and as if that wasn't enough, I heard the muffled sounds of squigs barking and snots tending the fungus fields in the distance. With my eyes still closed, I stretched my hand out to my side, opening and closing it until I grabbed my curtain and pulled it aside, blocking the light, but it was too late to sleep again. I yawned as I rubbed my eye, stopping when I noticed a small shape on my chest, Lainey curled up in a ball and drooling on my shirt. I smiled and laughed internally at the adorable sight, but switched my focus to my Gitfinder's HUD, reading the notification that there were hours of recording done overnight. I frowned in confusion and pressed a button on the side of my bionic eye, starting the recordings. I had to hold back my laughter as I saw Lainey sitting on my chest and standing in front of my face, staring at me curiously. She poked the lens of my Gitfinder, then brought her face closer, giving me a full view of the details of her face where I saw the bottom of her eyes, and the inside of her mouth and nose as she tried to bite and sniff the piece of technology. Then she tilted her head in confusion and slapped the Gitfinder, accidentally pressing the buttons and causing it to switch to night vision, thermal, infrared, flashlight, and finally take a picture of her startled face due to the flash. The sudden light made Lainey stop her actions and lie down again, but my bionic eye recorded her sleeping for most of the night, where the baby rolled from side to side, assuming various strange and impossible positions for an orc. I think I let a few noises escape, as the real Lainey wriggled on my chest. The baby grimaced, opening and closing her mouth repeatedly as she tried to protect her face with her hands, but she soon woke up, looking around before staring at me with her bright eyes. Good morning, Lainey. I said softly, receiving an annoyed look in return. I don't like waking up early either, but that's no reason to wake up grumpy. How about smiling to me? I suggested, holding her in my arms as I sat down on my bed. Lainey gave me a bright smile straight away, warming my heart and causing me to stroke her head in return, making her laugh. My joy died as soon as I felt a bad smell from the child attacking my nose. Looks like someone needs a diaper change. I joked, putting on my boots and standing up. Immediately, Lainey swung her legs in the air while shaking her arms and making some noises. I put her down, knowing what she wanted, and let her follow me around the house. I opened the door of my bedroom, allowing the baby to pass through first, and closed it behind me, walking down the corridor to the bathroom, where there was a large metal bathtub full of water, replacing the old wooden one, a bucket, a bath brush, a wooden table with pieces of cloth piled on top, and a tin can next to it. I used my psychic powers to lay Lainey on the table and wrap the tub in a soft green flame, warming the water slightly. Then I took off Lainey's clothes, which consisted of a brown cloth bag with holes for her limbs and head. She still had her original clothes, but she couldn't wear the same thing forever, but I would have liked something better for her. So I removed her diaper, made of the same material as her clothes. It's in these moments that I'm glad Lainey is an Eldar, since her perfect skin didn't suffer from sensitivity and allergies to certain types of fabric, I don't know what I'd do otherwise. The same goes for her extremely efficient biology, as her poop was nothing more than a small smelly crystal. I disposed of the used diaper in the can and took Lainey to the bathtub, testing the temperature of the water before putting her in. I floated the bath brush, a towel, and a soap bar, courtesy of the snots, to my side, bathing Lainey. She laughed and played throughout the process, shaking herself, slapping and kicking the water, blowing soap, and soaking the bathroom floor. I lost count of how many times I had to hold her still to pass the soap and scrub her hair. It was tiring, but I finally finished her bath, got her out of the tub, and dried her off. Then I put a new diaper on the child and we returned to our room, where we put on our clothes for the day and I combed her hair. Ready for breakfast? I asked the baby standing next to me as we watched our reflections in a partially cracked mirror. Lainey murmured excitedly. Then we went downstairs to the kitchen, where I put Lainey in a child seat, took a bottle of fresh squig milk milked by the snots, and boiled it in a metal pot on my wood-burning stove, igniting the wood with a small fireball. Lainey stared at me with curious eyes as I moved around the kitchen, uncapping a large barrel and filling a mug and a small glass with clean water inside. I handed the glass to Lainey as I drank from my mug, sighing with relief as I quenched my thirst. The baby did the same, albeit clumsily and spilling some of the water, and made a point of imitating my actions at the end. I took the glass back, exchanged a smile with Lainey, and left it in the sink next to my mug. I put a frying pan on the stove and removed some pieces of smoked squig meat from a pot in the kitchen cupboard, and some alien bird eggs from a basket on the counter, putting them both in the pan. I realized that the milk had finished boiling, so I poured it into its original bottle and filled another pan with water, putting the bottle inside and waiting for the milk to cool down. I played with Lainey while I waited for our breakfast to be ready. My diet consisted of water, fungus beer, squig meat, eggs, and whatever birds or fish the city's merchants could get their hands on. Lainey, on the other hand, was sticking with squig's milk. In the meantime, I intend to stop by Grogok's canteen and ask him if he knows of any fruits that are safe to eat. XXXXXX. Time passed and our breakfast was ready. I helped Lainey hold the bottle and drink the warm milk with one hand while using a fork in the other to eat my meat and eggs. I used my powers to put the dirty bottle in the sink and wipe Lainey's mouth with a handkerchief. Ha! The child laughed in amazement at the display of my powers and tried to grab the floating handkerchief. Bob! But I poked her nose lightly, making her flinch in annoyance. Then I held the baby in my arms while she stared at me and complained, patting my face. I could only laugh at her reaction and set her on my arm, retrieving her crib from our bedroom and going to the workshop, where I placed Lainey inside the floating crib and put on my equipment, the Ripper chain mail, the NID carapace armor, and the spiked cloak. Then I checked my slugga, big shoulda, daka shoulda, knives, knuckles, and stick bombs before equipping them and extending my hand into a corner, floating the copper staff into my grip. Finally, I picked up the new weapon I had acquired from one of the dead mindards, a blunderbuss that looked more like a double-barreled shotgun that I could use with one hand. I put the gun in a holster on my back and left the workshop with the floating crib following me. With everything done, I left our house and closed the door behind me, walking through the grounds until I found Dobby and Gulg talking to a group of grots and snots. Dobby, Gulg. I greeted them both. Obi, UG. Lainey exclaimed, sitting up in her crib and pointing at the grots. I paused for a moment, surprised by Lainey's actions. She's already learning her first words. I puffed out my chest and felt my heart race with pride, with the warmth heating my insides. You're learning, Lainey, keep it up and you'll soon learn to talk like an orc. I said, poking her cheek as the baby tried to push my finger away. Good morning, boss, and you too, Lainey. Both grots replied, waving to us. After greeting each other, we all walked around our house, with Dobby and Gulg reporting on our progress. The construction of the grots and snots lodgings was finished, with enough space and buildings for those to come. The expansion of the squig paddocks went without too many problems. Some of the creatures escaped and bit some grots and snots, but nothing incurable. The construction of the stables and barns for the larger squigs, or the more peaceful ones, was underway. The fungus fields reached a stable level of production, with no extreme peaks or drops as before, and the snots developed their cultivation technique and work shifts. Our business expanded slowly but steadily, mostly due to my concern about going too far too fast. We'll have no problem paying and equipping the newcomers for the time being, although I'll be spending a considerable amount of teeth soon. I was currently out of ideas for a new business, except for the production of fungus beer and other types of drink, which was the snots' specialty, but I would need to consult them later about the materials needed to build a brewery. Suddenly, a grot ran towards us, interrupting our conversation. Boss, he's awake. Time to talk to our new guest. XXXXXX. I entered my garage, passing the junket truck, the war buggy, and the escape pod covered by a black tarpaulin until I came to a reinforced metal door locked by a huge latch. Muffled growls echoed from the other side as something heavy hit the door, causing it to shake on its hinges. I ordered the grots accompanying me to spread out around the garage and prepare to fire. Then I approached the door and pulled the latch up and to the side, unlocking it and allowing the one on the other side to open it, but falling to the ground as a result. The weird boy from last night fell face down on the floor, with the dark bag covering his head and his hands and feet chained. All the grots present tensed at the sight, but Dobby held up his hand, ordering them not to shoot yet. I crouched down and removed the bag from the orc's head, only to see a pair of red eyes staring at me with hatred. The orc intensified his efforts to free himself while muttering gibberish, probably insults, but the gag in his mouth prevented him. I was about to order him to stop, but I changed idea as soon as I saw the vaig energy shining in his eyes and drew my slugga, aiming for the center of his forehead, stopping him. Listen to what I have to say, ya git. You're only alive cause I want ya to be, and I gon change that whenever I want. However, ya have something I want, and I gon offer ya something in return, so ya behave yourself and don't use your psychic powers, otherwise ma grots and I will make sure that yesterday's mess isn't repeated, do ya understand? The weird boy hesitated for a moment, remaining silent as he thought of an answer. 10 seconds passed until the orc looked at me and nodded slowly. I returned the nod in understanding and removed his gag. Now speak. Oh are ya and why did your band UV weird boys destroy part UV da city? My name is Ashgruz, and we didn't do it cause we wanted ta. We were trying to escape from dat prison. Ashgruz replied breathlessly. The weird house, you mean? Is dat what they call dat place? So yes, we wanted to get out of the weird house. Why? I asked, thinking about the possibilities. Didn't you hear what I said? Dat place was a prison. Fancy rooms and good food and drink, but we couldn't leave September to fight, and many UV us didn't come back alive. We were tired UV being locked up for so long. Do vaig got stronger and stronger until we couldn't take it anymore, and you know what happened then? A weird boy with no way of releasing his accumulated psychic energy and emotions is a time bomb about to explode. I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner, considering how orcs treat each other. Fortunately, Ashgruz, I have a proposal that might interest you, because I'm a weird boy, just like you. I replied, making various tools in the garage float. Ashgruz opened his mouth in surprise, but I interrupted him before he could speak. I'm not very good at using my powers. I can do the basics like levitating objects and summoning flames, but I don't know any advanced techniques. That's where you come in, I can offer you shelter and teach you to control your emotions, and in return, you train me like a weird boys. What do you say? The orc thought silently again, although it took less time than before. I want you to get me out of town. Do that and I'll teach you everything I know. You're not in a position to make demands, but your request is reasonable. You'd better not make me regret helping you. I said, breaking the chains. You're the biggest and strongest orc air, I'd only get beaten up like last night. Ashgruz replied sarcastically, standing up while rubbing his sore wrists. I'm glad you know. I smiled, crossing my arms, much to the weird boy's frustration. So, when we leaving? Right now. Guys, get the squigs. I shouted to the grots present, who immediately nodded and ran out of the garage. Wait, what? Ashgruz asked confused. XXXXXX. I drove my junket truck towards the city exit, frowning at the destruction around me. Partially burnt and collapsed buildings littered the city center, with wrecked vehicles and the bodies of orcs, weird boys, and minderts, being looted by passers-by. Orcs were arguing with each other, shouting orders at their grots and snots, or just kicking them out of frustration at losing their property to last night's chaos. I spotted groups of minderts walking through the crowd, which made me speed up to the main gate of the Thumb of Gork. However, I stepped on the brakes, stopping behind a line of vehicles after turning the corner. Orcs honked their horns and shouted insults as if this would make the line go faster. I stuck my head out of the window and found the source of the problem. A squad of minderts, with vehicles, heavy weaponry, and squigs stopped car after car, questioning their drivers and searching the vehicles. I snapped my tongue in frustration. They must be looking for weird boys trying to escape the city. Well, I can only wait now. XXXXXX. Long, tedious minutes passed as the line slowly moved forward. I tapped my fingers repeatedly on the steering wheel, humming a song in my head as I tried to soothe Lainey in the crib attached to my chest without revealing her. This must be as boring for her as it is for me. Dobby and Gulg sat in the passenger seat, facing each other and playing some kind of orc card game. Finally, our turn came. A minder stopped next to the driver's door and tapped on the glass with the back of his hand. I took a deep breath, calming myself and assuming a friendly face before lowering the glass and speaking. Can I help you? I asked, putting on my best smile, but the orc in front of me just growled in disgust. I want ya ta answer ma questions. Oh are ya? Where were you last night? What cargo are you carrying and where are you going? The minder spoke seriously. Simultaneously, I noticed the minders with squigs slowly surrounding my junket truck. Looking through the rear view mirror, I saw the squigs sniffing my vehicle while the orcs banged on the bodywork, kicked the tires and tracks, and looked under the junket truck. Hey, pay attention, is talkin' to yer. The minder next to me exclaimed, punching the door and leaving a dent inside. I squinted my remaining eye and resisted the urge to grab my slugga from the glove compartment, so I answered the previous questions. My name is Gorlonic Teef Ripa, merchant and business orc, you may have heard UV me. I was sleepin' like a baby last night, and now I intend to go ta index UV gork ta sell ma wares. Woof. 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 As if by order of fate, the minder's squigs started growling and barking at the back of my vehicle. Oh really? Den you wouldn't mind showin' us what you're selling, would yer? The minder said smugly, grinning from ear to ear. Not at all. I replied, getting out of the junket truck, passing the minders, and stopping next to the croup, where I removed part of the dark tarpaulin covering it and revealed dozens of cages full of angry squigs. The street became a deafening inferno as soon as my squigs spotted the minders' squigs. The animals barked at each other in a cacophony painful to our ears. My junket truck shook as hundreds of squigs tried to escape from their cages. Simultaneously, the minders' squigs tried to escape from their leashes, tugging lightly at their owners. You're clean, you gon' go now. The minder from before shouted, startled by the squigs' agitation. What did you say? I joked, leaning forward with one hand around my ear. You gon' go. The minder replied, watching as my junket truck wobbled more and more. Are you sure? You can search the cargo as closely as you like. I said, threatening to open one of the cages and free the squigs. Nah. Nah. The minder replied, shaking his head as he walked away with sweat dripping down his face. Okay. I'm happy to help and I wish you luck in your endeavor. I replied, quickly getting into my vehicle and driving away. XXXXXX. I stopped my junket truck in a small clearing away from the city, taking less used roads and going a little deeper into the jungle. I got out of my vehicle, removed the tarpaulin from the back, and said, you can get out now. Suddenly, something moved under the cages, throwing them aside and revealing Ashgruz with his nose covered and face contorted in disgust. This place stinks. The weird boy exclaimed, jumping out of the truck and landing with a thud. If you had a better idea for leaving the town then just needed to say. I replied sarcastically, throwing a large package towards the orc, who slammed his staff into the ground and held the object in the air. The orc unwrapped the object straight away, removing its contents and analyzing them in front of him. A sleeping bag, a lamp, bottles of squig oil, pots, food, bottles of water, some tools, a slugga, and ammunition. Is this for me? Ashgruz asked, frowning in confusion. Yes, you didn't think I'd abandon you with nothing in the middle of the jungle, did you? I joked, but the orc's grimace and lack of response proved that those were his exact thoughts. I want you to take this as a test of trust. I can't accompany you all the time as I have a business and a warband to raise, but I will come from time to time to bring supplies and train. In return, I hope you'll still be here when I return. There's nothing stopping you from leaving, but you'll have to try your luck in a jungle full of nids, where you'll have to fend for yourself, in which case I can only wish you good luck. Hump. So either I stay where you want me to or I try to escape and become NID food. Looks like I've swapped one prison for the. Ashgruz commented sarcastically, using his powers to set up a small camp. Look on the bright side. You have the space and peace you want. This clearing is far enough away from the city for the emotions of the other orcs not to fry your brain, but close enough for the nids not to become a plague. Sure, sure. If you so, boss. The weird boy replied, raising his staff and plucking a tree from the ground. Boss? I'm not your boss and you're not part of my band. We had an agreement. You wanted freedom and I wanted a teacher. I won't force you to join me against your will. The three that the orc levitated fell with a thud, and he stared at me with wide eyes, opening and closing his mouth repeatedly, but I didn't offer an answer. I just said goodbye to the stunned weird boy and returned to the city. XXXXXX. Boss. I slammed on the brakes as I heard an abundance of excited voices shouting my name. Looking towards the source of the noise, I spotted a crowd of familiar orcs waving with broad smiles on their faces. Oh, Zog. They survived. I stopped my junket truck near the entrance to the city and soon found myself surrounded by my unwanted subordinates, covered in purple blood, cuts and bite marks, their weapons and armor worn out, but celebrating like children on a playground. Boss. We've completed the missions. The orc leading the group exclaimed, holding up a stack of papers and a bulky bag full of teeth. That's great. Did you remember to exchange the NID parts? I asked, smiling nervously as I considered speeding away, even if I run over a few of them. Yes, but we didn't get much, we shot until the bullets ran out, then we used our shooters to smash the nits after our choppers broke. We tore the nits apart, so there wasn't much left to trade end to end. The orc shrugged as if there was no problem. I almost jumped out of my seat and strangled the orc right there after hearing this waste of resources, but I took a deep breath, calming myself down before I became the one wasting something valuable, in this case, the cannon fodder that surrounded me. That's great. Why don't you stay with the thief and have some fun? Eat in Grogok's canteen or get your equipment repaired or buy new ones, preferably in one of our shops. Seriously, boss? The orc asked hopefully, with his companions sharing the same excitement. Yes. I replied, smiling confidently and raising my thumb. Let's go boys. The orc shouted. Uveig. The rest of the group responded in the same tone. Then the crowd disappeared into the city, trampling everything in their path and leaving me alone. A few seconds passed in silence, and I waited for some of them to return, but when they didn't, I finally vented my frustrations. Ah! Beep beep! I shouted as I headbutted the horn of my truck, trying to ignore the laughter of Lainey, Dobby, and Gulg. XXXXXX. Putting my shameful moment aside, I drove through the city, using the thieves I had saved to expand my arsenal. Big choppas, chain choppas, and uj hammers in case we got into hand-to-hand combat with something stronger than normal, blunderbusses, but of a different model, similar to a modern shotgun, although I prefer the old model I have. Boomsticks, similar to an automatic shotgun, and Gretchen's blunderbuss, a weapon made specifically for the grots. I made a point of buying a lot of these and gave Dobby and Gulg one each. Cannons, a shooter that fires a single gigantic bullet, thump gun, a single-shot grenade launcher, bananas, orc flamethrowers, rocket launches, orc rocket launchers, and various types of stick bombs, even the stinky ones. When my junket truck filled up, I asked the merchants to deliver my purchases to my territory, with half payment in advance and a threat guaranteeing that they would reach their destination. Soon my grots would receive truckloads of new equipment. Soon after, I stopped at Grogok's canteen and asked him if he knew of any safe, edible food that I could find in the jungle. Fortunately, he had a book indicating all of them, but I had to pay for it. I was disappointed when I opened it, as the book was full of scribbled drawings comparable to those of a child, but at least the foods were recognizable, with the words safe or poisonous indicating their condition. Then I returned to our home and dealt with a serious matter. XXXXXX. Lainey, can you say grot? I asked, holding up a small wooden plaque with a drawing of the little green creature and its name underneath. Goo. Lainey mumbled, staring at the drawing as she brought a hand up to her mouth. That's it, you're doing well, you can do it. Grot, Groot. I said, bringing the drawing closer. Goo, got. Lainey laughed, jumping slightly. Almost there. And snot, can you say snot? I asked again, showing the drawing of a green creature dressed as a farmer. SSSS. Sot. Lainey said, repeating her previous action. Not exactly, but you'll get better with time. And squig, can you say squig? I spoke, revealing the drawing of the being in question. IG. The baby replied, pointing to the drawing. Now, Bomdakos Nazwagon. I exclaimed, pulling out the drawing of the orc vehicle resembling a race car made of scrap metal. Okinago. Lainey replied, but stopped and grimaced, probably annoyed at how the words sounded. I think that's enough for today, but don't get upset, this is just the beginning. I smiled, putting the drawings away in my desk drawer and shifting my focus when I heard Lainey muttering something. Looking down, I saw the child staring at me as she pulled my pants. Boss. Lainey said, patting my leg before continuing to pull me. Ah! I screamed internally as I brought a hand up to my heart, but stopped when the baby insisted on taking me somewhere, and I already knew what she wanted. Lainey guided me to the corner of my office, where her new toys were. Most of them were made of wood, several colored cubes with orc glyphs representing letters and numbers, a wooden cylinder in the center of a plate made of the same material, and several rings of different sizes. A rectangular box with a lid full of holes in geometric shapes and the interlocking pieces in question, and much more. Then I sat down next to the toys, Lainey handed me some of the cubes, and together we assembled a pyramid and played until bedtime. XXXXXX. I found myself in my office the next day, with the map of the ghettos open on my desk and the grots around me, listening intently to my plan. We'll demolish the old buildings and use the material to build new, more spacious ones. We'll also expand and widen the main streets of our territory, facilitating the flow of larger vehicles, but we'll keep the labyrinthine design of the alleys and smaller buildings we've already renovated and... Oof! An exclamation interrupted my speech. Looking aside, we saw Lainey lying on the ground, probably having tripped over her toys. We quickly looked in the opposite direction when the baby stood up, allowing her to get up without worrying and crying at our reaction. Back on topic, I intend to create disguised arsenals at strategic points in our territory in the event of an attack, so all the grots, snots, and in the future, the youths, will have access to more weaponry and ammunition during combat end. So after discussing the pros and cons of the plan, we put it into action, and I made a point of using the orcs and youths under my command. XXXXXX. The screams, growls, and exclamations of thousands of grots and snots and hundreds of orcs and youths echoed through the streets, along with the sound of shovels, pickaxes, axes, saws, and hammers. The orcs demolished the shacks and decaying buildings with powerful and fast blows, having a lot of fun with the destruction they caused. The grots and snots used their tools to separate the material, removing nails, stones, boards, and metal plates. The youths dug the earth and mixed the concrete with another group of grots and snots, preparing the area where the buildings had previously stood for the new roads that we would build with stone blocks. I helped too, carrying huge stacks of blocks in each arm. Dobby and Gulp did the same, but on a smaller scale. I like to see this hard work as a form of collaboration and training between all the forces I control, slowly building respect among everyone. XXXXXX. Days passed and we continued working without any serious problems. The roads had a compacted foundation soil covered with sand to provide a stable base for the various layers above. A layer consisting of large blocks of rough stone with cracks between the slabs allowing drainage to pass through. A layer composed of crushed stone with cement mortar. A concrete base layer is made of cement, sand, and gravel, and the final layer consists of large blocks of rock. After this, we intensified our efforts to completely renovate our territory. Say goodbye to the ghettos, for we now lived in a small planned city with trees. No more dusty, narrow, and dirty streets, no more trash and junk scattered around, no more ugly buildings falling apart. The buildings were brand new, ranging from 1 to 3 stories high, painted mostly black, green, and yellow, with walls and roofs made of layers of wood, stone, and metal, but with bars on the windows and front doors to discourage thieves. We also started a greening project, planting trees and plants in various areas of our territory. We transformed the vacant lot where we trained into a small park with wooden benches. Now everyone under my command had comfortable, furnished homes, steady pay, and equipment. Unfortunately, lighting was still limited to streetlights with squig oil lanterns, so grots prowled the streets every night, lighting them with long torches. We had no running or potable water, so we still had to rely on rain and rivers outside the city. But that wasn't the end of my plans. XXXXXX. Boys, I'd like to announce to open our first official store. Soon we will no longer work in tents and stalls and we will shows the whole city that we take our business seriously. I finished my speech, cutting the green band next to me with a swipe of my knife. The orcs, youths, grots, and snots celebrated, jumping, screaming, and shooting in the air. I contacted the owners of the businesses destroyed during the escape of the weird boys and made them a proposal. I would repair the damage caused to their establishments and in exchange they would work for me, giving me part of the profits, or they would sell the building to me for an acceptable price. Most chose the second option due to pride, greed, and immediate satisfaction, although now I am technically a partner in some businesses in the city. Leaving that aside, I repaired the damage caused to the salvageable buildings and gave them a tidier and more eye-catching appearance, with a large barred display window and metal doors, and a wooden sign above the door, indicating the products sold in the store. In this case, a shuda and a choppa, since the store sold weapons, equipment, and ammunition, but I planned to do the same with pharmacies, pet shops, and other businesses. The interior of the store was well lit, with its items organized by type on stands, shelves, and tables, with the grot behind the counter on the other side of the store, serving the orcs who came and went. Unfortunately, it was impossible to spend so much time without problems. XXXXXX. Everyone inside, now! I shouted, opening the door to my house and allowing several grots, snots, and squigs to enter. I then immediately closed the door, and we all ran through the house, closing all the windows. The reasons for these abrupt actions were outside. A dark cloud made up of small, deadly creatures. Buzzing squigs, basically bee squigs capable of stinging an orc to death. They had just been born from the fungus fields and were already out of control. I wasted no time in thinking of a solution to the problem while holding Lainey in my arms. And I soon had an idea. We used metal parts and thick leather that I kept in my workshop to build armor for the grots, forming a group of 5, with Dobby leading them. I hesitated to let him leave, but Dobby volunteered for the mission, wanting to show that he was capable, so I allowed him, even though I didn't like it at all. The group left my house with the bana I kept with my other weapons, and incinerated most of the buzzing squigs with jets of flame, reducing them to a manageable number. The snots left the safety soon after and captured the remaining squigs with nets they used on normal squigs when they fled, and soon beekeeping became another item on my long list of businesses. XXXXXX. Lainey, do you want some honey? I asked the baby sitting on the floor as I held a jar and a spoon. Yes. Lainey replied, raising her little hands. I handed her a spoonful of honey and the child studied the yellowish substance with a curious look before putting it in her mouth. The baby's eyes widened as she jumped and wiggled her ears in delight. Did you like it? I asked and Lainey nodded excitedly. Okay, can you give me some? I joked, extending my hand and getting a slap in return. I screamed in fake pain as I rubbed my hand, making the baby smile smugly. More. Lainey said, raising the spoon towards me. No, too much honey is bad for your health. More. Lainey repeated, ignoring my words. No. More. No. More. No. Let's just say we had this argument for a long time, but Lainey needed to learn limits, starting with what no means, even when she started crying. I never thought I would feel like a monster for not letting her fill up on sweet. At least she's not trying to mess with my weapons, yet. XXXXXX. It was time to visit Ashgruz again. I stopped my junket truck in the clearing from before and was surprised to find a small log cabin in its center, but the tyranid head stuck on wooden stakes in the ground ruined the inviting air of the building. It didn't take long for the door to open and the orc I was looking for to appear, wearing his colorful robes and staff. What took you so long? I thought you had forgotten about me. Ashgruz exclaimed, pointing his staff in my direction. Sorry, but it's amazing how time flies when you're having fun. I thought you would have disappeared by now. I shrugged, approaching the orc. You say that as if you didn't send some grots to keep an eye on me. The weird boy replied, pointing to the side with his head, where I saw the grots in question hiding in the vegetation, and they quickly ran away when they noticed my gaze. Well, I can't be too careful, I had to make sure you wouldn't act against me. I don't want to die so soon. But what would you do if I ran away? Nothing, as long as you don't try anything funny. I haven't invested any resources in you yet, so in the end, I'd just lose a weird boy. A hint of surprise passed across Ashgruz's face before returning to his usual grumpy expression, then the orc spoke the words I wanted to hear. Since you've done your part, then I guess it's time to do mine. Ready to become a proper real weird boy, you're git. Ashgruz teased, smiling slightly. If I am? I even brought my staff. I smiled back, slamming the equipment on the ground and releasing a psychic wave. Humph. You're too nice, y'all get crumped by some smart git someday. What can I say? Kindness yields surprising results, besides, I'm not that nice, the gangs in the city already know that. Then, with a final chuckle, I began my training to become a proper weird boy. XXXXXX. Thumb of Gork, boss's fortress. What's diz? Ruxad Nidkala exclaimed, throwing a bag of teeth at the feet of his startled subordinates. Diz is de merchant's teeth, be boss. An orc boy stammered, collecting the teeth and placing it inside the bag. This is less than AFUV last year's value. Where did the rest of the teeths go? Ruxad screamed, eyes blazing with fury as he gripped the arms of his throne, crushing them. The orcs present glared at each other nervously, exchanging an unspoken message, until the group shoved one of its members forward. The poor orc sweated and trembled, looking away as his boss repeatedly tapped his finger on his throne in anticipation. I'm waiting. The large orc growled, making his subordinate jump. WL boss. There's a new merchant and town OO's outdoing everyone else, open and up shops all over the W side and tack and all the teefs. Who? Ruxad demanded, slamming his fist on the throne, creating a thunderous sound and making everyone present flinch. Gorlonic teef ripa. Easen bad moon and sells shudas, choppas, armor, ammo, plosives, squigs, medicine, food, and more. Who enda name uv gorkin mork is disgit? He's de same orc oo complete de mission you're sent ta de guild about de convoy. Ruxad was silent, deep in thought until a look of realization dawned on his face. The boss gritted his teeth audibly, as his armor creaked with his muscles flexed in anger. I am de boss uv dis town. All teefs should come to me. Oo does dis git think he is. Where is Skullrapa? Call him. I'm heir, boss. A guttural voice exclaimed from the entrance to the throne room. The crowd of orcs present parted like an ocean, allowing the large orc knob to approach. The knob stood 12 feet tall due to the massive, heavy metal armor that covered most of his body, composed of several metal plates riveted into his flesh, spikes, and painted blue and black. A metal jaw protected the lower part of his face, but left his flat nose, the tips of his teeth, and red eyes visible, along with the pointed blue mohawk on top of his head. In his right hand, the knob carried a power claw made for his size, and in his left hand a large and heavy mass of fused weapons, a Sana's gun, and as if that were not enough, several stick bombs remained hanging from his belt. Skullrapa crossed the room, each step shaking the floor followed by a deafening metallic noise. The knob's gaze shifted to the smaller orcs around him, making them retreat in fear, much to the amusement of the larger orc. Then Skullrapa stopped in front of his boss and awaited his orders. Skullrapa, I need your crew ta brn a git Tommy. Rooksid spoke sadistically. BRNM, boss? Do you want em alive? The knob asked confused. Oh, you didn't know? Bad Moon's teeth grow faster than normal. De Git likes to call himself Teeth Ripper, let's see if he'll stay that way after I pull all his teeth out until I get what he owes me.